in the second day of International Conference 2022. We are just going to start the International Conference on Materials, Machine and Information Technology, ICMMIT 2022. We are happy here with that. Today, we have Dr. Anup Nandi sir from NIT Rourkela as a keynote speaker. Welcome to you, sir.
Thank you very much.
Yes, good morning, sir.
Yeah, good morning.
Sir, let me acknowledging you. This is our second day, and in the first day, normally we have go through to the 77 research articles in the different sections like material, machine learning, and information technology. And today, this is the first session with you. Sir, just we are informing you that total number of registration for this particular session is 8. The paper is basically related to machine learning, information technology, cloud computing, and even blockchain technology also. Each and every participant has given 8 minutes of the time to present with conclude each and everything. Within 6 minutes, they will try to conclude. And after that, we will go for the question and question session. You will be obviously with us, sir, on that time. So now with your permission, I am starting the first session. Just I am feeling honored to be going through to the profile of Dr. Anup Nandi, sir. Sir is actually working as an assistant professor in the Department of Computer Science and Engineering at National Institute of Technology, Rourkela, Odisha. Sir has earned his PhD from Indian Institute of Information Technology, Allahabad, that means IIIT Allahabad, in the year of 2016. The area interest includes artificial intelligence, machine learning, human traits, robotics. Sir has great honor that Sir has received the Early Career Research Award from ACRB, Government of India, in the year of 2017. Sir even received the research funding for Indo-Japanese research project, which is funded by the DST Government of India. Sir has also received the prestigious award, GPU Grant Award, in the year of 2018 for his good work in the research. He had selected as an Indian young scientist in the era of artificial intelligence to participate in the 5th BRICS Conclave 2022, which is held in Russia in the year of 2020. Sir has also received the grant from DST, Government of India, Ministry of Science and Information and Communication Technology of Republic of Korea with a joint collaboration. Sir, we are happy that you are here with you, Dad, and we all will get benefited, and even our participants will also get benefited by the experience and the knowledge and the topics which you will share with us today.
Okay. Thank
Once
you.
again, thank you to you, sir. Just I am sharing the screen.
Can you share my screen?
Yes, sir.
Can you see my screen?
Yes, sir. You can see.
Is it visible now?
Yes, sir. This is visible.
Slides are changing?
No, sir. It's okay. It's okay.
No. Means slides are changing or not? I'm just...
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Slides are changing. So I am handing over this session to you, sir. 40 minutes is the 40 minutes is allotted for this keynote to speak. So all the participants are requested to please go thoroughly to the lectures of the Professor Anup Nandi, so that we all can get benefited from the lecture of sir. Well, over to you, sir.
Okay. So first of all, very good morning to all of you, and I would like to thanks for the organizing committee for ICMMIT, Amit University, Jharkhand, particularly Professor Pooja Jha Madam, invited for giving me the invitation to deliver a talk in this wonderful session. And I'd like to also thank to Videsh Kumar for introducing me in front of these all the participants. So now, although the topic is, I mean, quite a bit of different than this conference topic, but obviously it is based on some of the machine learning applications in the healthcare domain. So this is my area of the research that my PhD student, master students, and undergraduate students are working with me in the field of these AI ML techniques. So now I'm just quickly go through that, I mean, what area that people are looking for these AI ML techniques. So basically in the field of the healthcare domain. So there are a lot of scope are there in the recent days. That's all of you know that in also the IT industries also, they are also trying to use, and they are also using different AI/ML techniques based in the application of the data science itself. So now it has got a huge impact in healthcare domain that you can see. So it is starting from you can develop like this good sensor network based system for predictions of different neurological diseases or some muscle skeletal diseases. Okay, by through some analysis of the data that you are going to capture, like in this example that you can see that for this stress cardiac continuous measurements that you can have for detection of the stress, and also you could have some wireless accelerometer sensors, okay, to capture their abnormal gait pattern activity. So now this research area that I am working on in the field of we are trying to develop a low cost system, so that this low cost system, obviously it is a wearable based systems by using IMU sensor, inertial measurement unit sensor. This is very low cost device that we are using for early detection of neuromusculoskeletal diseases. Like our students are working in the field of different type of disease prediction by applying these AI/ML techniques. One of these called the cerebral palsy, CP children, and also the autistic children, that is a particular with the children with autism spectrum disorder. Okay, so this is the area that we are working. So we are working in not only the wearable based techniques, also we are working in the field of some vision based technique. So these our field of area. It's called the clinical gait analysis. So gait means GAIT. It means this person way of walking, because you know that everybody will have their different walking pattern, and this walking pattern is varying based on the different anatomical structure that you are having, like person height, person weight, whether the person male or female. Okay, and their structural formation. Okay, means what is the anthropomorphic structure of the person. So based on these things, their pattern is being changed. Now we are trying to capture their person's walking pattern in the form of different type of sensors, like these wearable sensors, and also some vision sensor. For the vision sensor, we are using this Kinect, the Microsoft Kinect device that we are using, and because so that is very low cost devices, and we are applying different techniques. Obviously, it is an AI/ML techniques to identify these abnormality involved in the person walking pattern. Means so that if you could develop a model, and so that it will help us to tell this is an I mean, this person is going to have this kind of disease or this kind of deformity in their leg, or in their upper extremity or the lower extremity, then we could take some precautionary actions. So it's kind of early diagnosis things that we are trying to do. So these are the different type of I mean, abnormality it occurs. This is a hemiplegic gait, epineus gait, drop foot gait. So this type of patterns are involved. So we have analyzed that it comes under this pathological gait detection. That in India, approximately that 15 to 20% of children having this physical disability, which suffering from the cerebral palsy. So these are the some kind of statistics that we have done, and these things motivates us to carry out our research in the field of decision healthcare application. So why can't we develop a very feasible system that is a wearable system, different type of sensors, so that people can assess their gait in their home, I mean, most of the elder people. Okay, so elder people do not visit all the time some medical center or other things, so they can assess their gait and they can see this whether any deformities occurs or not, or if any some rehabilitation being offered in their lower extremity or the upper extremity, then how much they are going to recover. So that is also called the recovery prediction. So that is what we are also trying to do. So these are the different type of gates are available. It is called the normal gate, as you can see. And next you will have, that is a it is kind of a Parkinson disease. Okay, that is a person is means having their I mean deformity in their hands, also upper extremity and the lower extremity and scalpel. And this is a CP children, that is a cerebral palsy children. So now this their I mean cognitive growth is not so proper for these children, so that the effect that will have in their walking pattern. So that so their gait is not normal gait. So there is some deformities involved. So we are trying to find by applying ML techniques that what type of deformity is there, whether is there any chances to I mean recover these things. So because after they are going to visit some rehabilitation center and their gait is going to be reframed, and after doing this rehabilitation, how much percentage that we could see this person is to be fitted or is going to walk like a normal person. So that kind of things that we are doing. This is an assessment. Okay, so automatic gait assessment that we are going to do. So these are the different type of research scope for in the medical domain where you can apply the ML techniques, ML techniques. So we are applying a Microsoft Kinect vision sensor for doing the clinical gait analysis. So mostly we are concentrating. This is a target, but I mean population is called the cerebral palsy, and I mean different computational intelligence method that we are using for doing this job. And next is that you can have this wearable sensor based clinical gait analysis for detection of the neurological disease. So for the wearable sensor, we are using this inertial measurement unit sensor. So what is IMU sensor? So IMU will have will give it to this. Actually, it is a 9 degrees of freedom that you can have, 9 DOF. So for three degrees of freedom, it will have. It is a linear accelerations. Okay, you can have the accelerometer, a gyroscope, and the magnetometer. So the accelerometer will give it to the three degrees of freedom, x, y, z. Gyroscope also XYZ, and this magnetometer also XYZ. So we are not considering this magnetometer data. Okay, so we are considering this accelerometer and the gyroscope, which give it to us this accelerometer. Accelerometer will give it to us the linear acceleration, and the gyroscope, this is angular velocity. So now we have developed a tool. Okay, so that I'll just explain to you. So this tool that has been developed is a web application tool, and this has been copyrighted in the last year. So this tool is called that is a visualization gait assistive tool. Okay, so we apply different techniques, and any type of sensor data you just give as an input. So you can annotate it and you can extract automatic feature extraction. Then you can say so that by seeing the signal and you can just plot the signal, you can just see any abnormality or any deformity is happened or not, and then you can I mean change this signal and you can annotate this signal to add on some new features and for the further processing. I'll see this thing. So now some motion capture means cameras are already available, but these are this gold standard camera. That is a Vicon, Qualisys, and the Octotrack. Okay, so these are this very costly camera. So we are not using this type of camera in our work. We are using a very low cost Kinect sensor, and our student has done a wonderful job, and this has been published in IEEE Transaction to compare this output of this I mean the output of this Kinect sensor for abnormal detection, and it has been compared with this Qualisys. This is a gold standard camera. Okay, so when we went to Japan in the Tokyo University of Agriculture and Technology, so where they are having this Octotrack camera. So we have collected this data simultaneously using this Kinect and this Octotrack based system, and then we have compared it. So based on this algorithmic perspective, So we propose some new features, and these new features is very intrinsic and very important, which could give it to us very close output to this beacon camera, because this is normal people cannot afford this type of camera for their purposes. I mean, for the regular uses. So, and this IMU sensor that you can see, so we are using in my lab. So we have procured a spark fund, 9 degrees of this sensor that we have used. And in my lab, I am having one treadmill is there, because person will be walking on the treadmill, and at that time that we can capture this data. As you can see, we are using this in their thigh and shank. We are putting this sensor. So this type of prototype we have made it in my lab, and obviously, so this sensor is connected to this battery, and it has got it advantage that as you can see there, I mean, whenever this person will be walking and in different speed, and their pattern or their motion pattern will be captured, and it will be automatically stored in this micro SD card. Okay, so no need to transfer the data from wirelessly or through the Bluetooth devices. So it is very easy to get this data once this pattern will be captured. Okay, and yeah, it has got a very good sampling frequency, like 120 hertz, because for the gate analysis, if you have, this is 100 hertz is, I mean, sufficient for doing this gate analysis purposes. So now these are this that is a vision based sensor. How you could capture that is a vision based, through the vision based sensor, how the data can be captured for this abnormal gate pattern. So now we have used some multi-sensor network, that is a multiple sensors, multiple in-ear sensor we have placed, okay, in a one direction, and person was instructed to walk, but you need to have a very long region, like this room, I mean very large space is there, so that this entire gate cycle will be collected, I mean this multiple gate cycle will be connected. So now this Kinet will give it to this different type of data streams. As you can see, it's a color image, that is, you can have, this is a depth image, then you can have body index image, another is called that is a skeletal image. So we are basically working in this skeletal image, and from the skeletal image you could get these different joint positions, not the joint angle. So you will have the XYZ position. From the XYZ, so we proposed our algorithm to calculate the joint angle, like this, from the how to calculate this knee angle, hip angle, and the ankle angle. So these are the multi-sensor based network that we are using, because one single sensor is not enough to capture the gate pattern, because you are not supposed to get a lot of information and some self-uploaded images that you will get. So that we are using the multi-sensor images. I mean the multi-sensor camera, and to set up the environment and to collect this data. So as I already told you, this has got a huge applications that people are working for. This is in neurological gait abnormalities, and also the muscle skeletal gait abnormality. And you can, and actually, the people are looking for a good reliable technology over the years, and they would like to have this type of system. And if we just provide them, so they can just capture the data through the software that we have developed, so they can check whether any deformity is observed or not. If any deformity is observed, then they can directly contact to the different persons, I mean doctors or some medical center, and as well as it can be useful for these pathologists also, so they can easily for the research purposes, so they can just take these things and they can analyze it, that what type of deformity is observed, and they have to compare with this. It is a normal gait, but it's an abnormal gait. So now what actually a gait cycle that you can see, so those who are new in this field, so they can see. So when you just start your walking, so our first you have to do your heel strike. So our heel is strikes this ground. Okay, then after that, so you'll have to just have the two different phases. We complete one gait cycle. One is called the stance phase, another is called the swing phase. So now for our entire gait cycle of the 100% that we are having, 60% of your stand space. I mean, so your leg is on the ground, okay, most of the time, but in a certain time of interval, so your leg is on the air, okay. So at that time there is no damping, okay. But if you have damping, I mean, then that is if your leg is on the stand, is your stand space. And this phase can be identified automatically. I mean, there is a different event is there. So we propose different event detections algorithm. So these phases can be identified by the heel strike, foot flat, toe off, and mid swing. So these are the different events. So now we propose our algorithm to detect from, if you just give one signal, and from this signal, so our algorithm will automatically tell you. So you are in the which phase. You are in the stance phase, or if it is a stance phase, then which event it is. Then if you are in the swing phase, then it is in this which event. So these kind of things that we have already done, so that it will be useful. And this objective of the cerebral palsy, it is short form is referred to as CP. Get study that what we have done. So we have captured this data from the multi-unit environment. So that is children with adolescent with CP, that is CAWCP. And we are trying to find that which features is most discriminating feature from this to identify this CP gate with the normal gate. So now we have identified this walking ratio, and there are a lot of spatiotemporal features are also available. Stride length, like this is in cadence, then this walking ratio, a lot of things are there. Now out of this we have identified by using some statistical measure like this Fisher discriminant ratio. So which tell us that out of these spatiotemporal features, that this features is going to be a most discriminative feature. Then after that we apply extreme machine learning ELM method for detecting this gate using the low cost sensor. Then we are after that we are also seeing that one ensemble model that we have developed, so that is LSTM plus ELM, where this hidden layer of ELM was constructed using a set of LSTM cells. So now this is a very interesting work that is I mean published in IEEE transaction on neuro rehabilitation engineering. So that is a very good channel. So firstly, when you have this data, so you're going to have some noises or some outliers are there. So we proposed our own algorithm to remove this outlier. Then this is called the outlier frame, because you will have a frame from the skinnet. Then outlier frames has been detected. Then after that you will have to remove it. So we proposed our algorithm that is called the Keen layer algorithm. So this paper is there. You can just search it in Google. You can get it. Then after that we have plot the distribution for this 2D features. One is called, this is an walking ratio and cadence, CAD. Then before outlier removal, as you can see, there is a lot of this data jumbled up, so it is very difficult to distinguish, that is to make a cluster that it is from the which class or this is from the which class. But after applying this outlier removal, somehow you just managed to say that so at least we could get a good I mean separation. Obviously we need to have some nonlinear classifier also to identify, but we are able to manage that our outlier detection algorithm works fine. Then obviously we are applying different type of algorithm. There is a classifications algorithm, and we have just plotted that. We have seen that after removal of the outlier, we are getting this good accuracy in, I mean, instead of these techniques with this outlier. So now next one, that job that we have done for this pathological gate detection using convolution neural network. So as I already told you that we are using some low cost inertial sensor. This low cost inertial sensor has emerged as a cost effective motion capture device, and we are working in the field of as a spastic gate. So this is a this is a cerebral palsy children who generally show there's a spastic pattern during their walking. So here what we are doing, so we are applying some single processing tasks, like we are using some wavelet transformation. So I mean, and along with some convolution neural network for automatic feature extraction. Okay, and then we are getting a very good classification result. Okay, so now the objective of the research was, this pattern was modeled that is using some Two inexpensive sensors were used, which show the potential to develop a cost-effective system. And we have used 1D CNN, 1D convolution neural network, and when it was trained with this wavelet decomposition, so a wavelet was used as a feature representation for gate pattern. So we'll have the two different analyses. So we just have the raw signal and just pass to the 1D CNN. That's what classification results that we obtained. And after that, you have a particular raw signal. Then after doing a lot of processing, pre-processing tasks, that's as you can see, when you would like to work in the signal processing, and then you can have that is a, whether it is an acoustic signal or we are going to have some, you can say we are going to have this accelerometer signal from we are getting the accelerometer, or you have to get the linear acceleration or the angular velocity. So this type of pre-processing techniques, there is a calibration, clipping, filtering. Okay. So then after that, when the signal is pre-processed, then we have to do some segmentation using autocorrelation method. Then after segmentation, so then we have to just split. This is a training set and the test set. Then we are applying this discrete wavelet transformation. Then after applying the discrete wavelet, you will have the approximate coefficient and the detailed coefficient. Then you have to concatenate all the coefficient into 1D array. Then you have decomposed 1D signal. Then you train this your model. This is a 1D CNN by using a this is a decomposed 1D signal. The same thing that you can use for this test signal. Then after that, you have to compare it. Okay. So for this convolution neural network, so we are using a 5 convolution layer. So we are using a multi-channel deep neural net, which consists of 5 convolution layer, 1 max pooling layer, 1 dropout, 1 average pooling, and dense layer. And we are using, this is a ReLU activation function, and these are the optimizer, and this is a binary process entropy that has a loss function. And in the fully connected layer, we are using this sigmoidal function. So obviously, we are used firstly CNN, who is used for that is a after applying this careful cross validation that we are used. There is a basic CNN that is we are using this 94.98% accuracy, but in the proposed CNN, after doing this careful cross validation, but we are using this Daguchi wavelet of order 2 as the mother wavelet, and for this careful cross validation is k is equal to 5, 7, and 10. So these are the things that we accuracy obtained. Then after also we have done, this is a loss of validation. So now loss of validation, that is called the leave one subject out validation. So here after doing the loss validation, so we are seeing that if our proposed CNN model outperforms the basic CNN model. Okay. So these are the different things that we have done, and these are the tool that we have developed. So this is called a visualization based assistive tool for clinical human gait analysis. So these are the software, and this software that has been developed by my PhD student that is already been copyrighted. And this tool aims to is the process of gate signal. Suppose if you are just giving any type of gate signal, it is captured from not only IMU sensor. If you just put the from the EMG sensors or the ground reaction force sensors or any other sensors that you just give the gate signal. Okay, and it will just identify. First, it will do the pre-processing task. Then it will detect the gate cycle and the gate phase. Along with it will store some spatio-temporal features. Okay. Then we have incorporated 2 separate modules in this software. One is called the pre-processing, another is called the feature extraction. So this feature extraction, it plays a very important role because you cannot. If you choose the correct features or this is a good features, then obviously it leads to a very good classification accuracy. So in the first module of the software, you will have pre-processing techniques like filtering, clipping, calibration, denoising. Okay, that can be applied for the acquired signal. Or in the second module, we have this is spatio-temporal features like the stride length, stance length, swing length, heel strike, toe up. There are a lot of spatio-temporal features are there. and this is a kinematic kinematic features are, that is called the angle. This is angle like this, hip angle, knee angle, ankle angle. So these are called, this is an kinematic features. So that can be extracted from the processed signal. So now these are the tool. I mean, it is also, I think my student Joita has, I think she has already uploaded it in the GitHub. Okay, you can see, or I think you can download this tool if those are working in this area or would like to work. So it is a good annotation tool that we are using, and there is a IMU sensors that it is the file format. It is written accelerometer XYZ, and you will have this gyroscope XYZ is there, 3-axis gyroscope and the 1-axis gyroscope result that you will get. So now this tool will help to pre-process get signal and annotate this get event. So you can do this automatic, I mean, see this also the manual annotation also to check this get event detection correctly or not. And after this get event has been detected correctly, then you can extract these spatiotemporal features. So these are this user module one that you can check. Here you can take different type of filters are there. There are different windows sampling frequency. Okay, so here you can do different pre-processing technique, calibration, clipping, and denoising. You just simply download it. You have the data for the further processing. So this data can be stored in a computer. Then you can just do some further analysis in your work. Now in the module 2, you will have that is a for the different axes, here the different event detections algorithms. So we are applying the statistical method as well as some machine learning method that we have applied for identify the event. Okay, so that after identify the event, and then you can labeling for your, if you are doing some supervised classification technique. So you can just label the data. Then for the unknown pattern, then you just check it and you just do this labeling, and you are applying it for the classification techniques. Then you can say that whether this pattern belongs to this class or it is a abnormal pattern or it is a normal pattern. So this type of things that we have done, and this objective was that. So when I told my PhD student to develop in this way, keeping in mind that if you see in the different I mean the research lab or some pathologists, so they are when they are just doing some analysis, if you see in the rehabilitation centers, so maybe so after doing some training for their leg, upper limb or upper extremity or the lower extremity, so how much confidently they will say that the person is really recovered from these particular diseases. Okay, so now this tool can be maybe useful to detect, that is to process the signal and to check, and after recovery if we also take the data, okay, and then also it will check that how much deviation is there from the original signal, or this before recovery and this after recovery. So this is a good, it will give it to us, this is a good graphical interactive platform to annotate this signal very easily. You can see different interactive plots which enable different users to visualize or change the get signal. Okay, not only that, as already emphasized, that only the IMU sensor, you could give other sensor data also, like from the EMG sensor, okay, EEG data, or this is a call like this ground reaction force. Okay, so all sort of things that also you can give, and it is a very good simple web-based tool, and it was developed by the programming language is called the Python, and there is a possibility for the other type of signal can be incorporated. So number of algorithms that we have implemented for cycle extraction and event detections in this tool, and we are also looking forward to apply this other algorithm also in this too, so that it can be useful for the different persons or those and these also some researchers or biomedical researchers, those who are working in this field. So this main motivation for this talk was that there's this AI/ML techniques will have a very huge impact in the field of the healthcare domain. And so we are trying to develop this type of work so that it can be useful. We can help the society by developing or through our development of some tool or our good algorithms, so that it can be useful for detection of these neuromusculoskeletal diseases in near futures. So thank you so much for your kind attentions. Okay, and thank you so much. So, any questions?
Thank you, sir. It's a nice presentation. And what I will say that even in this time of pandemic, where the people are suffering from last year, then the utilization of technological aspect, either machine learning, cloud computing, or data science, in the field of healthcare system is not, we can say that optional now. Now this is necessity to serve for the society and even for serve for the organization and other things also. Yes, in this presentation, we have got some of the questions and the queries regarding to this presentation. The first question, which I am taking, this is from one of our MCA students. He's asking that the role of the machine learning in the COVID-19.
Yeah.
Please focus something over to this area so that the students can pick their research areas and the topics from here.
Yeah. So so when it was started, this COVID-19 case, so at that time, so there is a main problem was facing for availability of the data sets. Okay, there's as you can see. So there's people already started working in this field, but I personally believe as a computer science faculty that because main things this early detections that people are working in a very great demand. Okay, different IITs also and different NITs and other good institute in India. So, but we need to have a substantial amount of data. So, if you do not have a good populations or you do not have a large population, then it will be very difficult to predict. So now these people are working in the field of for the predictions, mostly algorithms. So like as if you have started learning these basic predictions, what are the linear regressions, that you can start working in this field, or you can have the multiple linear regressions also things, then you can think of it. But I have seen that in the Kaggle also some data sets are available for this COVID-19 data. Okay, and based on this COVID-19, then you can start working on this. But I would like to focus one part, that is when you are going to do some different tests, like this is an artificial test and antigen test. So this antigen test, that what you are getting, we are having either there is a possibility to getting this false negative and false positive. Okay, but if the person is having this false negative, so it is very harmful for us for the antigen test. Because why? Because sometimes any machine learning algorithm that you are going to use, so if you have some false alarm, so there is a possibility that if the person is actually having COVID, but your model is giving that it is not COVID, then it is very harmful for us. Okay, but if the person is actually do not have COVID, but it still is predicting COVID, then it is fine. Some mistakes is there. So you just isolate it, and I mean there is no harm. So this type of things. So that's why people are always working for there is an RT-PCR test, because this our government is also telling this antigen test. If the person is after doing the antigen test, if you are doing this false negative, then you must go for this your RT-PCR test, because false negative is very harmful for us. So this is a model. It is a model prediction. So here also there is a AI/ML techniques that if you could get this data, and there is a chances to get this thing. So now then if you have this another mode of work, I mean this artificial, you have these different two sorts of data that you can have. Okay. Now, if the artificial is not working, then you can go for the genome sequences. But in this type of things, I mean, this is a stage 1, stage 2, and stage 3. So it is a wonderful area of research, but you need to have a good prediction model, and obviously this you have to develop your own prediction model by seeing this data. I mean, if you know the distribution of the data, what distribution this data is following, okay, then you can also think of it. Okay, the people are working in the field of, one is a deep learning area, then there is a temporal convolution neural network, because as it is a time series data, so you need to predict it correctly. Okay, so you can go for some latest thing, that is a temporal convolution network. So our student is working this work with a temporal convolution neural network for developing a good prediction model like this in the COVID-19 data.
Thank you, sir. Sir, one more question from there is that you have mentioned that in machine learning intelligence can be helpful in the neurological diseases, like you have mentioned the Parkinson also. One of our participants wants to know that, sir, with the help of this technological aspects, where some medical sciences says that they are the lifelong process, can we get some of the more benefits in our near future over to the cureness or over to their minimization of the effects?
Yes, so yes, this I mean, participant has identified is very good thing, because it is a lifelong process to recover this Parkinson disease. Okay, but our work is that to, I mean, early detection of Parkinson disease. I'm not telling that, our model is not giving to you that whether the person will be recovered or not. It is not we. So whether, suppose if you are facing some kind of deformity in your lower extremity or in the upper extremity, which is coming from our human brain. Okay, now if you detect it early stage, then, and after detecting the early stage, if you just consult this doctor, and doctor will have some kind of medicines or some kind of physical exercises or some other things, then this recovery will happen. Then after recovery is done, suppose if you are doing, so on our naked eye, we cannot say that whether the person is recovered or not. Now we need to do some different tests. Okay, so it is called the recovery test. These machine learning techniques ensure you that what is the percentage of recovery this person has already done. So that kind of things that you can do. So obviously it takes time to, and you have to observe the person walking pattern over the years, because it is not simply 1 or 2 days, because every alternative 6 months you'll have to observe, then you'll have to fine tuning your model. I mean, you'll have to tuning your parameter. If you're using this parametric model, then you'll have to tune this parameter. Then essentially you'd be able to say it. So obviously it is a good area that in the medical science, it will have very good impact. Okay, by using this model that it will just validate it. So means whatever things that it is coming, so you can just check it. So yeah, it is possible, quite possible.
One more questions from the participants is that, sir, the programming language which normally knows that MATLAB, Python, and you have mentioned many tools, whether some tools are freeware available where the researchers can do their simulations related to the machine learning intelligence in healthcare?
Yes, because you know, so there is a very good tool that is called for the machine learning. It's a Weka tool, WEKA, Weka. So this Weka is a I mean, I don't remember this name of the university. It's from New Zealand. So this is a wonderful tool that to start learning the ML. So you can just download this Weka tool. So there are a lot of supervised classification 10 algorithm is already there. You just take the data set. So one of the good data set that you can get from the UCI machine learning repository, UCI machine learning repository, or you can have from the Kaggle. Okay, take the data and just divide it from the training and test, and with the ratio of the 70-30 or 80-20. Then you just apply this Weka tool from this Weka, then you can just do it. And before doing this, you would like to do some statistical analysis of this data. Because if you are, to understand machine learning, so 3 things that you need to know. One is called the linear algebra, probability and statistics, and calculus. So if these 3 important concepts that must be clear, and for the probability and statistics, there is a lot of, it plays a very vital role to understand these machine learning techniques. Okay, and there is a good software is called, there's a SPSS. SPSS software is there. for the statistical analysis of the data. I mean, to check the distribution or fitting a distribution and or all sort of things, or calculating the different statistical features. So you can use it, this software.
Thank you, sir. Sir, actually, we have also some questions, but due to lack of time, but quite happy that you have explained so much of the practical aspect of this thing in the terms of the machine learning intelligence. I hope the researcher and the learners and our participants will quite get benefited from all this thing. Sir, with due permission, we are going to start with our presentation. Although
Yes.
I have just now acknowledged that there is a 8 presentation. And we have allotted 6-minute time for first bell warning. Then within 8 minutes, the participant has to be completed over to their whole presentation. Then 2 minutes will be the query session over that. So, sir, with due permission, we should start.
Yes, sir. Certainly. Please.
In the same time, I will request the IT host to join all the presenter as an co-host. So, first presenter, which is Mr. Yogesh Kumar Sharma. Mr. Yogesh, are you here?
Yes, sir, I'm there. Good morning, sir.
Yes, good morning. The topic for Mr. Yogesh Kumar Sharma is that IT success factors in sustainable food supply chain management. So, sir, please share your PPT in the slide share mode and starts with your presentation. Anup Nandi, sir, will be with
my
us.
PPT is visible?
Yeah,
Yes.
yeah, it is.
Yeah, good morning, sir. Good morning, respected panel members, my colleagues. I, Dr. Yogesh Kumar Sharma, working as Assistant Professor, Department of Mechanical Engineering, Shobit University, that is situated in Uttar Pradesh. So my topic is IT success factor in sustainable food supply chain management, information technology. The IT is information technology. So how we can implement these factors to sustain or to that is sustainability in food supply chain. So we can use the resources, natural resources, in a manner that we can use in present or in future also. So what are the factors? So this is our list of contents: introduction, sustainable food supply chain management, factors, solution methodology, relation analysis, resultant discussion, implications, conclusions, futures, and references. So first of all, I would like to give a focus on what is sustainable food supply chain management. Sustainable food supply chain is relatively research field that examine dynamically change, because we know that food easily contaminated or easily wasted. So what we do, so there is a challenge in front of food industry how to overcome the dynamic environment, how to overcome to implement sustainability in their processes. So we have some factors that is related to information technology. So we have some factors like communication facilities. Communication facilities such as email, fax, phone are very important for the dairy organizations to implement sustainable food supply chain management in their processes in dairy organizations. E-governance and e-procurement. It helps to minimize the time in the procurement processes. It also provides the transparency, reduce the costs of operations and implementing sustainability in their organizations or to the vendor side. When we purchase a thing from what we are doing in the dairy organization, we purchase the milk, the raw material from the vendors. So what they are using, what they feed to their cows or buffaloes, so they feed a good food to that. So there is if there is any sustainability, so we add sustainability in every operation. Like banking sector, it is useful for the farmers and organization as it is responsible for the payments. Enterprise resources planning, it is responsible for managing all the operations regarding the incoming and outgoing records of the organization. E-commerce, it is very important because nowadays we all know that food deliveries are there. E-commerce is also there, like Swiggy, Zomato is there, Amazon is there, Flipkart is e-commerce. So it is a new way for selling dairy products, and it helps the companies to implement sustainability successfully. digital literacy.
কোনটা করতে বলো তুমি তাহলে যখন যাবে মার সঙ্গে কথা বলাবে।
It is very important for any organization that their employees should. What,
Vijay
sir?
sir, can you mute your mic, sir? Now continue, sir.
Okay, thank you, sir. Digital literacy, it is very important nowadays because we are using 4G, 5G, and everyone having an Android phone or a laptop or other thing. So digital literacy is very important for any organization that their employees should be well skilled to operate the available technology for better production and profit for the organization. Joint manufacturing, it involves collaboration of internet, intranet, extranets, and other networks for the betterment of production. So we have 7 factors. So how we implement information technology in sustainable food supply chain management. Supply chain management is already existing. We add sustainability in food supply chain management. So these are the 7 factors that are responsible for successful implementation. For that, we are using a solution methodology that is gray relation analysis. That method is the technique in which gray system theory is there to solve multiple outputs having complicated relation between the factors. If these 7 factors, managers are not able to find out or to just give the priority which factor is more important than other. So what we do, we use GRA method to rank the factors, rank these 7 factors according to their weights, to so the managers easily know that this is the factor, this factor is very important for us, and this factor having a less importance for us. So according to the ranking, we know which factor is important. So what we are doing, initially the raw data is pre-processed. We can find out the value of R, the absolute variance between the reference value and the normalized value. We have computed the gray relation coefficient for each of the normalized values computed. The gray relation grade for each trial is computed. So we have 3. Actually, we decided 3 suppliers or 3 members. So we have 7 factors and 3 trials. According to these 3 trials, we find out these weights with the help of this formula. So according to the weight, the minimum weight having the highest factor, and the highest factor goes to the highest, that 0.80 comes to the last. So according to the weights, we can rank these factors. So success factor 5. So which one is our 5? So e-commerce comes at the first position. So we all know, we get these all data with the help of, we can just go for that comprise managers to find out according on the basis of survey, or we get the responses from that particular department. So we give these factors to them. So getting the responses from that side, we can find out their ranking. So e-commerce comes at the first position. We all know that e-commerce is now very important nowadays to sell their products easily, or because nowadays people having a 4G, 5G tablets, phones, everything, so they can easily purchase their product through through IT factors, through internet.
So you need to complete it first.
What, sir?
Complete first. Okay.
So this is the these are the rankings we get with the help of the weights we find out with the help of gray relation analysis. So how we can implement this? How we can implement IT success factors are the driven factors for the successful implementation of sustainability in food supply chain management. Nowadays, IT has a positive and statistically significant effort on the efficiency of the manufacturing industries. It will be more in high IT concentrated industry than the other industries. It has resulted in the development of one of the world's largest industry. And the managers and policymakers should focus on
internet issue चल रहा है.
You are muted.
Mr. Yogesh, you are muted.
Okay, so the purpose of this paper is to find out the success factors with the help of gray relation analysis, to rank them according to their weights, so managers or policy makers easily understand which factor is more important and which factor having a less importance, to implement sustainability in their supply chains, to remove or to reduce the wastage, or to increase the productivity, or to increase the quality of their product. So we use this method. We have different methods also, like AHP, D-metal, fuzzy D-metal, GRA, ANP. So these are some MCDM methods by which we can find out their weights or comparison the results with these.
I know.
Okay, thank you,
Thank you,
sir.
Mr. Yogesh.
Thank you, sir.
Anup sir, do you have some question related to this presentation?
Yes, I have one question for, can you just go to the table, this experimental
back
result?
to you.
Table. Achha, yes, so how this rank that you have calculated? 2, 3, 4, 5, 1, 7.
So this is actually, these are the responses we are getting from the like managers, production managers. So according to their responses, we can calculate these weights, and the weight having less, like 0.03 having less in the table, so it comes at the first, and the 0.80 having the highest value, so it comes at the 7. So according to their weights, these are the weights of the factors, which factor having more importance and which factor having less importance. So according to the weights or according to the ranks, the managers or the production managers or the policy makers easily understand which factor is more important for our organization, which factor we are giving more importance.
So I'm just asking you, this is 0.3, 0.3, 0.3 for SF5, because it is a weighted, I mean, what is the value? 0.30, 0.30, 0.330?
Actually, if we are giving the same values to all, so we are not able to find out the. So if we are giving the 0.30 value to all the factors, so we can't understand, we can't find out that which factor is more important. Like we have 7 factors, information technology having 7 factors, which are responsible for the implementation of FSFCM in dairy organization. So the managers find out which we are giving more importance to which factor. So for that we give the rankings, or so for that we find out the weights.
Human notion means you are just giving the human notion, because everybody will have the different notion to give the factor. Okay.
Yeah,
so
yeah, sir. But for removing the biasness, we have some other factors also for the comparisons. Other that methods are also there for the comparisons to remove the biasness in human judgments.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
I think Biresh sir, you are also muted.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Yogesh.
Thank you, sir.
Now we are requesting to Mr. Harshit Raj to start with your presentation and try
Good morning,
to
sir.
conclude within 8 minutes. Yes, sir.
So can you ask Mr. Yogesh to stop screen sharing?
Yes, please.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Yogesh.
My screen is.
Yes, Mr. Harshit, please start.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Harshit, and I'm here giving my presentation on stability analysis of an arrow. Just a minute. Right. So these are the couple of things which I'm going to be discussing in the coming couple of minutes. Next, pre-discussion. So initially, most of the archery events are conducted in open stadiums where external atmosphere like gust, rain can have an effect on the score of the archer. So this person, he is the archer whose name is Bonchen Koo. He is the 2016 Rio Olympics finalist. and he won that gold medal. So what you can see in this image is that there is a marker circle here. In this marker circle, you are able to see the wind flow indicator. Like this indicator is for the viewers. Like a archer doesn't have in which direction. I mean, this indicator is not shown to archer. But when you look at this target board, here you are able to see 10 rings having like 2 rings having same color. So these rings are based on the score. So the yellow rings are having 10 and 9 points. So on it goes here. What I want to indicate is that this marker circle is showing a tiny flag. This tiny flag is going to like this flag is going to show the direction of wind near this target board. So this archer, using his like skin sensors and even the in orientation of this flag, he's going to see and he's going to plan for the arrow release. Next, conceptual understanding. What is static stability? Static stability is like the inherent behavior of a disturbed body to come back into its original position. So when an arrow is disturbed due to gust in the 70-meter range, like the distance between archer and what to say target is 70 meters. In that 70 meters, any disturbance happens to arrow, it must come back to initial position. So if you see in this image, this dotted circle is the initial position or trim position. So when it is given a small disturbance, it is going to extended state and it is going to come back to its original state. This is what positive static stability. And we are going to concentrate about this positive static stability. Next, introduction. We have used XFLR, X-file low Reynolds number, and this is an analyzing software which gives instantaneous results. We also have ANSYS, but it takes a longer time. And this XFLR is exclusively designed for aeroplane structures. So if you see, we can modify this. This part is called fuselage, and this is main wing, and these things are called horizontal and vertical stabilizers. So if you see, we have to modify this, and we have to make something which looks exactly like an arrow. So we have modified this fuselage into arrow shaft, then main wing into arrowhead, and so on. So if you look at this, this is the window. Just a minute. This is a window for designing shaft. You have 7 panels here indicated by these arrows. By modifying those 7 panels, we can make, what to say? We can make this fuselage look like arrow shaft. We have done. In the same manner, we have modified the main wing and horizontal and vertical stabilizer to modify as arrowhead and fletchers. So what are the results we have obtained? In general, the flow is considered inviscid in XFLR. So inviscid in the sense the flow is of no viscosity. So when there is no viscosity, we don't have form drag or friction drag. So in that case, the only drag which we get is due to lift induced drag. So the only constitution for coefficient of drag is lift induced drag. So as you can see in this image that as the height of fletch increases, the coefficient of drag also increases. Next, when you go to effect of lift. So before saying this, I'll go to this image. This image is showing the height of the fletch. So as the height of the fletch increases, you may notice that the surface area of this fletch increases. So we know that lift is directly proportional to the surface area. So when the surface area increases, the lift produced will also increase. And because of this, lift induced drag also increases. So that is why we have seen the increment in drag. So the same case with the lift effect of lift. You can see as the angle of attack or the fletch height increases, the lift produced coefficient of lift increases. Then you go to effect of pitching moment. For longitudinal static stability of arrow, so the moment is what? Force multiplied by perpendicular distance. So that gives a moment for us. So this lift force is multiplied by the perpendicular distance, and that is how we calculate this moment. We may notice that these graphs of coefficient of lift and coefficient of pitching moment are nearly same because of the fact that it is being multiplied some distance. So it says that the result is in stabilization of arrow provided that the deviation of angle of attack is small. So you can see that as the fletch height increases, stability will also increase. So that is what we are concentrating in our study. So fundamentally, we have studied about this particular fletch configuration. Now, if you look at 3 different fletches are available for us. This is straight fletching, This is offset and this is the helical fletching. So why do we use different types of fletching? We know that due to turbine effect, when rotation is induced for an arrow, accuracy is greatly enhanced.
Mr.
So-
Harshit, you have another 2 minutes left.
Yes,
Kindly
sir. Yes, sir,
complete
I will
the 2
finish.
minutes.
Yeah. So if you look, these offset fletching and helical fletchings have like they can have inherent rotation because of the turbine effect. You can see these are like shaped into turbine blades. Even this can create rotation. But when it comes to straight fletching, in order to induce rotation, we have came up with a plan of having different surface roughnesses. This is a right side view. We have added some surface roughness to it. And when you go to left side view, there is no surface roughness. I mean, I speak in relative terms, like the relative surface roughness is more for this side. So what happens? We thought of analyzing this using ANSYS. So in ANSYS, when we have modify or like when we have designed our model having surface roughness on the right side, same shown in this image, you can see that the surface which is having roughness, relatively more roughness, had low pressure. This blue color region indicates low pressure. In the same manner, the opposite side of this fletch, I mean, the left side of fletch is having high pressure. We know that any flow moves from high pressure to low pressure. So because of this, even for the conventional or straight fletching, we are able to create rotation because high pressure and low pressure, I mean, the flow moves from high pressure to low pressure and gives out clockwise rotation to this straight fletched arrow. So these are the conclusions we have made that, what to say, as the lift force of the tail increase, the moment that is created for stabilizing also increase. So as the height of fletch increases, lift increases, further moment also increases, which is stabilizing. Next, when you go to, it is observed that the rotating torque is generated by introducing the surface roughness, even for straight fletching, which is not seen in general case. Next, a very serious point is made by the following graphs that increment in height of fletches increases lift produced. And even we know anything which is excess is like not useful. Excess lift affects the straight line trajectory. So this ultimately alters the precision of our arrow. So it's far advised to adjust the height of fletch so that we get maximum stability, and even the straight line trajectory is also not disturbed. So this emphasizes the trade-off between stability and straight line trajectory. So that is the presentation, sir.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Harshit. It was a nice presentation. Anup sir, if you want to ask something, sir, or we should move to the next participant.
Yeah, I have only one question to Harshit.
Yes,
Acha,
sir.
Harshit, so what is the application of your work?
Sir, our application is like, just a minute. Even for conventional fletching or straight fletching, we can induce rotation so that rotation will increase precision for archery. Like we know in Olympics, India have got 0 gold medals or 0 medals to be frank. So that
Okay.
must be concentrated. And even the same phenomenon can be used for missiles.
Okay.
Even like after all, a missile or an arrow is a missile.
And if your trajectory is not a linear trajectory,
Sir,
how suppose then how the things can be done? So because if it is not straight line, so if it is some curved linear type of
it's a parabolic, sir. Parabolic, yeah.
then do you think that your model will work?
Yes, sir. Generally, when the target is at a low distance, gravitational effect is so lesser, so that we sometimes neglect. But in this case, 70 meters is so huge that we even consider gravitational effect. So that is the reason an archer, while releasing the arrow, he will put at some angle so that the after parabolic trajectory, it hits the bullseye.
Good. It's a wonderful things that you have presented.
Wonderful. Yes,
Thank you,
yes.
sir.
Thank you, Mr. Harshit. Please proceed to your presentation. Next, we would like to invite Ms. Saroj Kumari. And the topic for this one is that prediction of emotion using support vector machine. Ms. Saroj Kumari, are you here? Second call to Ms. Saroj Kumari. Are you here?
We can go to the next one.
Yes, obviously, sir.
Saroj madam, you can unmute themselves. Please click on left on corner button. Mute unmute button. I am sending you request. Please accept.
Okay, between that, we will take all the formalities, but my suggestion is that we should go to the next presentation. Miss Jayanti Kumari.
Okay, sir. Okay, sir. I am here.
Yes, ma'am.
I am
Yes, ma'am.
audible.
Yes,
I
yes,
am
please.
audible, sir.
Yes, ma'am.
Ji,
Please
ji,
present.
ji.
And ma'am, within 5 minutes, try to conclude because we are going to the. This is our humble request. We are going lack of our time. Okay.
Yes, sir.
Yes, please. Over to you, ma'am.
Good morning, sir. Myself, Jayanti Kumari, from research scholar of Jharkhand Rai University, Ranchi. My co-author is Dr. Ashish Sinha from Jharkhand Rai University. My topic is analysis of agriculture data to maximize crop production using data mining technique in the state of Jharkhand. The list of contents: background, literature survey, methods, evaluation, experimental result, conclusion, and references. Background. Today, India is one of the agriculture-based countries,
Madam, your
and
slides,
it. Hello.
your slides are not changing.
Hello.
Your slides are not changing.
No. Slides. Sir,
Your slides are not changing, ma'am.
no changing, sir.
No,
No
please move
any
to the
changing.
next slide. Please move to the next slide. On the same time, Saroj ma'am, will you be in the queue? After that, we will take your presentation.
Yes, sir. No any changing in slide.
No, ma'am. 1 second, please reshare.
हेलो सर शेयर हो रहा है सर हेलो हेलो सर
Please put it to the slideshow mode.
स्लाइड शो यस सर सर स्लाइड शो दिख रहा है सर हेलो
No, ma'am. No, ma'am. Yes, yes, yes. Please move. Please move. Please
जस्ट सर
move with your presentation.
जस्ट सर सर जस्ट वेट
Jayanti ma'am, over to you, please. Yes, yes. Ma'am, you are muted. Jayanti ma'am, you are muted.
यस सर
Yes, yes. Now please continue.
Today, India is one of the agriculture-based countries, and it ranks second across the world in the farm output. In this jet trend, agriculture is one of the major economic sector that plays a remarkable role in the overall socio-economic development of India. The agriculture is a crop production technique that depends on the various climatic and economic factors. The factors which affects agriculture are soil, climate, cultivation, irrigation, fertilizer, temperature, rainfall, harvesting, pesticides, weeds, and the others. An approximate estimation of crop production and risk helps these companies in decision making and planning supply chain requirement like the scheduling production.
Jayanti ma'am, please
Yes, sir.
please go to your methodology and result findings. Okay.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Directly, please go over there.
The methods. The first is the determination of METs and EPS by the drawing a K distance graph, and second is the partition around the midwives, which is about the palm, which is a partitioning based algorithm. The step 1, the consisting to determine the EPS value automatically, and step 2, the consisting step of palm algorithm. This is the Kalera clustering large application evaluation methods. The data mining algorithm work with the diverse ideologies, being able to be partial by altered kinds of association on data. This work finds the optimal clustering method for agriculture data analysis to ensure fairer conditions in evaluations. Proposed work embraces the peripheral quality metrics like homogeneity, completeness, precision, V measure, RAND index, purity recall, and F measure to compare the PALM, Kalera, and DBSCAN clustering method. Experimental results. The modified approach of DBSCAN, user needs to determine the MENTS and EPS value before applying DBSCAN algorithm on the dataset. The Bachelor-Wilkins algorithm is smeared on the dataset in order to govern the K value naturally. K value obtained from Bachelor-Wilkins is 7 with the following district as cluster centers for the dataset used in the proposed work. The total districts are grouped into 3 types using PALM clustering methods. Comparison of the clustering methods. The clustering comparison has done using 4 performance quality metrics as mentioned earlier. The table 6 display the contrast of Kalera, PALM, and DBSCAN method for bunching the districts which are having alike crop productivity. The table 1 and figure 4 portray the contrast of Kalera,
another 2 minutes.
PALM, and DBSCAN grouping methods. The higher quality matrix values specify the better clustering quality. Exploration of the quality matrix structures for different DBSCAN gives the healthier clustering quality than the Kalera and PALM, and Kalera gives the better clustering quality than the PALM. The discussion, the crop are habitually nominated by.
Ma'am, please move to the conclusion part. Please move to the conclusion part.
Yes, sir. In this paper, we have attempted to several data mining skills are executed on the input data to evaluate the finest recital yielding technique. The current work use data mining technique Kalera, PALM, and DBSCAN to get the ideal climate necessity of the wheat, like the ideal range of top temperature, wireless temperature, and region to attend advanced manufacture of the wheat crop. Second, the grouping techniques are compared using the quality matrix, then PALM, conferring to scrutinize of grouping quality matrix. The planned work can also be prolonged to scrutinize the soil and other issues for the crop and to observe the crop manufacture under the dissimilar climatic condition and serve the income. Thank you, sir. There are different types, different references are given by the different view of given by this author view.
We should move to the next.
Sir, I think we are just running of time, so we can call.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Just I would like to request Ms. Saroj Kumari, and please conclude your presentation within next 5 minutes. Please continue.
Madam, your voice is not audible. I can't hear you.
So I hope the mic is not working. No? Ms. Saroj Kumari. Shit.
I think we can call next candidate.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. We will take the last. Miss Pratibha Vargish.
I'm here, sir.
Ma'am, please continue with your presentation, and within next 5 minutes, try to conclude.
Yes, sir.
Over to you.
Okay, sir. Will you stop? Will you ask the Saroj Kumari
Yes,
to
yes.
stop
Saroj
sharing
Kumari,
so
please
that I can
start.
share my
Stop
screen?
your sharing. Saroj Kumari, please stop with your presentation. Yes.
Are you able to see the screen, sir?
Yes, ma'am. Everything is visible and you are audible. Please conclude within next 5 minutes.
Okay, sir. First of all, let me thank all the organizers of this ICMMIT for giving me a chance to present my research paper, Hexagonal Image Enhancement using Hex Gabor Filter for Machine Vision Applications. My presentation includes some literature survey, what is my problem definition, proposed work, methodology, implementation details, results and discussions. Abstract. Actually, we all know that the photoreceptor cones and rods in human fovea resembles hexagon more than a rectangular structure. But due to the ease of hardware implementation, rectangular meshes are widely used. However, hexagonal meshes provide high packing density, consistent neighborhood connectivity, and better angular correction compared to the rectilinear square mesh. So my research topic here is that actually for all the human fovea, when we see the structure, it resembles a hexagon pattern, even though we are following the rectangular structure. That is why we are following the best example is that we are following the rectangular meshes that when we take an image, if we enlarge the pixels, we can see that all the pixels are in the rectangular or square shape. But actually, how our human fovea sees is in the rectangular pattern, in the hexagonal pattern. And this hexagonal pattern always have higher packing density. These are the most seen tessellations we can go for to tile a plane without any overlap, that we have square tessellation and the hexagonal tessellation. The problem with the square tessellation is that it is having both 4 neighborhood and 8 neighborhood. But if we go for hexagonal tessellation, it is having a fixed neighborhood, 6 neighborhood tessellation. And as we all know, we don't have any hardware device to capture this image in the hexagonal pattern because we all are following the rectangular pixels. So some software methods we are adopted for resampling the square pixels to the hexagonal pixels. Let me show one of my image, how we are getting the samples. So after my technique, you can see that pixels will be in the hexagonal pattern rather than in the square pattern. This is what I'm doing using the software approach. If you enlarge the pixels, you can see that it is in the hexagonal pattern. In order to get the pixels in the hexagonal pattern, we are following some simulation technique such as the resampling technique, pseudo-hexagonal pixel structure technique, and the spiral architecture. In the resampling technique, we are following 2 techniques, alternate pixel suppressal method and the half pixel shift method. In the alternate pixel method, we are doing is that alternate pixels are suppressed. Then what will happen is that when the alternate pixels are suppressed, the image clarity will go. In order to enhance the clarity of the image, we are using a Gabor filter, which is an orientation filter get the to get back the clarity. That is, if you know that the hexagon is having the symmetry at 0 degree, 60 degree, and 120 degree, that this Gabor filter also we are taking the responses in the 3 direction in order to get back the clarity. That during the resampling method, we lost some pixels. That pixels can be interpolated using the Gabor filter interpolation. This is a half pixel shift method. In this, all the even rows pixels are, according to the figure we are simulating, all the even rows we are sampling its we are getting the calculating the pixels using the above equation. And this is the proposed work. What we are doing is that we are proposing a pseudo hexagonal pixel software approach. We'll take the original image in the square grid. Then what we do is that resize the picture to n by n cells, then resample the image of pseudo pixels on a hexagonal grid. You place the in a hexagonal grid and process the image. That means whatever pixels we name, all other pixels will make it as 0.
Madam, kindly conclude in 1 minute, next 1 minute.
Okay. So this is a Gabor filter interpolation responses. When we are getting we will see the different half pixel method, alternate pixel method, using all these other responses of the Gabor filter. And this is the results and discussion using the half pixel method. Half pixel.
फीडबैक के लिए तो अलग से फीडबैक के लिए
and this is the comparison of the runtime second. So,
Pratibha ma'am, I hope you have some of the audio problem at your end. Okay ma'am, thank you for your presentation. That I would like to request Anup Nandi sir if you wants to ask something, sir.
No, I think sir, you can continue.
Okay sir, okay. Pratibha ma'am, please close. Thank you ma'am, please close with your presentation. Thank you ma'am, thank you for this nice presentation. Next, I would like to invite Zoom7-25.
Yes, sir.
Sir, please be ready with your presentation.
Yes, sir. I'm sharing my screen.
Sure. And the 5 minutes time is allotted to you, sir.
Is it visible, sir?
Yes, yes, sir. Please continue.
Okay, so I'm Najmuddin M. Jamadar. I'm research scholar in Department of Technology, Shivaji University, Kolhapur, and I'm working on research on a braking system for EV. And for today, I'm having presentation topic that fuzzy control assistive dynamic brake system for fuel cell electric vehicle. So these are the list of contents. So we'll see one by one. The fuel cell technology or the fuel cell EV was introduced in 1966 by General Motors, that is the Electrovan, and now just recently 2019 means the journey was continued to 2019, and Hyundai also announced the Hyundai Nexo as a modern fuel cell electric vehicle. Every vehicle basically requires, based upon road and traffic conditions, as especially in India, the vehicle mainly undergone through the braking operations, and the braking operations are mainly two types, that is a normal braking event and emergency braking event. In normal braking, the braking time and distance is not crucial, but however, if you talk about emergency braking, the both factors are highly crucial, as the time and distance is very less. Okay. Mainly the fuel cell, if it is a pure cell vehicle, then it mainly adopts the mechanical brake system, which consists of friction brake pads, which are rubbed against either brake drum or brake pads, and during the it produces the friction and reduce the speed of that particular vehicle. But however, during that process, the brake pads, which is mainly made up of asbestos, which cause during the friction, the dust particles are emitted from that particular brake pads, and these dust particles are kind of particulate matter like 2.5 and 10 PM10. These are particulate matters are embedded in that particular dust, and this dust is freely released into air. And several researchers have conducted that to understand after inhaling that dust what is effect on human body. So it can be observed with the help of some research studies, clinical studies, that this inhaled dust can cause issues related with the lungs like fibroids, asthma, it may lead to several severe issues also. Okay. However, if you talk about electric brake system, like regenerative, mainly 3 brake systems are available in electric category: regenerative, dynamic, and plugging. However, if you talk about fuel cell electric vehicle, the regenerative braking is not possible, as there is no provision to store the generated electricity back, as the fuel cell mainly operate based upon the conversion of hydrogen fuel directly into electricity. So to address this issue, we have introduced dynamic braking to our system. This is a system modeling where we can see the parameters of wheel. The FB is the braking force, which is braking torque divided by the diameter of that particular wheel. The maximum brake force is limited by mu, and mu is the coefficient of adhesion. And here what we have introduced is the braking force. If it is not used electric braking system, the FB braking force is entirely produced by the mechanical friction brakes. But here we try to introduce the dynamic brake system. In dynamic brake system, a dynamic brake resistor is used, and which can whatever amount of generated power during regenerative braking, that can be absorbed by dynamic resistor, which is having a rating of 2.5 kilowatt. Okay, these are the vehicle specification on your screen, and we are using dynamic brake resistance of resistor of 2.5 kilowatt. So this is a system what I am going to propose here. Basically, as this fuel cell is nowhere absorbing the regenerative energy, we are going to divert that regenerated energy to brake resistor. So the motor the motor will produce maximum brake torque, and this chopper circuit will complete the operation of braking. This is controller design. Here we are using fuzzy controller, and this is strategy we are going to use. Initially, we are going to apply the dynamic brake, and remaining compensated brake torque will be produced by the mechanical friction brakes. So this is the outcome, that if brake command, these are the demanded drivers brake commands ranging from 150 to 350, and you can see that here with the help of dynamic brake system, motor is capable to produce near about negative 250 Newton meters of 240 Newton meters of the torque. So always initially we are taking the brake torque from motor itself, and based upon the additional requirement, means if brake torque going beyond the commanded brake torque. So here maximum brake torque is obtained from the mechanical brakes is around 31%. So if we implement this strategy in a various vehicle like passenger cars, commercial truck, bus, intercity bus, and these are the rate of emission per kilometer is mentioned here in terms of milligrams. And if we consider this average range of travel, then with just by implementing the dynamic brake system, we are capable to reduce the brake emission for different vehicles. So we can say that with the help of dynamic brake system, around we can obtain brake torque around 240 Newton meter from motor, and this compensate around 60 to 70% of required braking torque of the vehicle. And with the same, we can reduce around, in similar way, the emission of brake dust is reduced to 60 to 70%. And if we operate that brake pad in a less manner, so the annual service cost of braking system also reduced by 30 to 40%. These are references. Thank you.
Over to Dr. Nandi, sir.
In fuzzy system, so are you using any fuzzy inference system for your work?
Plugging system?
Fuzzy inference
fuzzy system.
Yes. Fuzzy system, what it will just produce, it will select the brake strategy. if you talk
Which
about,
membership function are you using?
yes, sir.
Which membership function you are using?
Trapezoidal, yes, here. Speed and demand break command. Trapezoidal break function. Trapezoidal membership function.
Why you are using only trapezoidal? Why not?
It is because the operating characteristics of that particular trapezoidal functions are easier as compared to other, or just to give a rule, ruling the controller is easy with the, or the operation execution of that particular is easy in case of trapezoidal.
Okay, okay. Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Okay, sir.
Thank you. Please stop your presentation, sir.
Yes.
Next, Mr. Akshay.
Yes, sir.
Yes, please be ready with your presentation, sir.
Yes, sir. Yes.
Yes, sir.
Hello?
Please continue. Please continue.
All right. Good morning, everyone. Presentation on
Mr. Akshay, you are not audible. You are not audible.
Hello.
Actually, you have some network glitch, I hope. Please be clear over that.
Hello. Am I audible now?
Yes, sir. Please continue.
Yeah. All right. So my topic is multi-objective optimization.
No, sir. Still, I am. Akshay, sir, is still interrupting. There is some network glitch. Please come over that.
All right, sir, is the audio better now?
Little bit better.
Okay. I'll continue, sir, again. So today we'll be going through an introduction, followed by the design and the loading on the CL hub, which is the central locking hub, the multi-objective function formulation, the implementation of the algorithm, and finally the result and the conclusion. A CL hub is basically a hub that aims to reduce the wheel changing time of a car by reducing the bolting points to one single bolting attachment at the center instead of the standard automobile systems of 5 to 6 bolted joints. There is a centrally threaded region which is surrounded by studs which help in the transfer of torque. Part the hub and the wheel fits over this bolt and is then tightened via the wheel nut. This type of wheel changing system is usually limited to sports car and Formula 1 cars, where a quick change of tires is of high importance. Commercial vehicles do not particularly require a quick change of tires, hence they use a conventional system. For our problem, we have considered the materials of live steel, aluminum, and titanium, and properties of shear strength, tensile strength, Young's modulus, and density are also considered. For our problem, we have taken 4 variables, which you can see on the screen. These are D0, the nominal diameter, the DI, the inner diameter, pitch, the P, pitch of the threads, and length, which is the L of the threads. Moving on to the loading, during dynamic conditions, the tire is subject to 3 types of forces: longitudinal frictional force, lateral frictional force, and the reaction force, which is then transmitted to the connecting parts. So we have Fs, which is the longitudinal force, which is due to braking and acceleration. We have Fy, due to lateral acceleration due to coiling, and we have Mz, which is the reaction in the vertical direction. The magnitude of the Fz force is taken to act on the 4 studs and the central locking hub bolt. So we have a value of 1/5 is taken for the analysis of the hub. We have 2 major objective functions: weight and deflection. Weight is represented as density into volume, and deflection is calculated using Macaulay's formula at the point of application of force. The constraints developed are as follows: a tensile stress constraint developed caused by F5, a constraint for shear stress caused by Fx and Fz. The bending stress constraint is noted to be less than the flexural stiffness of a cantilever beam. Further, one massive stress is also considered whereas the part is subjected to tensile, shear, and failure. The value is kept below the limit stated in the machine design database. All the variables are allowed to vary in a range as per the geometry of the car. The random path algorithm uses the stochastic approach for finding the optimal value, thereby evaluating a copious amount of possible optimal points. Beginning from the input vector, random vectors are selected, and the vector with the minimum function value becomes the new starting point. After each iteration, the search region gets reduced by a particular factor, and the minimum value is reached after reaching the termination conditions of either the number of iterations or the search space size. For both the algorithms, Python is used as a coding language because of the availability of scientific libraries. The computer code is initiated with the input of material and the values of the design variables. In the boundary, this is the first step of the boundary objective function method. In this, the priority between the objective functions, that is reflection and weight, has to be chosen first. On choosing one, the code then minimizes that function and then obtains bounds from the user. The code then, after that, the code optimizes the second function within the given bounds and an optimum value is achieved. For the utility function method, weighting patterns W1 and W2 are given as an input. Since the values of deflection and weight are having significantly different scales, memorization is required before building the utility function. The maximum and minimum values of the objective functions are obtained using separate codes of block codes defined within the code. The weighting factors are then applied to these normalized functions to obtain the
Mr. Akshay, you have another 2 minutes left.
Yes, sir. For the bounded objective function method, this figure shows the variation in the optimum values of weight and deflection against the bound B, which is the allowance given to the first objective function. Here, weight is considered as a priority function. This figure shows the same variation, but deflection as the first objective is the first priority function. The numbers in the figure are indicate the value of LP, DI, and DO for typical points in millimeters. Those results are intended to help the designer to take a balanced decision based on the needs of a specific case or availability of limiting values of weight or deflection. This figure shows the variation of optimum values of weight and deflection against the weighting factor ratio W1 by W2. The utility function method result covers the entire range from 0 to infinity, with almost all the solutions being Pareto optimal solutions. Finally concluding, the bounded objective function method requires solution-specific inputs from the user to cover the entire range of Pareto optimal solutions. Furthermore, the computation time is also significantly high for this method. In this case, the utility function method proves to be useful. In that method, as the values of W1 and W2 are varied, the time taken is quite smaller. Titanium was discarded due to its high cost and machining difficulty. The next best choice was mild steel for its low deflection values compared to aluminium. The final material was chosen to be mild steel with the dimensions of 0.47 meter length, 0.04 meter pitch, 0.03 meter inner diameter, and 0.04 meter outer diameter. The weight was obtained to be 0.38 kg, and the deflection was 18.6 into 10 to the power minus 4 millimeters, which are all within the permissible limits. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Akshay. Over to Dr. Nandi, sir.
I have only one question. In multi-objective function that you are using, okay, so what is this optimality criteria for this multi-objective functions? Which optimality criteria that you have used?
Right, sir. So we have used terminating condition, which like after reaching that condition, the optimum value is 6. So terminating conditions are 2. One is the number of iterations. So if the number of iterations exceeds the value of 10,000, then the code then the last value is declared as the optimum value, and the second is the search space. So the search space is reduced to a very small value of the initial search space. Then also the code terminates, and the last value is declared as the optimum value.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Akshay. Now, please close your presentation. Now we can move to Mr. Yogendra. Mr. Yogendra Kumar.
Yes, sir. Good morning, sir. I am audible.
Yes, yes, you are audible, sir. Please continue with your presentation.
Okay. Sir, it is now visible.
Yes, sir. Visible, visible.
So, myself, Dr. Yogendra Kumar, and the topic of today's talk is selling price, time dependent demand, and variable holding cost models with two storage facilities. And the content is introductions, assumption notations, mathematical model, numerical examples, sensitivity, observation, conclusion, and difference. Introduction will start from the two storage facilities. We require the two types of warehouse. One is the on-rented warehouse, other is the rented warehouse. So first of all, we store the goods in a on warehouse. Then the storage limit have a limited storage facility. We can purchase the goods in a bulk amount, then we require the another warehouse. So we use modeling. Here is some research work we can represent here from the several researcher has addresses a variety of issues related to the two warehouse inventory model, which are here. And we can develop some of the work related to the Kumar et al. 2016 developed a similar model by using the different demand functions. Demand function play a very important part. If we use the different demand functions, the output of total cost we can find out by different model is different. In this paper, we consider the demand function which depend on price, time, and consider the variable holding cost. Here is the assumption and notation. We can use here a DT is a deterministic model is that dependent on time and selling price. We consider the OW on warehouse, RW for the rented warehouse. He has a capacity of E5. Here is in the rented warehouse, holding costs are constant. In on warehouse, the cost of holding is linearly functions of time. These are the notations to develop the mathematical model. DT represents the demand functions dependent on time as well as selling price, ABC are constant. Here is a time gap of different production cycle. We can consider here that TI0, T1, T2 from another notation will be DI, DJ, UI, CI, C2. That is the cost of saturated unit and the total cost of the system during the entire horizon is H. Here is the mathematical model we have developed. In equations 1, 2, 3, and 4, and 5, we have developed these governing equations for the inventory production cycle with the help of this particular graph. Now you can see this is the production model. To start the production between TI0 to T1. After that, there is W is the storage capacity. For time duration of TI1, TI2, there is the production and there will be the deterioration will start here. So on the basis of this concept, two graphs is here. In one graph, we consider the rented warehouse and on warehouse. In the right hand side graph, we consider only the on warehouse. In on warehouse, all the bonding we have done under the W, that is represents the storage capacity. Here is the solution of these equations 7, 8, 9, and 10. And after that, we can find number of saturated units for production cycle. These are the cost, that is the total cost we can conclude here. LC1, I, inventory cost of on warehouse, inventory cost for on warehouse for J cycle, and after that we can optimize the total cost. That is del TG upon del TI0. We can use in this modeling the Mathematica 7.0 for solving nonlinear and nonlinear equations of production inventory. Here we can use here numerical example to validate the model, and we have taken this data from the previous study that we can consider. We considered planning horizon, production rate, setup cost, all these parameters we can consider, and we can develop a sensitivity analysis. What is that about the sensitivity analysis? We can use it as a tool to analyze how the model value we can define if the sensitivity analysis is applied on parameter N, C, W, A, and C, RW, and COG. COW represents the cost of on warehouse, CRW represents the cost of rented warehouse, These are the W represent the storage capacity, T is the productions, and is replenishment cycle. Here is the sensitivity analysis. We can represent here by table 1 and table 2 represent the production rate. You can see here we increase the N. There is the changes in I0 and T. In second graph, there is same. We can
Kindly conclude another 1 minute, sir.
Yes, sir. So there is a production cycle. Sensitive analysis for bolting cost of rented warehouse is represented by table 3. So you can see if we increase the CRW, there is a variation in TI0 and TC is represented here. A similar table with different parameters represented by table 4. These are the observations on behalf of these tables. After that, the conclusion is here. A two-shop, or we can say the two warehouse model, we can develop for deteriorating items, establish necessity by considering the demand function which is dependent on our time as well as the selling price. And we can use here another concept, that is on warehouse holding cost characteristics is also considered to the time varying, which is line, sorry for that. And the function of time, we can consider the numerical example for sensitivity analysis to check the validity of two-shop model, that is the production model. It is the conclusion. And we can suggest this model. Yes, sir. We can suggest this model for the item for electronics and nut item. So these are the difference.
Okay, thank you, sir. Over to Dr. Nandi, sir.
No, I think I
Okay,
thank you, sir. Thank you, Mr. Yogendra. Sir, actually, one of the presentation was left on that time due to some of the technical glitch. Once again, we are requesting Miss Saroj Kumari. Are you here?
Sir, yes, sir.
Please conclude, ma'am, within 4 minutes, okay? Because at max time we can allow you.
Okay, sir. Thank you so much. Good morning, the respected keynote speaker and the session chairperson.
And please share your presentation. Please share your presentation.
Just a minute. Sir, as the screen is visible?
Yes, ma'am, visible. Please continue. Put it to the slideshow mode.
Sir, as the screen is visible?
Yes, ma'am, visible.
Yes. Good morning, the keynote speaker, sir, session chairperson, and all my research friends. I am going to represent my one of the paper entitled with the prediction of emotion using the support vector machine. These are my table of content of my paper: introduction, data collection, implementation, feature extraction, classification, experimental result, conclusion, and the references. Emotion play a very important role, or we can say that a vital role in our daily life. We can easily recognize the human emotion by two different ways. One is the oral or the audible ways, and second one is the non-verbal ways. Oral is when someone is shouting, we feel that the person is the anger mode, and if someone is laughing in the loud, then we can say that someone is in the happy mode. And the non-verbal type of emotion is such like we are just analyzing the facial expression of a certain person to analyze the non-verbal emotions. The research shows the facial emotion can easily recognized by some of the advanced devices or the computer system, or by using the certain beta technique. There are two different approaches of the facial emotion. One is the geometric based approach, which is describe the shape of the face and its components. The component of the face is such as the mouth, eyes, nose, etc. And the second one is the electronic or the constant facial weight approach, which uses the different technique to recognize the facial emotions. During the recognition, first and foremost is the distinct element focuses on identified, and then at that point the support vector machine is used to utilize and organize the facial emotions. The support vector machine is one of the statistical algorithms which is used for the classification as well as the regression problems in the machine learning. The main goal of the support vector machine is to create the best decision boundary among the problems. In this reason, I am using the support vector machine for my research paper. The paper presents a concise preference of the facial expression to the basic essential expression, and the elements gives a near exuberant.
व्हाट्सएप भेजा मैंने आपको 4 स्टूडेंट का नाम है उसमें राजीव नायन
Change your slides. Okay.
Legend.
So please change your slides.
Okay. These are the data collection part of my.
Can you please come to your this one, this
Okay, sir.
implementation?
Just take 2 minutes. These are the data collection part. I have taken very few amounts of images from the YALE data set of the male and female section to detecting the emotion of the facial recognition. These are the flow chart of my implementation which I am using in this paper. First of all, I am taking one of the tools, that is the Orange tools. The Orange tools is the open source data visualization machine learning toolkits which focuses on the visualizing the programming front end, and it is very easy way to analyze the data whether it is in the it concerned with the facial emotions. And first of these are the process.
Saroz ma'am, requesting to please move to your conclusion.
Okay. These are the flow charts of the Orange data tools. This is the data set from I am taking from the YALE data set images. And these are the feature extraction and classification. In this process, I am taking the Orange tools. I am extracting. First of all, I am importing the all the images from the data set. After it, creating the .csv files. After creating the CSV files, I am creating a target table, and on the basis of target table, I am testing the data, and after that I am applying the support vector machine to analyze the emotions. And these emotions are specify the feeling of a particular person, which are easily analyzed by the n into n matrix format, and that matrix format is called the confusion matrix. The given the source slide shows the model of the Orange data set. These are the feature extraction of the support vector machine classifier, in which I am using the.
Ma'am, once again requesting, please go to conclusion part.
Data and the confusion.
No, ma'am, no, please.
And these are the conclusion part. In this paper, we have attempted to introduce the technique that is the precise and characterized way to detect the facial emotion or to predict the facial emotion. So I am using the support vector machine to analyze my emotion. And these are the references part of my paper. Thank you so much, sir. And sorry for the inconvenience from my side.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. Over to Anup, sir. Dr. Anup, sir.
In SVM, which kernel function you have used?
I am not implementing the SVM in any language such as the Python or anything. I am just analyzing using the Orange tool. So idea about the kernel. Sorry, sir.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, sir. Thank you so much.
So this is the end of this particular session. Personally, I believe that to be 2 hours in such an intellectual and knowledgeable people, obviously you can enhance yourself and you can get more thing about that. Very, very thanks to Dr. Anup Nandi, sir, to be here. And obviously we all get too much benefited over that, sir. This is the end of this presentation. Thanks to all the panelists. Thanks to all the presenters. Obviously, we will be in a future for in some other another form, but in this time, just we have to end of this presentation. So, sir, with due permission, Dr. Anup, sir, can we?
Yeah.
Yes, sir. Thank you. So IT host, please close this session. And thanks to once again to all of you.
Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Samantha sir, should we start? Maksud ji, Maksud sir, Samantha sir, sir, Samantha sir is joined. Kindly check.
Host, हाँ, हो गया. Thank you. Good morning, God bless sir. How are you?
Yeah, hi, good morning. I'm good, fine, thank you.
So we met at that point of time. I think you are in NIT Rourkela. So
We interacted over there, if you can recall that workshop on testing, software testing.
RTST probably.
Yeah.
Oh.
So I think at that point of time you were there as you are pursuing your
PhDs. Yeah.
So nice to meet you again.
Same here. Same here.
Current role. Very good. So I think Tanisha ma'am, we are
Yes.
start now.
Yes, sir. So today we have reached to the second day, session 2, track 3. And as our keynote speaker, we have amongst us Dr. Sangaratna Godbole sir from NIT Warangal, India. It's an honor to introduce sir. He has done his MTech 2011-13 and PhD between 2014 and 17 from National Institute of Technology, Rourkela. He worked as a researcher between August 2017 to 2018, January, in School of Computing, National University, Singapore. Later on, he did his postdoctoral research fellowship from there, from the School of Computing, National University, Singapore, between February 2018 to June 2020. He is currently working as an assistant professor in the Department of Computer Science and Engineering, National Institute of Technology, Warangal, India. His area of interests broadly include program analysis, software testing, security, verification, smart contracts, and specifically he has been working on bounded model checking, fuzzing, dynamic symbolic execution, mutation testing, and combinatorial testing. He is interested in using program analysis techniques to solve the problems of software testing. He is focusing on modified condition, decision coverage, short circuit multiple condition coverage, and relational operator replacement mutants. He is a team member of Tracer 10 research group. We welcome you to Amity University of Jharkhand, ICMMIT 2022, sir. Welcome aboard. I'll just quickly share the list of presentations that we have today. There are 7 presentations that we'll start. I'll call out the names of the presenters. Kindly confirm your presence. Do we have Ashwini, Miss Ashwini? Are you there? Please call out your presence. Miss Ashwini, are you there? Ashwini? Ashwini, sir, Ashwini, ma'am? Hello?
Ma'am, hello, ma'am. Ma'am, hi, ma'am, Ashwini.
Okay. Next, we have Arasad Ali Khan. Mr. Arasad Ali Khan. Please unmute yourself and call out your presence.
Hello, ma'am. I'm Ashwini, I'm present.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am.
Yes.
Arasad Ali Khan, sir, I could see your name in the list.
Yes, ma'am, I am
okay.
present.
Thank you, sir. Sakshi
Present,
Sarathe, ma'am.
Present, ma'am.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. Shomak Khan, sir. Mr. Shomak Khan. Mr. Shomak Khan. He's not joined yet. His session is at 12:50, so I guess he'll join by that time. Ajmal Paktiawal. Ajmal Paktiawal, sir, are you there? He'll be joining soon. K.S. Shrikant, sir, are you there? K.S. Shrikant. I believe he'll be joining soon. And at the end, we have Varsha Patil. So ma'am will also be joining in some time. I think, sir, with your permission, may we start with the first presentation?
Yes, please, ma'am.
Okay, ma'am.
Please.
Okay, sir. Thank you. I'll request Godbole sir to kindly present his keynote speech, sir. Over to you, sir.
Okay, first of all, thank you very much for the wonderful introduction. And I would like to congratulate Amity University, Jharkhand, to successfully organize ICMMIT 2022. And it's a great pleasure to join you all here. And I would like to congratulate all the authors who submitted their papers and they got accepted. Congratulations, everyone. So, okay, let me share my screen first of all. So please confirm whether my slides are visible. Yeah.
Yes, sir. It is visible, sir.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. So how I can get rid of this? Just a minute. Yeah. So welcome. Today I'm going to discuss on fuzzing. So basically my title is protecting software vulnerabilities from hackers using fuzzing. So I will be demonstrating about the fuzzer, that is AFL tool, that is American fuzzing law. And I'll be giving you an idea that how we are going to use that fuzzer for our program analysis. Okay, so ultimately that will help you in let's say identifying the bug. Okay, so it's state of art tool. People are like, you know, using in industries. Okay, and since 20 to 30 years now, like this further is being let's say used, and there are several papers on this particular tool. They have modified and they have made it. So my main focus is on that part, but how exactly that is important, that is very much, you know, point of like interest that we need to understand. See, nowadays the softwares are getting hacked, okay, by the hackers. Okay, have you ever thought of it, that why the hackers are very much successful to hack the software? Anyone thought of it? The problems are within the software itself, because like, you know, it's hacking is not like non-ethical hacking is a fraud. Okay, it's kind of stealing or thief, dacoit, all these things we can understand. Okay, so like the problem relies in software itself. Because of some loopholes or because of some small issues, hackers are getting succeeded to get the misutilization of the software or get the benefit. Okay, so software vulnerabilities are point of concern, that what actually we need to look into this particular picture, right? So my title says protecting software vulnerabilities. From whom? From hackers. Because if your software has vulnerabilities, then hackers are going to misuse it. But as ethical hacker, or let's say a defensive person for the establishment and for the software, you can identify before the hackers will identify it. And once you will be identifying it, then you can try to resolve the problem. So if those problems got resolved or those loopholes got resolved, then hackers will not be able to misutilize it. That is the main point, to protect it from the hackers. So to protect it from misutilization from the hacker, you first find it and then fix it. And to do that, you have the automated way of doing it. Okay, so just the way how we do testing. So it's like after deployment, that what we are doing. Okay, because we know that software is already been deployed and we are having some kind of issues of hacking. So how we are ensuring with respect to the security, that is what security testing comes into the picture, and fuzzing is relying in that particular domain. So my title justifies that we have to identify as the good people for the let's say establishment, to protect the vulnerabilities who are against the establishment. And fuzzing is the technique that will help you. So this is what my title is all about. So since like usually I talk almost like 1 hour or 1.5 hours for this particular topic, but since like I have very less time, so I will be little bit faster in the theory and most focus on the practical stuff, right? So my outline is introduction, and I will talk about the AFL tool, that is American Fuzzing Law, and some sample runs I will explain you, and some results are there that I will try to explain, and demo definitely I will be showing you. Right. So what is fuzzing? So as all we know that the vulnerability analysis. Okay. So consider a program or software Okay, so we have to identify the bugs or vulnerabilities in the software. Okay, and how to identify? Of course, you require to do analysis, whether it is like static analysis, dynamic analysis. So fuzzing coming with respect to the dynamic analysis, because you are running the software and you are trying to identify the vulnerabilities, right? But here it is not based on the straightforward test cases. Here you are trying to provide the anomalous test input. Okay, it means some abnormal test input you are providing to fuzzing, so that, see, if you are providing good test inputs, then might not be able to, let's say, get the abnormal activity, right? So for showing or getting the abnormal activity, you require to provide the abnormal test input. This is what the important point that what actually we need to understand in the fuzzing. Okay, so because software has been thoroughly developed and tested, and that's what actually we all know, and there may be like good test cases that already been tested, right? But there may be some test cases that have been missed by the software. That's why this vulnerability is existing. Okay, so fuzzers, what they do, they try to put up some of the anomalous test cases or abnormal test cases, so that they will identify the sign of crash, that how exactly the failure can be happen because of some let's say problems in the software. So this is what about the fuzzing is. Okay, so basically what happens, how the bug is found with the fuzzing process. Here, it just, do I have annotation? Okay, I can't see. There is no annotation tool in Zoom, right?
No, sir.
Okay, well, let me handle it this way. So see, what happens that first of all, we start the process of analyzing the software, and then we monitor with some target, what target we are looking for. Example, like if we have some kind of memory leak error, so whether we are getting memory leak error or not. Okay, that is what monitoring we start, and then we try to create different test cases. Then we deliver the test cases. If those test cases are responsible for the crash, then we save it, and then we try to create more test cases, and then we are going back to the monitoring whether we got further crashes or not. Okay, so this is something like an infinite process, unless like you will stop from yourself, this fuzzing will be going on. Okay, so pushing software into exploitable state, that is what the vulnerability discovery, it's like kind of art, how exactly we are making, like programming is also one kind of art, right? So it's not very much easy that you are going to identify this software like vulnerability. If I have given you one software and I'll ask you that please identify the software, it's not very much easy. It requires quite good skill to identify the problem, because predicting the kinds of mistake that engineers will make and quality assurance team will miss, this is really not that much easy, because they are very much skillful and they have deployed this particular software after thorough process, and it is something like very difficult. Okay, so people who are in the vulnerability discovery, they are making impossible thing to possible. Okay, that is what we have to understand. So basically there are three types of hackers. Okay, and you definitely can browse over like internet, you can watch some videos in YouTube also to understand about the hackers, right? So basically there are three types of hackers. They call it as like white hat hackers, black hat hackers, and gray hat hackers. Shortly, white hat hackers, they are very good people and they are ethical hackers. Okay, and they work for the establishment. Okay, work for the firm and government, and they don't bother for the money as well as the fame, right? But black hat hackers are like the bad people. They are completely non-ethical hackers. They require some money and they are like fraud people kind of. Okay, and gray hat hackers, like sometimes they are like acting like a black hat hacker because they require some kind of money as well as fame, but usually they do not want to be like caught, and they would like to be like in the favor of the government. Okay, so that's what, like not against the establishment. That is what the gray hat hacker. So it's like a mixed property sometime, right? So these three hackers, what actually they are saying, that defenders who are like white hat hackers, they are using fuzzing to protect the software vulnerabilities from the black hat hackers kind of people. And this is the attacker plan, how exactly attackers like think and they get into the system. So how exactly they do, they take the product. Okay, and of course, like for the black hat hackers, you do not have the source code, but for the white hat hackers, you have the source code. Then in ethical hacking, you have more better chance of analyzing the vulnerabilities, and you can fix it in a proper way, right? So fuzzing can be like made it here, manual network vulnerability analysis, fuzzing, or source binary analysis, right? So fuzzing can be like weaponization, okay, which can be exploited for the development, and it can be closed source as well as the open source. Okay, so that is what attacker plan could be there. Now, when we are comparing it with normal user testing, what we understand, okay, from the traditional software testing, right? So in user testing, we are preventing the like your software from the normal errors, right? So here we are here normal users are going to be the like user, they should not face the problem. That is our main responsibility in the user testing. For example, I have given one page, and there is username and password I have given, right? So in username and password, I will test whether they are satisfying to each other or not. Okay, so I will make some valid test cases, and I will make sure that, okay, there is alphanumeric password or some kind of special characters would be there, and then I can make proper testing for it. Okay, that is normal testing, because I know that particular login page will be used by like either shopkeeper, medical, hospital, or library automation system, like that. Okay, that is normal user testing. But if I'll think that the same page can be hacked by someone else, for that I will actually use fuzzing, because there the normal test cases may not be able to use. That's why I required some abnormal test input, because if I'll provide the abnormal test input, then what kind of abnormality can that particular software may find out. Okay, and if something goes wrong with abnormal test input, then that is the loophole which could be actually misutilized by the hackers, and that is actually making the system wrong. You understand, right? We have like nowadays net banking system, we have our all cloud system, like, so security is the point of concern, and definitely we should have very secure system, and otherwise it will be very difficult for protecting from the fraud people, right? Fuzzing type, the way how we have in the software testing, if you like all must be computer science graduate, so you must have software engineering as your in third year course, right? So in software engineering, you have software testing as the important phase. Okay, so there you might be able to recall the black box fuzzing and sorry, black box testing, white box testing, and gray box testing, right? The same way we have black box fuzzing, gray box fuzzing, and white box fuzzing. So what happens in white box fuzzing, we do have the structure of the code, source code, and in black box fuzzing, we do not have the structure of the code. And in gray box fuzzing, we do have some understanding of the program, but still we do not have the entire source code. So fuzzing is also in the same pattern. Okay, people started working in this particular fuzzing type, and there are several like fuzzing types. For example, mutation based testing, generation based testing, and evolutionary based testing. So in mutation based testing, what happens, you are trying to change the values to the test input. Okay, for example, earlier it was 5, then you tried with 50, then you will try with 25, you will try with something. But changing those values requires some strategies, and well-established strategies we require. So that is considered as the mutation-based testing, and that also is somewhat very much useful in some sense. But consider as a dumb fuzzing, because it's just fuzzer. It's going on, and luckily whether you will get or not, it will completely depend on the strategies and the test input that you are going to create. But the main target is to achieve the high branch edge coverage. Okay, in generation based, that is little bit of the smart fuzzing, and it requires to prepare the test input based on the model. Okay, so if you understand little bit of the constraint solving, then the model you will be able to see that if you have like model existing for the formula, then you will be able to produce the test input. So it is little bit, you know, very deep for the for you guys to understand how test inputs are getting generated. But overall, like at high level, just I'm trying to explain you that how test inputs can be generated. Okay, so there are some ways like mutation based and generation based, or there are some kind of intelligence technique where you can try to populate new test input. Ultimate goal is that you have to create new test cases which can cover new branch edge coverage. Okay, so for example, let's say for abnormal test input I was explaining about, let's say we have HTTP GET request. Okay, so here HTTP GET request can return in this way, like GET is a command and you give this particular path like index.html http/1.1. This is the standard HTTP GET request command, right? Now, if I want to make anomalous request or some kind of abnormal try for this particular standard request, how I can give, instead of get, I will write something like nonsense, like AAA, something kind of thing. I will try to check whether this particular will make this command fail or not, or let's say it gives you me some kind of crash or not. Okay. Secondly, instead of single slash, I will give something like multiple slashes, and I will check whether it is giving some kind of wrong output or some kind of crash signal or not. Like that, you can see there are several abnormal test cases. That what actually I'm trying to put. Okay, this is the one of the examples like for fuzzing like we are looking for. Excuse me. Yeah, now I'm coming to the tool that is American Fuzzing Law, and it's actually developed by mainly Michael Zalewski, and is a particular AFL is a security oriented tool, as I already said that. And nowadays, like, you know, almost more than 30 contributors are there for the recent release for the AFL. And as I said that since 2 decades, almost 2 decades, people are working in this particular tool. Okay, and it's really very useful, and companies like Facebook, Google, they are actually utilizing some like this kind of tools for their fuzzing purposes. So basically, this AFL tool is coming with the wrap up with the compiler of GCC, G++, and Clang compiler. So Clang and Clang++ compiler are actually based on the assembly code, and it's backed up with LLVM. You can just check it, and I am going to demo you, but that is on the Ubuntu 16.04. But AFL is also got upgraded, and people can actually use Ubuntu 18 or Ubuntu 20 as well. So the algorithm, this is very much important to understand the process that I will be demoing you, right? So what happens initially, fuzzing cannot start without a seed test input. That actually we need to understand. Okay, you require at least a test input to kickstart. Okay, and then you are able to process it. Okay, so what happens, there are 3 like categories of the test input. First of all, it is queue, second is it is hang, and third one is crashes. Okay, so what happens, and also in initial way you have the set of seeds. Okay, so you can get seed test input, right? So those seed test input you are taking to the queue, and then you start fuzzing. Okay, as soon as you get a particular crash with respect to a test case, then you are shifting that particular test input to the crash folder, right? So this is something like categorization. Also, there is a category that is hang, which is neither a test input nor a crash test input. It is between that particular, and that is considered to be hang. And this is because of the delay in the notification by the kernel of the operating system. That's why it is coming as the hang test case. Okay. So what happens in first line, you can see in this particular algorithm, what you take the all initial test cases from the seed to into the queue. Then you take one by one, let's say first test input from the queue, and then you are trying to process. Okay, that particular test case could be like, you know, bigger in the size, or maybe some reduction can be possible with respect to the size, as well as the let's say some trimming possibilities are there. So that's what I'm trying to say. Line number 3, attempt to trim the test case. Okay, after that, fourth number says that repeatedly mutate the file using a balanced and well-researched variety of traditional fuzzing strategy. So there are 7 to 8 fuzzing strategies that can be used to fuzz the test cases, right? Then after that, in fifth number, you say that, okay, if any of the generated mutation resulted in a new state transition recorded by the instrumentation and mutated output as a new entry in the queue. So let's say one test case you have taken, and further strategies has been have been applied, and new test cases have been created. So in one cycle, you have created another set of test cases. All those test cases can be transferred to the queue. Okay. Now in the second cycle, all test cases from the queue can be taken as the current test cases. Now you are applying the fuzzing strategies on those queue, and then you can create more test cases. So these are installation steps that actually I can supply these slides. Also, you can browse from the website and just download the latest version, you build it, and then you install and follow these steps. Definitely you all are smart people, you can all do this. Okay, there are some important stuff that you need to fine tune. Let's say whenever we restart our system, then you require to make or set the core files in the core pattern. You can see in the system kernel folder, you will get core pattern as the text file, which is system file, that require this core as a word, and that you need to enter. I'm also showing that because I will be also not able to run, and I will show how to fix it. Then CPU frequency also you need to set up, okay, if you are not able to run. So AFL will suggest you if such problems are there, whether the CPU frequency is scaled or not. Okay, seeding is very much important. See, for any program, there are some variables. Okay, so you can supply some initial test case. For example, if I have two integer variables A and B, then I will open one text file. I'll consider it as one seed test case file. I will put some random value, whatever I think it. Okay, I will put it. At least AFL will be kickstart, and it will show some of the new test cases based on that particular one. Whether those test cases will be useful or not, that is a different story, but at least it will start. If you don't give anything, fuzzing will not start, and it will not be able to do. Okay, so what you need to do, like in one folder, you need to keep one text file, and there you need to write the let's say values to the variables. Compile. So this is the command to compile the let's say program. Okay, let's say you need to take one C program, and then using AFL GCC, you need to make the instrumented program. Okay, and then finally you have this AFL fuzz, that is the fuzzer, which takes the test input from the test case and then produces the result in the output folder. Okay, and this is the instrumented program that we are having. Right? So for example, what kind of bug we are actually looking for? So bugs are different categories. So AFL is looking for the crashes, and crashes they have the reasons which are nothing but the vulnerabilities. So for example, there is a standard problem in our program analysis community, that is finding of assert 0. So that is not the problem, that is actually the solution. So we inject assert 0, which is something like artificial bug for us. We let's say keep it somewhere in the program, and then we try to find it out. Okay, so this is something the monitor that actually we are looking for. And here you can see a seed value that we are providing 10101 as the value. Okay, and this value can be provided as the string or the character or let's say integer value. And this is something like the monitor that AFL will be giving to you. Okay, now there are some matrix that actually you can find out, but since looking at the time, I'm not able to give the detail of this. But you can see here on the left hand side of this particular monitor, that what I'm saying, where it says bit flips, byte flips, arithmetic, known integers, dictionary, havoc, and trim. So what actually does it mean? Bit flip means what? If I have 10101, so one bit will be flipped, and after that another test case can be generated. Whether that test case is useful or not, that is actually the point of interest. Byte flip, 8 bytes at the same time gets changed. Okay, arithmetic, plus minus, multiplication and division to do and to generate the new test cases. Then some known integers, if you have already saved somewhere, you are taking them out from there. Dictionary, then havoc, trimming means you have something like 10101, then you are deleting some of the numbers and then making it another one. So this is something like fuzzing strategies that actually we are having. Now right hand side you can see the red color which says one unique error that you have found. So this is something like one crash you actually found. Okay, one path lead to that particular unique crash, and that path has some value, that is what it tested for. Okay, and on top right corner you can see the cycle done. So in 1 minute 4 seconds you have done 1435 cycles. Okay, so let us run this particular program quickly. Hope my virtual machine is visible. Can you please confirm someone? Maybe Dr. Biswarup, Samantha. Can you confirm whether it is visible?
Yes, please.
Okay, good. So this is my program from the slides you can see, and here I have injected assert 0 as one target. Okay, and I'm monitoring, I'm trying to look into this particular target, right? So so this is, let me just write the program name, that is test instructor. So here okay, so this is the compilation command, and I'm showing you that test case random. Okay, this is the seed I'm actually looking for, right? So you see here 10101, right? So that seed I need to provide 10101, right? So this seed I have provided. This is my script, but I don't have time to explain the entire script, but I'm not going to run, just I will compile and run for you so that you will be able to get some knowledge on it. Okay, what will happen? I will compile and let's say some. Okay, sorry, I'm not in that particular. Okay, so it got instrumented, right? Now instrumented means the object file has been created. Okay, now what happens? I will let's say run the AFL with the seed. Okay, so this is something the command to do that, and I'm going to let's say store the result here. Okay, and as I said that this is infinite process. Okay, and we do not it doesn't finish by its own. Then you require to give the let's say time budget, like 65 seconds I have given. So timeout 65 seconds, which is the co-retail command that actually heals the particular command after 65 seconds. Okay, so by that I will be able to show you that how it works, right? It won't work right now because as I said that I need to set the core file. Okay, so to do that, I need to open this particular file, core pattern file. Okay, and I need to edit it. Okay, so here I need to write core. Okay, and I need to save the file. Okay, and let me clear the screen. I will again run it. Now it is run. So see, monitor came, and as soon as I saw this one unique crash has been found. Okay, so this is what I'm talking about, the way how I'm able to analyze the program. Okay, and the result I'm going to store is here. So I was talking about 3 folders, that is the queue folder, then crash folder, and the hang folder. So in the queue folder, I got the value from the seed, and the seed was 10101. And then like it got trimmed by the like AFL. So this one has been actually got reduced. So this is something like from the queue, and in the crash found with respect to this particular let's say test case 0010, which is actually did 1 bit flip. Okay, and because of that a new test input has been like generated. Okay, so there is no example for the hang because there are no such test cases, so there is nothing is there in the particular folder. Further statistic, it shows you when it starts, when it stops, and all the detail. Okay, and which command actually we used. And this is the plot data to plot the graph like in a particular time stamp. Okay, that's what actually it says about. So it will run until like 65 seconds, that is 1 minute, because 5 seconds takes to process the timeout command, and then it finishes. Okay, so this is the way how we run. Now let me just how much time I have, Dr. Biswaru, how much time I have?
Sir, actually we are we like it was scheduled till 12:20.
Okay,
Go for another
12:20,
sir.
so 12:25.
Yes, sir. 12:20 was the scheduled time, but we can extend it up to another 5 minutes.
Okay, okay, let me try to wind up. Now you see, so I have explained you about the AFL, so that's enough. Now I will show with respect to the like usability of the AFL tool with respect to the screenshot that I have in my slides. Okay, so as I said that it doesn't finish by its own, so you require to like press Ctrl C to manually kill it. Otherwise, you need to give the time budget, like for 5 minutes, 10 minutes, 1 minute, 1 hour, like that you have to give. Otherwise, you can run forever and you can observe like the crashes whenever it finds, right? Now, I think this storing result I already explained. So there was a program trial1.c. Here you can see I have marking like kappa plus plus here, kappa plus plus here, right? Just a minute. Okay, so I think this kappa plus plus you can see, this kappa plus plus you can see. Okay, so kappa is a ghost variable which I let's say made 0 at the starting point, and here is the like my security target which is saying assert kappa is less than 2. So the thing is, I want to analyze the program whether I am reaching to this particular point or not. So to do that, what actually I require to do, you have like you have some sense of like it should be true, then it should be true. Okay, then you have false, and then true and false for this one. So the condition is there are 3 paths: true, 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 false, and false. False don't care. So here the question is whether you are able to find out the like the target kappa is less than 2. When it is possible, when you are able to create kappa plus plus 2 times in the true true path. Okay, but here you can see b is equal to 100, which is very very difficult. Okay, you see 2 to the power 32 is chances you require to check and get the value for b is equal to 100. So it's very difficult for like fuzzer or any other tool like to make it just in this particular mutation base. Okay, so it depends on the sheets what actually you have given. That's why whenever we want to give good when we want to give sheets, we should have some understanding of the program structure. So if I'll give like for this particular program, there are two variables A and B. Kappa is the ghost variable, so we don't take the value for AFL. Okay, so in that situation, A is equal to 2, B is equal to 95. Then I ran for 5 minutes and I did not like any crash here. That is the reason why, because it is B is equal to 95. I have it here and it's very, very difficult for fuzzer to find it out. Okay, but next time when I change my sheet for the same program, now I am having B is equal to 102. I'm getting some echo. Can you go on mute if somebody is unmuted? Yeah. So if B is equal to 102, so there is a chance of applying some kind of arithmetic or bit or byte flip kind of strategies so that it can closely come to B is equal to 100. As soon as B is equal to 100 will be there, then the path will get hit. Okay, and this time you can see as soon as I have given A is equal to 6 and B is equal to 102, I got this 4 seconds and quickly like one unique crash. For the same program, but for two different sheets, there is a huge gap, 5 minutes versus 4 seconds. It's a huge performance gap. Okay, and what is the reason? The reason is seed. Okay, that's why the definition comes into the picture as a good seed. What is a good seed? A seed that is carefully designed by looking at the structure of the code and that helps the AFL or fuzzer to analyze in a like efficient way. Now another is, I think I need to skip this trial2.c program. It is like very big program. Okay, it's like 1700 line of code program where I have kept like kappa plus plus at particular two different locations, something like in line number 300 and line number 700, and I'm trying to find out the path. So there AFL is also doing very good. So sometimes it's doing good, sometimes it's not doing good. It depends on the seed what actually we are supplying.
हमको लगता है छोड़ ही दीजिए है ना कि देखिए दो तीन चीज है बात काम करने का नहीं है दो तीन चीज है उसमें बोलना क्या है
Samantha sir, please mute.
Yeah, no problem. So in trial2 program, it was very big program. Still, it fine. And you have a path sensitive analysis that also can be done. That was my intention to explain. Okay. Now, as already Dr. Tanisha, she has explained my profile, and I'm focusing on MCDC, modified condition decision coverage, right? So here also there is a huge chance of introducing MCDC with respect to AFL. Okay, and you just go through my papers and some online resources on MCDC, you may be able to understand what exactly MCDC. It's a second strongest coverage criterion, and it is mandatory for level A certification as per the avionics domain. So you can go and can understand it. So there is a huge chance of like testing MCDC using fuzzing also. So you need to like go through with some of the techniques like this, that if you have this particular predicate, then you can annotate in this particular manner and then try to identify whether these assertions are successful or not. Okay, so I did this thing, and like in 10 minutes I found some of the assertions. Okay, and unique assertions I have found, and those are something like coverage kind of thing, that whether these particular sequences have been found or not. Okay, so this is something like the Boolean expression required possible combination as per the MCDC and MCC criteria, that also you can make and can supply to AFL to get such result. Okay. Also in my biodata, you may be able to see that TracerX system, right? So TracerX system is something like I'm the part of it and one of the developers. So we do compare TracerX. AFL is our baseline, and we do care of fuzzer. And since we know that fuzzer is incomplete, but there are some complete tools, kind of like CLI, CVMC, TracerX, which terminates on its own when analysis is already been done, but AFL cannot do. Okay, but in certain time budget, how much the things can be done. So there are some analysis when I prepared this slide, so I put it here. So there were some targets that I put for each particular program, and target TD column actually shows how many targets actually we have found. So you can see almost like targets have been found, but there are some execution time column. You can see for the first column for each tool, they will like this column will show you that at what time these particular things have been finished. Okay, and this shows the performance comparison. So AFL is coming for fuzzer, CLI is coming for the state of tool for the dynamic symbolic execution, CBMC coming for the bounded model checking, and TracerX coming for the dynamic symbolic execution with interpolation. So these are 4 different domains in this particular direction. They are vulnerability analysis kind of testers, which shows you that to how detect the bug, and before hackers will like hack your like system software. I have taken a small like program kind of thing. Okay, but definitely this can be considered as to be for the big software as well. So demo also I have seen, and the goodness of this particular tool, you can see that the scalability, how fuzzer or CBMC or DSC can be taken care. And as already I said that we are working for like TracerX, so definitely our tool is somewhat better as compared to others. Maybe next talk or sometime later, whenever I will discuss, then I will take up for the TracerX also. Then okay. Thank you very much. And now I can take some questions if there are. And I exceeded with 2 minutes. Thank you and sorry for that.
Thank you for the session, sir. It was a wonderful speech. The demo and all made it even more interesting and easier to understand.
Thank you.
I do not see any questions in the chat box because we have already exceeded the time. So we'll go for the presentations directly.
Okay.
Okay, sir. Okay, so the
Yeah,
first
you can ask the audience if they would like to communicate me, they are welcome. Yeah, and they can ask me
yes.
offline also. Thank you.
Yes, you can put your all participants are requested to put their questions. If there are any questions, you can put it in the chat box or you can contact sir later. Okay. For now, we'll move on to the presentations. Every presenter will get 6 minutes of time to present their paper, and 2 minutes will be reserved for the question answer session. I request everyone to focus mainly on their contribution in their paper so that we can use the time efficiently. Our first presenter is
just a minute. Do I need to do anything here? I'll be session chair, right?
Yes, sir. You'll be you will be the session chair and you'll be asking your questions.
What about the evaluation sheet? I have not received anything.
No, sir. There is no evaluation.
There is no evaluation. Okay.
Open evaluation. Yes.
Okay. No worries. Okay. Thank you.
Okay. So Ashwini ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes,
can you hear me?
You can share your screen. You may
yes,
share your screen.
Okay. Can I
go for it? Your time starts now.
Okay, ma'am. Okay, ma'am. My presentation is seeing. Hello.
Yes, ma'am. Your screen is visible.
Okay. So so I'm Ashwini from research scholar from Nanoscience and Technology, University of Calicut, Kerala. So now I'm presenting my a part of work that is the flexible graphene electrode for the neutral medium for enhanced specific capacitance and cyclic stability. So the list of contents includes the introduction, synthesis, characterization, and application. And coming to the introduction, I'm talking about some supercapacitor devices. That is it's one of the electrochemical energy system nowadays. It's getting more important because we are using fuel cell, supercapacitor, and batteries in our daily life, like the application from the electric vehicles, cellular phones, and power grid, etc. So the recent inventions concern about the fabrication of the devices with a simple, efficient, and a cost-effective, eco-friendly method. So now I'm talking about the supercapacitor, which is one of the energy storage systems. And here, according to the storage mechanism, it can be mainly divided into two, that is pseudo capacitor, that is mainly using the metal oxides and polymers. And in coming to the non-Faradic setup, it is mainly the electric double layer storage, that is the carbon based materials are over there. So I'm now taking the a carbon based material graphene for my study. So here come to the synthesis step. Here we using the graphite flakes as the raw material. So here two-step synthesis is there. That is, initially the graphite is oxidized into graphene oxide via a chemical synthesis and then converted to graphene by some electrochemical technique. So initially the graphite is treated with the sulfuric acid and potassium permanganate, then it is starting to oxidize. By adding some peroxide, it is color changed into a golden yellow color. So this golden yellow color is we drop casted over the glass based substrate and a flexible PET based substrate. Then this drop casted film is dipped in the neutral electrolyte and applying a potential using a electrochemical technique, that is cyclovoltammogram technique. And here we doing a multiple cycles over there. We can visibly see that the yellow color graphene oxide is converted into the conducting, highly conducting graphene. So here we done over the glass based and the PET flexible based setup. And coming to the characterization, this is a Raman analysis. Here the indents two bands shows that the graphene is completely converted after the graphene oxide conversion. These are the SEM images from, this is on the flexible substrate and this on the glass substrate. And coming to the application part, here we examine the graphene oxide and after conversion to graphene over the both film, that is the glass and the flexible conducting PET. So after doing this, we can get the higher charge distance graphene setup. Then coming to the specific capacitance values, the graphene oxide over the PET gives 27 farad per gram, converted to graphene gives the 787 farad per gram. But in case of the glass-based substrate, it is low. And these are the impedance parameters, that is after that is the resistance, how much resistance is there can be analyzed from this technique. And this in that the after conversion the conductivity is increased and is used for the capacitance. And these are the cyclic stability technique, that is we got the 1000 cycles for the graphene on the flexible substrate. And coming to my conclusion, the potential, it is a potentiodynamic approach for effective template free and low cost technique, and we did not use any extra binder or any surface modification for this conversion. And also the further enhancement with this graphene material we can use for the commercial purpose and large area and flexible electrodes. And thank you for ICMMIT for giving me such an opportunity.
Do you have
Thank
any
you, Ashwini.
comparison?
Okay.
Can you go to the result section?
Yes, sir. This, sir?
Yeah, so FGO and FRGO. Right?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. This
So,
is the initial before conversion, and this is the after conversion.
what about the right hand side graph? Why you don't have FGO for the cycle numbers?
So this is the only for the best one.
Yeah, that's what means.
This is
FGO
the
is not required. Means how you are going to compare?
sir, I have did this the FGO, that is 500 cycles. So for the time being, I did not include in the presentation.
That what? So how I'm going to understand? Like, see, it's like
Okay.
Running alone in the competition. Okay,
No, sir. So
nobody is there to compare or let's say to win. So how I'm going to read this particular graph on right hand side? It's only a single single entity, right? FRGO is your proposed work, but there are no baseline. How am
Yes, sir. This is a value. This is a values I have given here. So these are the four
No.
values.
See, madam,
Okay.
you are not understanding what I'm asking.
Sir.
Graph doesn't make sense. That's what I'm saying. Graph
Sir.
the single line. It doesn't have the baselines.
No, sir. This is not a single line. This is a 1,000 runs over a particular wall.
No, but your legend says FRGO.
Yes, yes.
Yeah, so there is no comparison of the work. That's what I'm saying.
So that is, it's a very highly time consuming process that we have done all the is for. So we have only a option to do only for the best one, best value what I have given in the previous slides. These are the four.
Okay, but I think that graph doesn't make sense as per me, because actually in particular graph we should have multiple, like techniques to compare the lines. If it is not able to show, so the graph doesn't have any value. That's what actually my comment. Thank you.
Sir. Okay, thank you, sir.
Maybe whenever you are writing another paper or journal, so please keep it in mind. Okay.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Samantha sir, any questions? Okay.
No, ma'am. Please go ahead.
Okay. Okay. Thank you, Ashwini ma'am. I'll request the next presenter. Thank you. You may stop sharing. Next presenter, we have Arasad Ali Khan, Mr. Arasad Ali Khan. You may please share your screen and please keep your camera on while presenting. Okay. A request to all presenters, please keep your.
So these are the list of contents: introduction, objective, literature review, findings, conclusion and future scope, and finally references. So as the population is increasing, the need of fresh water is also increasing. So desalination is one of the solution for the fresh water availability. So what is desalination? Desalination of water is the method of removing salt and other minerals and obtaining fresh water from saline water. Desalination technology provides accessibility of fresh drinkable water in the areas where there is shortage of fresh water and can help in protection of habitat, especially the endangered species. This desalination process can be carried out by either by thermal desalination, that is distillation, or by membrane-based technology that we can see in the flow chart in figure 1, that gives the classification of conventional desalination technologies, that is major processes and minor processes, that is further divided into thermal processes and membrane processes. Among these, the popular one is the membrane-based technology, and that in the common life, we see the reverse osmosis is the most popular and the common technology. In developing countries such as India, China and Algeria use 75%, 75% and 90% respectively the desalinated water by industries. So desalination technologies has been adopted by developing countries in order to overcome the problem of water scarcity by 2050. So the objective of my paper is, the paper deals with various desalination technologies used all over the world for producing fresh water. It gives the comprehensive review of the desalination methods powered by non-conventional sources of energy, that is renewable sources of energy. It majorly focuses on the solar wind hybrid integrated desalination system and the emerging technologies related to it. Also, the paper deals with the cost analysis and the storage methods used in these technologies. So here is the literature review. Literature review: solar powered desalination technologies. Solar energy powered desalination either can be done directly or indirectly. So indirect methods, literature review is shown in the table. In table 1, various studies on PV powered desalination system at different locations are discussed with their capacity and cost analysis. Direct method. In direct method, solar still is the best example for direct methods, and this is the literature review. The studies are being conducted on the conventional solar still, and the new solar stills are developing with improved efficiency. The various researchers are working on the different designs, different types of solar still, and these are the review for it. Another renewable power desalination technologies, wind power desalination technology. That is the various in the table 2, the various studies and experiments of wind power desalination units are reviewed, and there is a summary of wind desalination units. And next, the last we'll deal with solar wind hybrid desalination technology. That is, different researchers are working on the hybrid system, as it is the both solar and wind individually are not capable to deliver the energy the whole day. So solar and wind hybrid system is the technology which will enable the system to work for the whole day with the storage technologies. So different researchers are working on it to improve the efficiency of the desalination technologies to produce the fresh waters. So what are the findings of the paper? The paper reviews the various types of renewable power, especially solar, wind, and wind hybrid desalination technologies, and emerging. Okay, so from the various studies, it can be concluded that the renewable power desalination process are the best option for the areas having abundance of non-conventional sources, but non-conventional sources like solar and wind, and are economically feasible solution which can in turn reduce the burden on the fresh bodies. Among them, RO is the most popular and the feasible option, that is membrane-based desalination technologies. In the emerging technologies, nanomaterials like PCMs are used. Conclusion, desalination has various environmental impacts, and one of them is the brine discharge. So as the improvement in desalination system design is increasing, the management of waste, especially the brine solution, brine discharge, need to be taken into concern as for the environment and aquatic habitat point of view. The renewable energies to drive desalination unit is the most effective method of reducing carbon and the use of conventional sources, but the waste management needs to be taken on account. So these are the references, and thank you.
Okay, thank you for your presentation. So I just wanted to ask, do you have any analysis of like chemical removal from the water, like fluoride removal, chloride removal, kind of? Do you work in that field?
So actually, I am from the renewable base. So right now I'm working on how directly we can remove salt from the water, that is concentration of sodium from the water.
Okay.
And yes, sir.
So considering like you are trying to purify the water, right? Purification of the water you are working on.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay, so how we are going to match that, which technique is good, just like how you were suggesting that RO is more appropriate. Okay, so what is the basis of that comparison?
It is basically depends on the availability of the raw materials in a particular country. For example, in India, in every house we listen the RO purifiers, reverse osmosis, using the reverse osmosis process. It is the most, according to my paper, that what I have reviewed till now, reverse osmosis is the most cost-effective method, and it is easy to operate on. And many works are done on the reverse osmosis, although different technologies are being used like vapor compression and other membrane-based technologies, but among them reverse osmosis is the most cost-effective method and the most popular one.
Cost effective? No, popularity and those things are not like, you know, should not be the basis of recommendation. Okay, yes. So what I mean is, like if you have like several techniques, just like RO, I'm not in this particular domain, but output should matters. Like what kind of purity parameter you are considering.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay, like pH value is something what I know. Okay,
Yes, sir.
so is it like good value you are getting out of the RO technique and you are not getting for other technique? So
Sir,
such
for
evidences here. That what I was asking.
yes, sir. So for the desalination technologies, we prefer the TDS value of the water as the fresh water. For fresh water, it should be maybe less than 1000 ppm, what we consider. So,
So that
so
parameter you have considered in your paper, right?
yes, sir. Yes,
Okay,
sir. That
and
parameter.
based on that, you are recommending RO, right?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay.
And according to the studies, the efficiency of producing fresh water is more in the RO technologies.
Okay, thank you very much.
Yes, thank you, sir.
All right. Thank you, Sakshi ma'am. Next, we have Mr.
Thank you,
Shomak
ma'am.
Khan. Mr.
Yes,
Shomak
ma'am.
Khan.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes. Can you please switch on your audio video and share your screen? Yes, your time starts now.
Ma'am, my screen is visible.
Yes.
First of all, I would like to thank ICMMIT University for giving me this kind of an opportunity. Now I would like to start my presentation. And my topic is identification of critical factor of failure of superheated boiler tubes in thermal power plant. Here are the list of contents: introduction, literature review, important causes for boiler tube failure, root causes for tube failure, result and references. Here is an introduction. A boiler is a critical component and its proper function or overall performance is important for long life of a thermal power plant. And it deteriorates all over performance of a boiler and repetitive failure of a stress component of a boiler. One of the crucial additive of stress component is a superheater. Failure of a superheater which ends up in a forced outage of a operating of a boiler, ensuring a huge loss. A superheater is an essential a warmness exchanger in a which warmth is transferred in a form of furnace to a stream. Here is a literature review. In such cases, all over performance of a plant is dropped. Therefore, it is essential to identify the locate such incident of a boiler tube failure and to look answers to avoid such incident in future. Study shows the reasons of failure due to various factors of mutually sustainable. Here are the some important causes of boiler tube failure: erosion, fire site corrosion, stress rupture, fatigue, water site corrosion, lack of quality control. Here are the root causes of tube failure: short-term overheating, high temperature creep, dissimilar metal welds, long-term overheating, fatigue failure. Like the failure of a boiler tube is one of the important causes of electric outrage at a coal-fired thermal power plant. With every growing call of strength, it is far very essential for the power plant to generate electric without electric outrage. Here are the results. Study shows the reasons of failure due to various factors are mutually sustainable. Corrosion and overheating are the main factor among all causes. While we have not received material capable factor in receiving pressure in details and for future scope for study in failure of tubes, boiler tube screws up. And here are the following points can be recommended to limit at the rupture of the superheated tubes are. Here are some references. Thank you.
So, well, Mr. Khan,
Yes, sir.
you are undergrad student or a PG student?
Sir, I'm an undergraduate student.
Undergrad. And you did it alone or along with some faculty?
Sir, with faculty.
Okay. Have you shown these slides to your faculty, your teacher?
Sorry, sir, beg your pardon.
Have you shown this set of slides to your faculty, means your teacher?
Yes, sir, I have shown.
So there were no such comments like your slides are not good, like that?
No, sir, I didn't
Okay,
get
so
any.
probably this is your first presentation, that's why it happened. But actually your slides are very bad. Sorry to say that, because no one put all paragraph kind of thing in the slides. Okay, and you have starting from introduction, you had very bulky kind of content, and it's not the standard way of presentation. Okay, so I think you need to work on it. You see, you have just seen 3 to 4 presentation. Also, you have seen my presentation.
Yes, sir, I have seen the differences.
Yeah,
Like,
so
it's my first time. Yes, sir.
you can make the self evaluation, and the next presentation for your college itself, you must have some internal presentation. So please try to improvise the skill of how to like design set of slides. Okay, for
I will,
the
sir. Thank you, sir.
so sorry to say, but the presentation was not good. Okay, thank you.
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir.
All right. Next, we'll move on to Ajmal Paktiawal. Ajmal Paktiawal, are you there? I'll request the presenters to kindly share their association, the university they belong to, and their association.
Okay, ma'am. This is Ajmal Paktiawal from Kabul, Afghanistan.
Okay. Okay, Ajmal sir. Welcome. Your time
I would
starts
like
now.
to
Please
first.
share your screen.
Okay, ma'am. First, I would like to thank the organizers of the ICMMIT conference. And secondly, I really appreciate for the opportunity that I present my research paper in this STEM conference. Now I'm going to share my PPT. Is it visible, ma'am, to all of you?
Yes, yes, Ajmal sir, it is visible. Kindly share your association also. Okay, as in you're a student, postgraduate, undergraduate, your university, and then start.
I have completed my bachelor in civil engineering from Kabul University in 2006. And then I completed my master degree from Russian International Institute of Research and Studies in 2017. And I got awarded gold medal also. And after that, I start Doctor of Philosophy PhD from Jamia Millia Islamia University in year 2018 and completed PhD on year 2021 June 3rd. And few days back, I have completed my final WOS YY examination. Am I audible, ma'am?
Yes, sir, you're audible. We cannot see you, but you're audible. Your slides are visible.
The title of this manuscript is Temperature Effect on Compressive Strength and Quality Grading of Standard Grade Concrete with Partial Replacement of Natural Coarse Aggregate by Burnt Wood Pellet Aggregate. In this presentation, I will be discussing about the introduction, literature review, methodology, test finding, and discussion conclusion in the reference part of this manuscript. Abstract. This research work aims to experimentally investigate the effect of temperature on standard grade concrete of M50 with partial substitution of natural coarse aggregate by burnt wood pellet coarse aggregate. Concrete with and without pellet coarse aggregate was exposed to temperature of 250 degrees Celsius for 24 hours after 28 days of normal curing. Partial replacement of coarse aggregate with burnt wood pellet aggregate was considered having varying percentage of 15, 13, 40, and 60% by weight. 30 cylindrical specimen of standard size of 150 mm diameter and 300 mm length for control concrete and concrete with varying substitution level of burnt wood pellet aggregate were caused to study the response of this concrete in normal as well as exposed to temperature of 250 degrees Celsius in terms of strength and its quality grading. The result showed that the compressive strength of concrete declined significantly with increasing burnt wood pellet aggregate. However, energy dissipation after attaining the peak load increased with increase in percentage replacement of burnt wood pellet aggregate. The concrete with 60% replacement level under ordinary condition, the quality grading of concrete was good, while with lower replacement level, it was excellent. Upon exposure to temperature, quality grading of concrete for lower substitution level of the waste goes down to good. However, for the concrete with a 60% replacement level, it remains unaffected. Am I audible, ma'am?
Yes, sir. Please continue.
Concrete is the most demanding man-made construction material is used twice that of construction material, including steel, wood, plastic, and aluminum. The annual global production rate of concrete is 5 billion cube yards. Generally, large volume of concrete consisting of aggregate, which occupies the concrete volume from 60 to 75% or 70 to 85% by mass or weight. It was also reported that the annual predicted global consumption rate of aggregate in the different construction material would be more than 51.7 billion tons in 2019. Wood pellet or energy carriers that are produced from woody materials are sawdust under the proper compaction process. Globally, more than 25 million tons of wood pellets have been ingested. Pellets are renewable energy carriers that are also produced from various organic waste such as straw, rice husk, peanuts, shells, and other agriculture waste. In the second part of this manuscript, I am going to explain the methodology. And first, I have collected the material for my research work. The first material was ordinary Portland cement of grade 43. Portland cement was supplied and utilized as a bender in the matrix of concrete. Ordinary Portland cement was tested for its physical characteristic, physical properties conforming to IS 12216. I have given this reference in the part of reference shown in table 1. The fine aggregate of zone 2 according to IS 383 to 1986, natural coarse aggregate and burned wood pellet aggregate were tested for their physical properties complying with 17 to 19 given in table 2 and shown in figure 1. Superplicizer was used to maintain its desired workability for the entire procedure of the research work. Table 1 shows the physical characteristic of ordinary Portland cement. I have tested Portland cement for standard consistency, initial setting time, final setting time, specific gravity, fineness, and compressive strength after 3, 7, and 28 days respectively. And then I have compared the result of 28 days for the compressive strength of cement for according to the IS 4031 part 5. Table number 2 shown as the physical property of fine aggregate, coarse aggregate, and burned wood pellet aggregate. And they are tested for their physical properties such as specific gravity, water absorption, moisture content, low bulk density, rotted bulk density, and impact values. These are two figures. The first left figure belongs to the wood pellet aggregate waste. I have graded to similar to that of natural coarse aggregate. In the right part, this is the figure related to the natural coarse aggregate. Pardon, ma'am?
You have another 2 minutes, sir.
Okay. Next proportion. Table 3 shown as the concrete ingredient for 1 cubic meter of concrete. First cement, fine aggregate, coarse aggregate, wood pellet coarse aggregate by percentage and by kg per meter cube, water cement ratio. These are that mixture. Test was test finding and discussion. First, we have measured the workability of concrete for control concrete and concrete with wood pellet burnt coarse aggregate. By utilizing burnt wood pellet coarse aggregate, the workability of concrete was decreased. That in decrease due to the decrease was due to the low specific gravity and also burnt coarse aggregate, then natural coarse aggregate. And also that was because of low specific gravity of burnt coarse aggregate, then the natural coarse aggregate. Higher surface area of burnt pellet coarse aggregate, then the natural coarse aggregate. Also, there was some porous inside the core of the pellet wood coarse aggregate, then natural coarse aggregate. Compressive strength also reduced drastically by increasing the percentage of replacement level of the wood pellet burn coarse aggregate. And their percentage have been given by 28, 22.8, 22, 20.97, 15.76, 7.67, and 9.474. Then concrete without exposure condition. The decline compressive strength without temperature is due to lower rate of absorption of burnt wood pellet coarse aggregate than natural coarse aggregate. And also it consequently, the amount of free water increased the water cement ratio in the concrete. The decrease in compressive strength of concrete exposed to temperature can be ascertained to the lower melting point of burnt wood pellet aggregate than natural coarse aggregate. This is the table for finding of compressive strength after 28 days under temperature and without temperature. These are the two plots for compressive strength versus the varying percentage of burnt wood pellet aggregate, and this is the stress strain data for the energy dissipated for the wood pellet burn aggregate. This is quality grading of concrete. We measure the quality grading of concrete after 28 days of normal curing by utilizing the ultrasonic pulse velocity. The cylindrical specimen of 150 mm diameter and 300 mm height with varying percentage of burnt wood pellet coarse aggregate from 0 to 60% by weight of natural coarse aggregate were tested for ultrasonic pulse velocity under normal and exposed to a temperature of 250 degrees Celsius. Control concrete in concrete without burnt wood pellet aggregate of 15, 30, and 45% were found to be of excellent quality, whereas concrete with 6% of burnt wood pellet aggregate is found to be of good quality. This is the table which we have shown the result for ultrasonic pulse velocity subjected to 250 degrees Celsius and without subjection of temperature. These are two plots for relationship between compressive strength and UPV for varying percentage of wood pellet burnt coarse aggregate. This is conclusion. In the conclusion, this study control concrete of grade M50 and concrete with burnt wood pellet coarse aggregate with partial substitution of natural coarse aggregate by weight have been produced. And the following conclusion have been drawn. The presence of burnt wood pellet coarse aggregate in concrete reduced the slump. The decline slump was noted as 18.2, 27.3, 40.9, and 63.6 as compared to control concrete. The total decrement and demolding density of concrete with burnt wood pellet aggregate from 0 to 6% of replacement level reduces from 2,418 kg per cubic meter to 2,259 per cubic meter. The reduction of compressive strength of concrete with burnt wood pellet coarse aggregate exposed to temperature of 250 degrees Celsius is found to be 22.8 to 9.7 than concrete under normal condition for burnt wood pellet coarse aggregate of 0, 15, 30, and 45%. Higher replacement percentage of burnt wood pellet aggregate increase the ductility of concrete. However, strength of the concrete decreases. Control concrete in concrete with varying percentage of wood pellet burnt aggregate by 15, 30, and 45% were found to be of excellent quality, whereas concrete for 60% of wood burnt pellet aggregate is found to be of good quality. Concrete exposed to 250 degrees Celsius for all substitution level of wood pellet burnt coarse aggregate is found to be of good quality. It means that it changed its quality grading from excellent to good. This is the reference I have cited almost 28 paper in this research work. Thank you, ma'am.
So yeah, Mr. Ajmal, so thanks for your presentation, but the same comment for you also, that you should follow some standard slides and the presentation. So what you did, you have copy pasted from your manuscript to this particular slide, but this is not the way of preparing the presentations. Okay, so
Okay,
try
sir.
to make the bullet points. Okay,
Okay.
no one is expecting the bulky contents. Okay, the graph
Okay,
is
sir.
good, your work is very good, everything is good, but the presentation should be also like, you know, good. So also one comment that you were reading all the text. So this is
Yes.
also not the style of presentation. Okay, you should
Okay, sir.
put some precise bullet point and try to explain in your own words, not the reading with respect to.
Okay, sir. Okay, sir.
These are my genuine comment for your future presentations.
Thank you so much, sir. So nice of you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Ajmal sir. Next, we'll move on to Mr. K. Shrikant. Mr.
Okay.
K. Shrikant, sir, are you there?
How many presentation left, madam?
Sorry, sir.
Huh?
Hello.
How many presentations left?
Two more.
Okay.
Two more, sir. Yes, Shrikant, sir, yes, we can see you. Kindly share your screen. Your time has started.
Hello. Hello.
Yes, we can hear you, sir. Please start.
Okay. So the topic of the paper is pyroelectric performance evaluation of multifunctional BCT ceramics. So the short for the ceramics is BCT that will be used in the upcoming name of the compound is 1 minus X, C1X, PiO3, and X will be substituted as 0.1, 0.2, 0.3 in the upcoming slides. Hereafter, I'll refer the upcoming slides. So we'll move to the introduction, methodology, result, conclusion, and reference. Talking about pyroelectric materials, are materials which have got the internal spontaneous polarization, even in the absence of an electrical. What we need to do is, if we can make some electricity generation out of a pyroelectric material, because these are dielectric materials, and as we know that these materials have got some internal polarization or internal spontaneous polarization even in the absence of electric field. So we have to make use of this property so that we can induce some voltage out of it and make use for some good benefit. So pyroelectric effect is a temporary change of spontaneous polarization, PS, by the temporal temperature change of pyroelectric materials. That is, whenever we have a temperature gradient, I'm not saying whenever we have a temperature on the surface of the material, I'm saying temperature gradient. We need to produce a decent temperature gradient. For example, sometimes we may have 10, sometimes we may have 20 degrees Celsius of gradient. So that gradient will be responsible for generation of some electrical output from the materials. Next, energy harvest of higher power via pyroelectric materials is amongst the progressed areas. So this BCT ceramic, the main selecting the BCT ceramic amongst other materials in the market was that it is having no lead. As lead, we know it is carcinogenic in nature, it is polluting to the nature. So we have used lead-free compound. We don't have lead in our sample. And voltage is a prominent characteristic feature in these kind of materials, as reported by other researchers also. The power voltage obtained through above mentioned ceramic is AC in nature. Next, we have used an ordinary method of solid state reaction route as the ceramic in ceramics combination of BCT. For preparing BCT, we need some raw materials like barium carbonate, titanium oxide, calcium oxide in its form, so that it can be used for the mounts. Acetone was used, which is a wetting agent. Then the normal calcination and procedure done, which is nothing but a heat treatment procedure to obtain the pellets. So once the pellet was obtained, the pellet's diameter was 12 mm and the thickness was 1 millimeter. Now in figure you can see the image shows the real explanation of how the pyroelectric material works. So whenever we pyroelectric material, as you can see in the diagram, the pyroelectric material, whenever you expose gradient, I am exposing it to simultaneously to cold wave, simultaneously to heat wave. So for a period of time, for 10 seconds, for example. So what happens is there is a development of temperature gradient, and that temperature gradient is in turn giving you the electrical output. So I will show you how temperature when you use hot wave and cold wave simultaneously. So this is how the temperature is recorded. You can see in the temperature profile, you can easily see here that the temperature rises from 25 odd to 45 in say some 8 seconds or so, and then it cools from 45 to somewhere around 25. So we have a temperature gradient of 20 degrees or so, which is responsible for the voltage. Next, before going questions always go for XRD measurements. That is, X-ray diffraction technique is used for the examination of phase transformation of sample. All the phases that were identified here were in phase, and no secondary peaks were obtained in our sample, which means the purity of our sample. Next, we went for the scanning electron microscopy, wherein all the grains that were present in the material were very intact, meaning so that is why shown for sample was but this graph, as I already explained, the temperature profile, as and when the temperature gradient comes into the picture, we will in turn have voltage. Due to this temperature gradient, don't get one volt, I can say, if it is performed, the power output is as the voltage. Hello.
Hello, yes, Shrikant sir.
After the voltage, the power output comes into the picture. The power output is it is calculated by the very well-known equation, the electrical equation we can find from that equation. So next, in conclusion, I can say that BCT ceramics were made utilizing the solid state reaction route. That is harvesting method, 0.15 microwatt, 0.11, because in 4 samples, as I told, the values of X were ranging. So by this method, we can show that manufactured BCT material is having multi-functional properties, transparent material, because it is not having lead, and it is giving you the performance which even lead in close proximity with lead materials performance. So we can say that our material selection is optimal. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Shrikant sir. Godbole sir, any questions?
No.
Okay, all right. So we'll move on to the last presentation of the session. Varsha Patil, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Ms. Varsha Patil. Yes, yes.
Yes,
You
ma'am.
please start the presentation. Your time
Yes.
starts.
Do you see my screen, ma'am?
Yes, ma'am. It is coming. Yes.
I'm Varsha Patil. I'm ME structural student. Today I present on damage detection of wire and truss bridge using frequency change correlation. These are the content of my work. Do you all know structures are very important for human life? So there is need to safety of this structure. So I choose this topic where I work for detect the damage in structure. One of the most important aspects of evaluation of structural system and ensuring their lifetime safety is structural damage detection, which provide a fundamental mean in enabling the transportation of goods and people. The collapse of bridges can result huge losses of lives and material. So there is big need to develop a new method and technology for detecting the damage in structure. The present work involves the study of damage detection of wire and truss bridge model by using the frequency change correlation with the use of software which is SAP 2000. These are the object of my work, where to detect the damage in wire and truss bridge by using frequency change correlation, to carry out a comparative study of natural frequency for undamaged cases and bridge model, to provide an economical method for detect the damages occur in structure by using the study of vibration characteristics of structure like frequency, mode shapes, model partition factor, etc. These are the research paper which I referred for work, which these are the paper where also work for basis on the frequency change correlation for detecting the damages of structures, various type of structures. After the study of various research related to damage detection of bridge model, various methods and techniques, I observed that above study only focus on natural frequency parameter for detect the damaging steel bridges. Till there is a lack of conduct study of other vibration characters due to occurrence of damage in structure. So hence we decided to present work, we conduct study on natural frequency as well as model partition factor bear under the occurrence of damage. In present work, we discussed the bear of natural frequency and model partition factor for 6 mode shape under the 3 damage cases. Any work there is need to validate work, it is correct or not. So I use this validation work for my checking for my present work is correct or not. These are the results. When I conduct the project, then I looked at frequency value of research paper and my done work is research are same. So there is work is validated. Any work there is need to methodology. For this work, I used this methodology. First, I construct the bridge model in SAP 2000. For this study, I used a 1.2 meter Vantress beach span and with 0.2 width and construct. There are 3 damage cases are considered for this work. Analysis bridge by using SAP 2000. Then after the analysis, I observed that after the damage, frequency value will be changed, and then this value help to detect the damages in bridge model. This is the model where we used for work, which is 1.2 meter bridge model. These are the detail of my structure. For this work, I choose 6 load cases for the design of the Vantress bridge. These are the 3 damages which consider first damage on 15 number of member free 15, damage 2 and damage 3. There are 3 damages which consider on this bridge. After the analysis, it is found that the all design is checked. There is safe and that is undamaged condition of bridge. After the model analysis, I observed that frequency for undamaged and damaged cases. After analysis, it observed the frequency value are decreases after the occurrence of damages. We conduct comparative study of frequencies for 6 mode shapes for undamaged and damaged cases. Also, we conduct comparative study of model partition factor. They also decreases after occurrence of damages. This is a frequency graph. There are 6 mode shape. First mode shape, study of mode shape 1, beware of under various frame sections, show that recorded frequency reduces out after the outer damage is decreases. Also, there is used a 10 various type of diameter of Vantress bridge, and then this value of frequency will be decreases after the increases the diameter of that Vantress section. Also, model partition factor also decreases after occurrence of damage. These are the graphs which show the how changes the value of the model partition factor after the occurrence of damages. After the work, we can conclude that the frequency of 6 mode shapes form decreases 1 to 40% for 10 mm steel bars and also increases 1 to 35% for 20 mm frame section. It means when a diameter of Vantress is increases, also increases the frequency. The model partition factor of 6 mode shape decreases from 1 to 5% for 10 to 20 mm diameter of bridge model. Frequency for frame section with an outer diameter of Vantress bridge 12 mm, 16 mm, and 18 mm dropped by 10 to 20 for mode shape 1. These are the reference which we use for work. Thank you.
So you simulated it, right? the analysis you done?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so how you see your simulation is like as per the reality?
When you all know that when you are ill or your human body or any structure is collapsed or any detect damage, that decreases the vibration characteristics like frequency, model partition factor. When I design a bridge model, that is safe. But when I damage that bridge model, then I show that I observe that value of frequency will be decreases after the undetect the damages.
So whatever the result you are getting after simulation, that is possible to protect the damages, right? And that can be helpful for making the well-structured bridge or any structure, right? Any construction
When
body.
value of frequency are decreases, you this result will be helped to detect the damage. If you provide sensor or any other frequency which measure the frequency on bridge model, then you check regularly that frequency is regular or decreases. If there is any fault, then that
So
frequency will be
it can protect from the catastrophic issues like any accident or any huge loss, right?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. So that's a good thing. Yeah. Thank you.
With that, we come to the end of the presentation list, sir. Thank you to all presenters. Thank you, Godbole sir, for your time and your sharing your expertise. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for the invitation. So shall I leave now?
I'd request the IT host, Maksud sir, to kindly pause the recording for now.
Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to the last session of two-day International Conference of Materials, Machine and Information Technology. We are into the last session and we are in the track 3, and we'll be having a total of 13 presentations today. So shall we start, sir? Dhananjay, sir, shall we start? Shall we start, sir? Dhananjay, sir? Sir, you are not audible. No, sir, you are not audible. Yes, I think that is having some technical glitch. So let us start with our first session. So we have with us Dr. SVSK Deepak Kumar sir, and he will be giving the first presentation. He will be telling his knowledge. He will be enlightening us about the state of art of 3D printing, a case study of Ganesh Idol. Over to you, sir.
Yes, are you able to hear me?
Yes, sir, you are audible, sir.
Yes, good afternoon, Dr. Abhijit Singh.
Sir, I am audible now, sir?
Yes, sir, you are also audible.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Good afternoon, Dhananjay sir and Abhijit Singh sir. Thank you for this opportunity. I will be sharing my screen. Okay. Are you able to see? Is it clear?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
If it is visible.
Okay. So the topic of my presentation is the state of art 3D printing. Let us see a case study of a Ganesh idol. My paper ID is ICMMIT 0333. I will not take much of time. Yesterday we have discussed about additive manufacturing technologies, all those things. So currently I am with Centurion University. I am with in touch with Amity University as well, while I was with BIT Misra Ranchi. Okay. So I acknowledge the ICMMIT team, especially for their commitment towards this conference, maybe since the last 6 months, if I guess, since last 2021 June, they have initiated this. It is a very good team effort, especially from the conveners, co-conveners, conference organizers, the vice chancellor, very good commitment and dedication of the team. Especially Praveen Singh and Abhijit Singh. Thank you them for this opportunity. Okay, so I shall touch upon the general principle of additive manufacturing. We have seen how the additive manufacturing principle works. It generally works by adding material layer by layer. You can see the layers here. How the cup is built. So the generic additive manufacturing processes deals with 5 steps, 5 typical steps. What is the first step is the generation of the CAD model, and then you import it, you convert it to the STL files. Then you slice it into different layers and tool path generations into the 3D printer machine. And finally, you will be optimizing the process parameters of the 3D printer. And finally, you get a product. So that is what we have seen in the last talk yesterday, and some examples I have shown about the 3D printing, all those things. And it is very interesting to see a case study on Ganesh idol because it is very, very useful Ganesh idol, which we have it on, in our homes. I shall just show you the model. This is a typical Ganesh model, which we have developed at our research lab. So before going to the product, I shall just discuss how this 3D printing of the Ganesh idol is made. Okay, I shall touch upon the basic principles. That is the basic step. Initially, you have to build a 3D CAD model. Okay, and then you convert it to the STL files. That is the stereolithography file. CAD model can be anything. It can be CATIA or Unigraphics, SolidWorks, whatever you have. And then you slice it to your required machine process parameter. And then you import your slided file to the 3D printer machine. Okay, 3D printer machine can be inbuilt. It can be of any model FDM based. And then you'll end up with the final part production. These steps and all, I will not go into detail. We shall see how this printing of the 3D printer of a particular Ganesh idol can be made. The potential applications we have seen, it has got applications in almost all the fields, especially in this corona field. We have seen the application of 3D printing, especially in the medical fields. Okay, for biomedical parts, the 3D printing of the COVID items. Okay, then 3D printing of the COVID dresses, all those things has been very good applications, especially the COVID pandemic times. Okay, so we shall see how this FDM is generated. So this is the 3D printer which is inbuilt, which is developed by our students. So the principle of FDM, we have seen that it is basically the material is drawn through a nozzle where it is heated and is then deposited layer by layer. So this is the nozzle. The material we used is that PLA, polylactic acid. The first layer is built as nozzle deposits material where required onto the cross-sectional area. The layers are added upon top of the previous layers. Layers are fused together upon deposition as the material is in the melted state. So we shall see how this happens. So this is the 3D printer. So the process parameters are very important. That is the build size is we can go up to 160 mm. That is the up to this much volume we can build the particular material. The extruder temperature is 220. Bed temperature is at room temperature it can be. The print speed we used is 35 mm per second. And the material here is polylactic acid. And the layer thickness is very, very important. It can be range between 0.1 to 0.3, depending upon the material and all those things. Okay, so you can see how the process parameters are set in the Cura Altimeter. You can procure this software, Cura Altimeter. So you can see how typical the Ganesh idol is there. And I see here, you can just see this. The layer height is 0.2 and the shell thickness is adjusted 0.8. Suppose say that if you want to make a small Ganesh idol, okay, to keep it on your desktop or in your room, you can reduce the volume. So you can reduce the volume by reducing the thickness and shell thickness. Okay, then the built bottom top thickness, this is again adjusted. Okay, then the print speed here, it is around 35 mm per second. And the temperature is again, one is for the bed temperature and one is for the temperature of the material. So here we used around 220 degrees centigrade. And the support material is again a challenging one. You need to reduce the support material in order to reduce the time of printing. Okay, and then the filament dia is again important. Here we optimize this by doing the trial and errors, and we could land up with around say 1.75 mm diameter. Okay, so this is done in Cura Altimeter FDM machine. Okay, so the generation of the code, it happens. This is how to generate the movements. Suppose say that I shall show the sliced part. You can see this is the STL file. You can see the steps. It is very clearly visible. The 3D CAD model is generated. That is the first one. And you convert it to the STL file. Okay, you convert it into the STL file. And then you give the process parameter. Process parameter, I refer this slide. So here, what is the bed temperature, print speed, the number of extruders, what is the material. These things you need to define, especially when you are going to the 3D printer machine. Okay, then what is the layer thickness or layer height? What is the shell thickness? So these kind of things here we define as 0.2 mm like that, and the filament dia. You can see how the Ganesh model has been optimized to get the particular shape, and you can see how this printing is being taken. We also have videos that I'm not showing now. Okay, so how the printing has taken place by layer. Okay, you can see the layers even after the final part has produced. So this is how the prototype models of a Ganesh idol or any other models. We are still working on so much products in our lab to generate this 3D printing at our labs. Okay, so you can see how the model is built. So we have followed all the 3D printing generic steps. And this is what conclusions I want to tell. The project team has built the design and development of a Ganesh idol through CAD and simulation tools using Cura Altimeter. 3D printing has achieved steps towards reliability and automation. Okay, the project has come up with mass customization and commercialization. You can go for commercialization. Suppose if you want to make some say 100 parts of Ganesh, we can even go for commercialization. Okay, so here the design and build of a portable 3D printers are much required. We are also working on the development of the 3D printer at our lab. Okay, so there are so many challenges are there in this 3D printing, and a lot of research is going on across the globe. So we have to need to reduce the high machine and the material cost. Okay, especially when we are going for mass production, it is a very good challenge, and we have to come up with some innovative designs. Okay, in order to reduce your material cost, all those things. And this development time is again a challenging task, because suppose say that if we are going for this the Ganesh idol, if it is a very big idol, about say a man's height, then it will take one and a half day. Okay, so that time can be reduced. Since it is a prototype model, here in our case we have taken around 3 to 3.5 hours. Okay, so this is how the simulation of and the 3D printing. You can also refer to some of my published works on the simulation of additive manufacturing processes, 3D printing and 4D printing works, especially related to Industry 4.0, all these things. How to develop IoT incorporated robot generated by 3D printing. Okay, so that is also from my side. I thank you for the team of ICMMIT for giving me this opportunity to present my work. Hello.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah.
It was really a very nice presentation. One question I have received from a BTech student. He wanted to know what is the effect of layer depth on the on the surface roughness of the product that is being manufactured.
Okay, so coming to the layer thickness or layer height or whatever it is, so the more less it is, you get more accurate. Okay, suppose if I increase it from 0.2 to 0.5, then what happens is that your prototype model will be nearly equal to what is expected, but some quality matters. Okay, then accuracy will be reduced by increasing your height. If it is 0.5 mm, similarly the accuracy will be increased. Okay.
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you.
So next presentation is from Shelly Garg.
Hello. Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon, ma'am. So let me just make an announcement. So all the presenters have 10 minutes to present their work, out of which 8 minutes will be dedicated for the presentation and 2 minutes will be dedicated for question and answer round. So you will hear a ringing bell at 6 minutes. That will be a warning bell. And after which, within 2 minutes, you will have to conclude your presentation. So I hope it is clear with all the participants. Yes, ma'am, you can continue.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you so much for the conference organizer to organize such a conference. So my topic here is I have worked on a prototype which works in the field of COVID-19 detection, how we can prevent it, like on the basic level. That prototype has been developed. So I'm Shelly Garg. I'm working as assistant professor in University of Petroleum Energy Studies. So the very first, I'm going to give you a notifications about the introduction part. So these are my table of contents where we are going to talk about the introduction, where we are going to talk about the AI approaches and how AI and data science is working for this pandemic, how we can forecast and working in this field, and a prototype which has been developed. Now, when we talked, we all know how COVID-19 has hit us all and how it has affected, how many deaths have been seen. In fact, we are still fighting with Omicron as well. So based on that, this attracted our interest to work in this field, that what we can do if we are working in a very basic level, like we are residing in our homes, and what we can do for a basic home level. So when we got this area, we started searching that what AI approaches are doing right now. Like AI is really working in the early diagnosis, like in many of the factors that the data has been collected and that has been put into various tools, where it is predicted that this much effect can be happen with the help of AI. In fact, with the detection of protein structure as well, that is also one of the area where AI is working, that with the help of the protein structure, and if they can modify that structure, that can help in the detection of COVID-19. Even AI in the genomics, that is also one of the field that has been working and represented in the field of COVID-19. So when we found out that what are the data sets which are available, then I found out that there are few, in fact, most of the site, most of the places, all the data have been given as open source. Normally we see government never releases the data in the open, but these are the few sites and the links which can help my fellow colleagues as well. If they are also interested in working this field, that many of the links where the data is easily available and it is updated actually, that what is happening. Then when we talked about that AI and IoT, then IoT is very much helping in the field of information gathering. That is actually my field to work. And then, it can also help in curbing information, because it is whatever is collected, it can be spread, it can be given to the public, and a wrong information can be reduced. Then the contact tracing as well, that information part. Then these were the few of the ways where we saw that the aim was a classification of disease. So they use the CT scan data, and this much accuracy has been obtained. Similarly, for the diagnosis part, same CT scan has been observed and this much accuracy was there. So similarly, we saw around 14 to 15 methods. All of the method mainly were based on CT scan, where the cases has been confirmed, that data has been given, or your IoT mobile devices, या फिर mobile surveys has been done, or the data has been retrieved from CCVT, from where the data has been collected. Then we have the prognostic prediction algorithm, which is there in the AI ML, where the data of other patient is used as a training part. Then we have the AlphaFold algorithm of Google. Then it is machine learning and ontology-based framework in AI, where all the qualitative work has been done. And based on that, they have done the classification of disease and results were obtained. So the prototype which we have developed is that, let's say we have a home and we want to, because we all know that because of the COVID-19, it was mostly work from home, and every home has Wi-Fi in their places, and every home is almost like internet enabled. That assumption we have taken, because that is one of the important part. Like if still that is not there, then Bluetooth can also work. So what we have done is that we have connected our phone via the internet or the Bluetooth, and then it will check, that prototype will check that oxygen level, temperature, and face mask. So if face mask is not there, it will not allow. The temperature will be notified with the CT scan part. For the oxygen level, yes, we have to install a hardware, which is the oxygen meter. And for that, there is one constraint here, that we have to install a kind of, we can say, for the precaution measure, that we have to install something where the person can clean their hand, because it will be reused again and again. So based on that, if oxygen level will be observed, if it comes and counters to less than 90, then the person will be checked further for low temperature, and if it is wearing the mask or not. If it is having low temperature, then again it will ask the few questions as an automated question, which is there in the CT scans as well, that whether the cough is there or breath check will be there. All the verbal questions will be asked, and then if it is COVID-19 suspected, which we have not seen in the initial prototypes, a notification will be given to the government person, to the nearby hospital person, so that they can take care of that. Because nowadays many of the NGOs have come in this field and they are working rigorously, that if a person is suspected with COVID-19 or anything, they can provide them the solution, they can provide them the resources which they need, right? So the COVID-19 is suspected, then an alert message will be given to the nearby hospital with the patient information. Then hospital can take the necessary action and they can provide them. Similarly, if there is no temperature, like there is no low temperature, user is even wearing the mask as well, and there is no cough and cold, right?
Last 2 minutes to conclude.
Yeah. So this is a prototype that it will be allowed to enter in the building. So this is how we have proposed a prototype here. And this is a main which we have named as Smart COVID-19 diagnosis methodology. So if I conclude my topic, that we are trying to provide solution of COVID-19 on a very basic level nowadays, because a lot of people, even I was affected with Omicron in last few days, that it was a lot of cough and cold, and it was acting like a journal kind of thing. It was like a viral also. So many of the time the problem comes. So if this can be there, at least a basic scrutiny can happen. For that, we have built that. So thank you so much. If you have any question, please let me know.
Thank you, ma'am. And so it's a very interesting topic. And so I have just a quick query that have you tested this model?
So this is in the building phase right now. Right now we are working on it. This is a typical. Right now this is a prototype which we have done. Right now we are doing the groundwork. We are trying to see what are the pros and like we have compared this with the previously already like proposed. It is coming better than that, but still we are working on the result part. That's why I have not put the presentation here.
Okay. Okay, great. Although this is very interesting model, and hope in near future we will test that. And
Yeah, sure.
this will also work for other diseases. Okay.
Yes.
So, yeah, that's
Yes,
future
sir.
prospects also. Thank you, ma'am.
Yes.
Now you
Thank
can
you so
stop your sharing, ma'am.
Thank you so much.
Abhijit sir, have you any questions, sir?
No, sir.
Okay. So now I would request Mr. Mulani Swab to please share his presentation. Yes, sir. Please make it in slide mode, PowerPoint mode. Okay. Go ahead, sir, please. You are not audible, sir. And if possible, your bandwidth, if allowed, then please switch on your camera, sir, please. Yeah, we cannot hear you, sir. Still, we are not getting your voice, sir. Check your audio settings, sir. Maybe selected something else. And left side, audio setting, where the mute option is there, near to that, there will be an arrow. If you will click that, several options will come, and you can select there whatever audio system you are using for your mic.
So if you have any headphone, please use the headphone because we can't hear you. No, your voice is not coming. Do you have any headphone, earphone? So if your audio is not coming. Okay, then select on go on mute button. There is a up arrow key button. Click on that button and select your different speaker and microphone.
If problem is still there, then we can move to another speaker, and till that Mr. Swab can solve his audio problem, right? So yeah, still we cannot hear Swab. So I think just stop sharing, and then meanwhile try to solve this technical problem. And we are inviting Mr. Muzir. So, Mr. Swab, please unshare your slide, and after that, after this speaker, to whom we are inviting, you can present. Meanwhile, try to solve this problem. Yeah, Mr. Mujir, please start sharing your presentation. Mr. Mujir, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, please share your presentation and start your presentation. Share your presentation. You can see your screen, but not your presentation. First of all, stop sharing this, then open your slide and then share again.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I will share it again.
Yeah. Now open your slide first and then share that.
Now it is, sir.
Yeah. Make it in slideshow mode and then proceed.
Yes, sir. It's now it is okay, sir.
Yeah, we can see your slide, first slide.
Okay. Can I go ahead, sir?
Abhijit sir,
So you Muzir, have you started your slideshow? Mujir?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I'm audible.
Yes, you are audible, but I'm getting that you are having a very low bandwidth. So have you shared, have you started slideshow?
Yes, sir. I have started slideshow.
Because we are not able to view your presentation in the slideshow mode. So it will be better if you exit the slideshow mode and start with the normal presentation.
Okay. Okay.
Share again.
Now it is, sir.
Yeah, continue. Mujir, it is visible.
Okay. Okay, sir. Shall I continue?
Yes, Mujir, you can.
Yeah. Good evening, everyone. This is Muzi. I'm from Wales University. I'm a research scholar from my Department of Mechanical Engineering. Today, my research work is ongoing on tribological behavior of aluminum-based hybrid metal matrix composites. In that, we are going to take aluminum 6061 as a base metal, and composite materials are boron carbide and zirconium dioxide, silicon carbide. Now, the main aim of our in this research work is we are going to give silicon as 4% and 8%, 12%, and zirconium dioxide as 2%, 4%, and 6%. Continuously, we are doing this on a technical steel casting technique, and we have calculated the density as theoretical as well as experimental density.
Hello.
And we have used a pin-on-disc apparatus. We have used a pin-on-disc accelerometer to conduct
Hello.
wear experiment like various sliding distance and sliding speed, and applied loads like 20, 40, 60 kilonewtons, and sliding distances as 100 meters, 200 meters, and 300 meters. Like that, we have conducted wear experiments and the pin on disc apparatus. We have now.
On the camera phone. Sir, am I audible now?
Yes,
Now, these are the experiment method and the materials. We can see the components of the aluminum. Here, aluminum main component, and these are the aluminum compositions: magnesium, zinc, calcium, like silicon, magnesium, manganese, titanium, ferrous, and chromium. These are the compositions, and below one is the our whatever materials we have taken compositions, their properties, density, melting point, and tensile strength, and the particle size of that compositions. First, we have taken the aluminum 6061, that is having density 2.70 and melting point at 581 to 652, and tensile strength up to 115, and the particle size is 100. And zirconium dioxide 5.68, and the tensile strength is up to 5200 and 0.2 particle size. And coming to the boron carbide, that is 2.52 density and 2350 melting point, and less than 10 size is less than 10 particle size. And silicon carbide 3.10 and melting point is 2730, and particle size is less than 8. These are the properties of the materials we have taken for our experiment. And this is the wear test. We have conducted different wear tests on pin on disc apparatus, and the specimen we have prepared is 100. Sir, I am audible.
Yes, you are audible. Kindly continue.
Yes. The specimen dimensions to take a wear test is 10 mm diameter and 40 mm length, and at ambient temperature, the humidity up to 10 to 15% humidity we have taken, and sliding distance is 1000 meters, and the pin on disc apparatus 1000 meters. And but we have conducted up to 100 meters and 200 meters, 300 meters experiment. And the POD test conducted on different types of loads. We have applied on that one, that is 20 newtons, 40 newtons, and 60 newtons. Now, these are the density. We have calculated the density in this work, that is theoretically as well as experimentally. That is the aluminum. For aluminum 6061, the theoretical density is 2.70 and the experimental density is 2.69 and the porosity is 1.024. For this is the base metal aluminum 60161 and boron
Mujib,
carbide has
you
yes,
have
sir.
2 more minutes to conclude.
Yeah, sir. 2 more minutes to conclude. Okay, I will conclude it. Yeah, mainly this experiment is connected the theoretical and as well as the experimental density and porosity, and we have taken the 4%, 8%, 12% of silicon carbide and zirconium dioxide at 2% for 2%, 4%, 6%. We can show in this graph. We can show the here. Here you can see that black red marks. We have taken the specimens, 5 specimens like aluminum 6061 plus 2% of boron. Boron carbide is aluminum 6061 plus 2% of boron carbide is a base metal, and from that we have adding the compositions like zirconium dioxide 2%, 4%, 6%, and silicon carbide has 4%, 8%, and 12%. And finally, you have find the wear experiments on different loads like 20, 40, 60 kilonewtons. And this is the coefficient of friction for different sliding distance. Coefficient of friction we have tested for 20 newtons, 40 newtons, and 60 newtons. And this is the wear rate. We have conducted a test for wear rate for different loads 20, 69, 20, 40, 60 newtons. And this is the difference between the wear rate and the load at a different sliding distances. We have conducted a wear rate to conduct a different sliding distance, that is 100 meters, 200 meters, and 300 meters. Finally, we got the maximum volume loss at 15 mm3, that is for 6% of zirconium dioxide plus 12% of silicon carbonate composites, and at 60 newtons at 300 meters of sliding distance, and minimum volume loss at 0.08 mm3 for aluminum base material, that is aluminum 6061 plus 2% of boron carbide.
Mujir, kindly conclude.
And yes, sir.
Conclude your session.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. We have minimum. We have best wear resistance for the 6% zirconium dioxide and 12% silicon carbide, and less wear resistance for aluminum base metal. And minimum wear rate is have the minimum wear rate for the last one, that is 6% zirconium and 12%. And finally, the result wear rate was obtained to be 5.51 into 10 to the power of -3 for base metal at a 20 newtons at a sliding velocity of 1.5 meters per second.
So Mujir, we have a
Yes, sir.
question. We have a question. So what is the reason for selecting 2, 4, and 6% of ZrO2 and 4, 8, 12% of SiC, silicon carbide and zirconium oxide? What is the reason of selecting that particular percentage?
This work is mainly concentrated on getting a minimum wear rate and best wear resistance. That's why we have taken the that ratios, because previous researchers we have minimum they have from the previous researchers work, that is how base aluminum metal have minimum wear rate. That's why we are adding to adding this 6%, 12% to improve the wear rate.
Okay. Sir, any question? Dhananjay sir?
No, sir, I have no any specific question for him.
Okay, Mujir, you can stop sharing. Was really a nice presentation.
So may I start, sir?
Yes, sir, you can start.
So this is Ashish Saurabh. My slide is visible, sir. I'm going to speak on recent development and challenges in automotive brake pad disc system. So this is the list of contents that I will follow: abstract, introduction, and at last conclusion. So we all know that in recent days, the development of brake pad has become very important because due to wear related phenomena. So because as the wear increases, so it pollutes the environment, and it has also some carcinogenic elements in the brake pad, which if inhaled lead to the health problems like cancer, etc. So for this, we need brake pads which emit less wear. So according to a study, we know that there are PM10 emissions. PM10 emissions means the particulate matter emissions of size 10 micrometers or less than that. So this type of emission accounts for the 50% of overall non-exhaust air emission from the vehicle transport. So it is a great amount which pollutes the environment, and it leads to health cost for the world. So here we are focusing on the analysis of historical evolution of the brake pad challenges and the future perspective of the automotive brake pad disc system. So the brake pads used in modern automobiles are not sealed to the environment. So the whatever wear takes place, that is released into the environment and becomes airborne or pollutant. And many studies have proved that the adverse effect of these airborne particles in the long run, resulting in the health problems. So the majority of coarse particles that in size 2.5 microns, they are deposited in nasal cavity of human beings and throat. And the smaller particles less than that, 0.1 to 2.5 microns or ultrafine particles, they penetrate deep into the lungs and they also cause cancer. So when we come to the history and background of the brake pad, there were initially asbestos brake pads also in use, which contained asbestos particle. But with the current development and so developing countries imposed ban, developing and developed countries have imposed ban on asbestos particle because it was a major force in causing cancers. And other particles such as Fe, Ti, SiCu, K and barium, they also were lead to irritative, and they also cause renal failure and liver damage. So it is believed that 50 to 70% of brake debris material is converted into polydispersed aerosol emissions. So these emissions also contribute to pollutants and have a detrimental effect on health. So current focus is on PM10 and PM2.5 particle emission, how to reduce them, because we are also moving to the electric vehicle regime, and all the governments in the world are trying to achieve zero emission from the brake pad. So these were the original classification of brake pad in the world today: semi-metallic, low metal and steel, ceramics, carbon brake pad formulation, sintered metal formulation, and non-asbestos organic formulations. So in brake pad, limiting material, lubricant, abrasive, reinforcements, filler, and binding agent all are common ingredients. Actually, the brake pad is a very complex setup of 20 to 25 powder ingredients in the form of different ceramics, powders, metallic powders, abrasive, lubricants. So it needs to be mixed very carefully in order to have a very less or zero wear. So the current development is focusing on non-asbestos, means organic type of brake pad formulation, or low metallic type of brake pad formulation, which do not have this carcinogenic elements in it. So these are the brief, I am discuss the characteristics of non organic, non-asbestos, organic, low metallic, and semi-metallic type of brake pads. So you can see the non-asbestos organic are relatively gentle, low noise, whereas low metallic is friction performance is better and durability is better, whereas semi-metallic has the highest rotor wear resistance and heat transfer durability. So these are the friction material formulation types presently practiced today: low metal and low steel formulation, which contains steel particles. So steel particles do not cause any damage to the health. So in the world, all means industries are focusing on the low steel formulation content. Then there is ceramic formulation content, but one drawback is that they generate high noise, and some COF, coefficient of friction problem, is also there. Then there are sintered metal formulations. The bonding occurs in the sintered metal formulation. They also use metallic particles by fusing metallic particles under pressure and temperature. So high temperature is used here to fabricate the sintered material formulation. Then there is carbon-carbon formulation, where carbonization is used for depositing carbon on the surface of the fiber, and then it is crushed and mixed with the friction material. So this is also a novel area where because this outperforms steel by 2.5 times in the terms of performance.
So you have 2 more minutes to conclude.
Okay, sir. So this is the methodology and testing of brake pads by in a closed chamber H13EN 1822 instrument pinion disc drivometer, where we can check and we can tell what is the performance in the terms of the brake wear emission. So this, in brief, I have discussed the brake pad state sample test conditions and what are the emissions factor for different types of brake pads: semi-metallic, non-asbestos, organic, etc. So from this presentation, we can conclude that the influence of brake disc material on particulate matter emission during braking is very critical, and it has been examined in this review study. The wearing process creates bigger particles only at the start of the brake application, but the particle size shrinks throughout the middle owing to the stable contact fixed upon its brake pad surface. And another point is a specific porosity should be present in the brake pad material, but too high porosity not only degrades the material's performance, but also it's in the storage of wear particles created during braking phase. So we should be we should try to move towards steel particles brake pad formation, because steel particles do not cause any damage to the health. And we should, since we are moving to the electric vehicle regime, we can also test ceramic brake pads, but we should also not try copper particles, because they are also causing damage to the marine life, like fishes like salmons have been damaged by copper brake pads. So this is the conclusion. So thank you all.
Thank you, sir. And Abhijit sir, any question for him from your side?
So I wanted to know what are the materials that are currently used and what are your alternate materials that you are telling to use.
Sir, actually the currently means brake pad is a formulation of 20 to 25 materials in it. So actually today we have eliminated asbestos, but copper particles are still being used. So copper particles are also dangerous to fishes, marine environment. So they cause damage to the fishes in the Pacific Ocean. So in place of copper, we should move towards the steel particles, stainless steel particles, or ceramic particles.
So you discussed about particles that get settled in nose and the lungs. So are these the copper particles,
Yes.
or these are some other particles?
These are actually primarily asbestos particle, but copper particles also have this effect.
Okay. That's also.
Okay, thank you, sir. And now you can stop sharing. Now I would request Aditi Dikshita, madam, to please share her presentation.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Are you able to see my screen?
Yeah,
Okay.
it's visible now. Go ahead, please.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Aditi Dikshita, and I'm a student from Institute of Aeronautical Engineering, Hyderabad, Telangana. And today I'm here to discuss about the effect of surface roughness on the aerodynamic performance of a flying wing with NACA 4412 airfoil at a certain flow condition. That is a Reynolds number 1.7 into 10 power 5. So in this session, I'll be discussing briefly about the overview of my paper, which includes the introduction, where I'll be introducing the concept and theory, and the experimentation, which includes the methods and materials and methodology, and calculation, where the formula used for analyzing the experimental data will be described, and the results will be showing the graphs elucidated from the calculation part, and I will be concluding from the results. And coming to the introduction, that have you ever wondered about how the aircraft accidents occur? So there may be many factors, but some of them include the pilot error, or it could be an ATC error. It could also be the mechanical failure, or could also be a bad weather. But if we have a closer look at why these accidents are happening, we can see that it is most of them are happening at the landing and takeoff phases. So this is due to that the aircraft is susceptible to stall condition in these phases. A stall is a condition where the aircraft experiences a higher angle of attack and the flow flowing over the airfoil, which is the cross section of the wing, tends to separate and initially loses lift and increases huge amount of drag. At the takeoff. So, for this, we are adopting several flow control methodologies. In them, we have the active flow control, which needs a power input, and a passive flow control, which does not need any power or controller. So, among various passive flow control technologies, we have adopted for the surface tailoring, or adopting or employing the surface roughness over the wing, as it is one of the most feasible method for experimentation and also provides better results. So the fundamental motto of our project is to authenticate the conclusions obtained from the historical survey, which is done by other research scholars in a real-time winter investigation, and again modifying it by certain amendments made onto the surface. And the main motivation for opting for this surface roughness is that we see that many of the aquatic and the avian animals can move at a faster speed because they utilize their skin roughness to move faster by beating the drag. And the dragonfly, which is the most fastest flying insect, and also the myoshark, which is the fastest swimming mammal, utilizes its riblets and also consequently its corrugations in order to beat the drag, and it can also move at higher angles of attack. So this is due to the surface roughness. The roughness lets the air molecules bump into peaks or get sucked into the troughs, which adds a perpendicular speed component. Or in other words, it advances the flow transition from laminar to turbulent flow. So if we consider this as a smooth airfoil, and here is the flow, here is the wind direction, the flow at zero angle of attack, the flow tends to separate from laminar to turbulent at a certain point. And if we introduce certain roughness onto the airfoil, the transition from laminar to the turbulent layer advances. And if we and also extremely rough surface totally stalls the airfoil. So in order to overcome this problem, we need to find a solution in order to place the roughness at a certain point over the airfoil surface, which can give proper results for overcoming the stall and also beating the drag. So here in the turbulent flow, the much higher energy transfer in the turbulent boundary layer will delay the separation, because the slow molecules which are closer to the surface will get kicked along and will further delay the separation point. And in brief, what does this surface roughness do? Is that, as I've said, it impels the advanced transition. This is due to the vortices which are formed in the turbulent region, and they possess higher kinetic energy, which move the separation point further to the aft part of the airfoil. The kinetic energy of the turbulent region moves the separation point further to the aft part of the aerofoil, leading to more effective wetted area in the region of stall. And hence, we need to manufacture or we need to employ microstructured features at proper position in order to effectively control the naturally occurring turbulent vortices, so that we can reduce the momentum transfer and hence reduce the drag. So for this, we are employing a smooth profile of an aerofoil and then introducing surface roughness at the transition point and also the maximum thickness location. And as we are performing a wind tunnel investigation, the experimentation includes the fabrication of a 3D wing model employing NACA 4412 airfoil, and it is fabricated using the 3D printing model using the PLA material, which is the polylactic acid. And then we have employed E480 and E4220 emery papers in order to replicate the effect of surface roughness. And we have placed them at 30% chord and 40% chord, and the angles of attack which are operating are 0 to 20 degrees. And this is the low speed wind tunnel which we have used to perform our experiment, and the flow conditions were 18 meter per second at the Reynolds number of 1.7 into 10 power 5. The pressure distribution, we have calculated the resultant forces, which are the normal and axial forces, and then we have elucidated the lift and drag components from there. So we have calculated the coefficients of normal force and the axial force using the upper and lower surface pressure distributions, and then we have calculated the coefficients of lift and drag with the following formula.
Ma'am, you have 2 minutes more to conclude your session.
Yeah. So from the pressure distribution, we have calculated the lift and drag, and this is the plot of CL versus alpha, the variation of coefficient of lift with respect to angle of attack. As we have seen, for a smooth profile of an aerofoil, the stall angle is at 10 degrees. But if we employ surface toughness, the stall angle has further increased up to 14 degrees at the maximum for 220 grid placed at 45% chord location. And coming to the drag, that in the operating range of angle of attack, the drag has also seen to reduce by the placement of different roughness kits. And this is the basic overview of the results we've got. And the 80 grit toughness, which has more roughness texture, has shown anomalous behavior, whereas the other 220 grit has shown accepted results. And aerodynamic efficiency of the wing surface with E4 220 grit at 30% chord has shown better results. And we have also seen that the stall angle increased by 4 degrees when compared to the plain wing. And coming to the conclusion, we have seen the delay in the stall angle due to the impeded flow separation. That is due to the transition from the laminar to turbulent flow. This is the roughness present on the surface stimulates the flow to enter into the turbulence, which then energizes the flow and delays the separation. And we have also by 8% in presence of roughness at 0.45 chord over the span of the wing surface. And instead of employing a high grade roughness, we can use a low grade roughness at maximum thickness location, which would provide a better aerodynamic performance and can be utilized for the aircraft flight phases, which are the landing and takeoff, for delaying the stall angle, and for also Hello?
Yeah, thank you. And we have one question that what is the benefit of the delay of a stall? Why we don't use rough surface is an airplane from Yagyadat Dwivedi.
By delaying the stall, we are decreasing the amount of drag which is caused. Condition which is caused at a critical angle of attack, where the lift of the aircraft totally decreases and the drag increases. So it is a dangerous condition where the aircraft is prone to many crashes. So for that, we are employing the surface roughness at the takeoff and landing phases and only. And why is it not used in an airplane? Because the airplane flies at a very high Reynolds number, and this surface roughness is not feasible for that much speed. So we are employing this roughness only at the landing and takeoff phases, which fly at lower speeds and at higher angles of attack, in order to by delaying the flow separation.
Okay. There is one more question from Narendra Kumar. That is it conceptual paper or any simulation done?
Yeah, we have performed an experimental simulation using the wind tunnel. We have not done any ANSYS or any simulation work. It is an experimental analysis.
Okay. Abhijit sir, any question from your
Yes,
side?
sir. I just wanted to know during takeoff, if we increase the surface roughness of the airfoil, so will it affect the drag force that is acting on the airplane?
Yes, sir, it would affect, but by the proper placement of the roughness, that is at maximum thickness, which we have proved just now, at the maximum thickness location of the wing, we can place the roughness so that we can compensate for the drag and also delay the stall separation.
That's it, sir.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. And now I would request Mr. Aditya Pratap Singh to
Yes, sir. Good afternoon,
share
sir.
his presentation. Yeah, good afternoon. Please share your presentation.
Is it visible?
Yeah, that's visible. Please make it in slideshow mode.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, please go ahead, sir.
Okay, sir. Good afternoon, sir. My name is Aditya Pratap Singh. Currently, I am pursuing my graduation from Calcutta University. So today I'm gonna present a PPT on the basis of comparative stress analysis of a round shaft with shoulder fillet radius using finite element and analytical method. So these are the list of content. Firstly, we will discuss introduction, literature review, theoretical calculation, material property, FEA, finite element analysis, result and conclusion, and last one, reference. So introduction, like in developing many building materials, like if we are going to develop any building or any equipment, so it is impossible to avoid some changing. We have to give holes on the body, notches, grooves to reduce the weight of material, and by the help of we can join another part or machine or any equipment. So in such cases, the distribution of average stress at the peak axis will go high, will be high, and that's why there will be maximum stress. Whenever in any body where will be the minimum area, that portion will be the maximum stress. So stress concentration is the location of the object where main stress is located. Like you can see, this is the when we are going to we have to reduce the stress concentration in machine. If we are going to make any changes, in first image we have seen this is the poor condition. I can give an example, when we make bat, like playing bat, so there will be a smooth surface, that will be help to that will give more stability in the bat. So that's why we make like fillet. So these are the some methods that we can reduce the stress concentration. And this is the body that I have taken for the study, round shaft with shoulder fillet. And these are the literature review. I have studied some research paper during my research, K.S. Babulal has presented, they have taken the different geometry, like semicircular notch, U-shaped notch, and V-shaped notch, and they have presented by the help of finite element method, by the using of SolidWorks simulation software, and there is error between the both method is less than 2%. And these are the some also that I have been studied during my research. And This is the theoretical calculation, like from the definition of stress concentration. So we have to calculate the stress concentration factor, KT. This is the ratio of maximum stress and the nominal stress. Maximum stress, like where will be the minimum area, like if we are going to make any holes or any changes in the material. So this is the body that I have designed by the help of SolidWorks. So this is the chart that has given by the scientist of R.E. Peterson that will help to calculate the value of stress concentration factor by the theoretical method. Like we have taken this body where the maximum, where the tensile is, where the axial force is like 15,000 Newton, and the value of larger diameter is 0.2 meter, and a small diameter is 0.15 meter. And this is the material property. I have taken the material 1023 carbon steel, and this is the isotropic material. These are the mechanical property that are mentioned in the table, like density is something around this, Poisson ratio, and modulus of rigidity, elastic modulus, tensile strength, field strength. So these are the isotropic property. So finite element analysis, this is the mesh model that we have developed by the help of SolidWorks. So this is the simulation that I have done with different fillet radius. Like this is the this model is when we have given the fillet radius 0.1, and this is the 0.2, and this is 0.03, and all the variable are same, like D value will be same, larger diameter and small diameter. So result and conclusion. So there is no such thing as a personal choice. Like we have to make some changes of like material. So the value of D will be same, and we can see from the table, and D and capital D, and we are changing the radius of fillet like 0.012, 0.024, and the load will be same, like 15,000 Newton, and theoretical stress concentration factor have been calculated by the help of R.E. Peterson chart.
The last 2 minutes to conclude.
Okay, sir. Okay, sir. So these are the value that we have calculated from the help of finite element analysis, and these are the deviation like from both method, theoretical and like by the help of finite element analysis. So these are the conclusion that have been represented by the help of SolidWorks, and this is the comparison between the theoretical and finite element analysis. Like we have like by increasing the value of fillet radius, the value of maximum stress is decreasing. We can see from the table, and the static studies show that the level of error among analytical method and theoretical method is less than 5%, and the error is the error of percentage is decreasing by increasing the value of fillet radius. And the last one, the value of theoretical stress concentration factor have been calculated by the R.E. Peterson chart, and this could be the region of variation in both result. Like we can see from the table, there is some error. So this can be error like we are calculating the theoretical stress by the chart. So that's all. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. And Abhijit, sir, any question for him?
Yes, sir. So first of all, you have used FEA analysis. So
Yes,
what was the number of nodes and elements that you have chosen?
Actually, sir, we have we choose like if our system is supported, so we are have like more fine mesh that possible from my computer.
Okay, and what type of meshing was there?
Sir, what type of meshing? Like there is an option where
whether it
there
was
is
a
two options,
hexagonal.
coarse and fine. So we have gone to find.
That is understood. But the mesh shape,
Yes,
the
sir.
element shape, what was the element shape that you chose?
Sir, it is rectangular.
Okay. And one thing that you concluded, you said that the fillet radius, when the fillet radius is increased, the
Yes, sir.
maximum stress decreases. Can you
Yes,
state
sir.
the reason for it?
Actually, sir, the like by the definition of stress, we know where will be the minimum radius, where will be the radius is directly proportional to area. So as we know by the definition, resisting force per unit area. So where will be the minimum area, and there will be maximum stress. So if we are reducing the decreasing the radius, so there will be if we increasing the radius, so there will be decrement in stress.
If you are increasing the radius, there will be decrement of stress. Okay. So you
Yes,
are
sir.
relating it with area.
Yes,
but
sir.
Fillet radius is something else.
Sir, fillet radius pi by 4 d square.
That is
Area.
understood. That is okay. But fillet radius is the chamfer or the corners that we cut, that we call as the
Yes, sir. I'm
fillet.
showing. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Sir, yeah, you can see, sir.
There's this R
Yes,
that you have represented. This is the fillet
sir.
radius.
Yes, sir.
So if you go on increasing this R,
yes, sir,
then the material will decrease. You are
Yes,
getting
sir.
what I am telling. If you go on increasing R, this D will decrease. So ultimately your area is decreasing.
Yes, sir.
So how is the stress decreasing? If area is decreasing, the stress will increase.
Good afternoon.
No, the stress is going to decrease.
Where other
Because, sir,
students?
we are when we calculate the stress concentration factor.
Okay, is it somewhere related to stress concentration?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay.
KT is the ratio of.
Okay, it is related to stress concentration. The stress
Yes, sir.
concentration will decrease when you increase the fillet radius. Okay, so you can. So that is all from my side.
Yeah, thank you, sir.
Sir, kindly unmute yourself.
Okay, sir.
Okay. Yeah, thank you, sir. And Mr. Aditya, now you can stop sharing your presentation. Okay. Now I would request Mr. Srikant Yadav, Srikant Vidya, sorry.
Oh, yes, sir. Good
for,
afternoon.
Sharing presentation.
Good afternoon to all of you. Myself,
Yeah.
Srikant Vidya. I am working as an assistant professor in Galoti University as well as pursuing PhD from the DTU, Delhi. So,
Sir, sorry for interruption. Could you please make it in PowerPoint mode,
yes, yes.
slideshow mode? Yeah.
Now, okay, sir.
Okay. Go ahead, sir.
So my topic is software analysis of the tolerance in the geometries produced by the die sinking EDM. What happens in die sinking EDM, actually, whatever we have to make the cavity, we have to make the tool like that. So in this die sinking EDM, now it is coupled with the precision, this CNC tool axis movement as well as some e-pulse technology, which makes it capable to produce the micro machining features also. So in this die sinking EDM, we have used a cylindrical tool only to machine the all polygonal cavity using the polygon cycle approach. And then we have tried to make the measure the angularity error in the using the software analysis as well as a profile projector and this Olympus microscope software. So whatever in the in the world level, so world is going towards the micro manufacturing. So in the micro level also tolerance is very important. Final tolerance is required. So that's why we require the measurement of geometric tolerance as well as form tolerance. So EDM is very important because it can machine the any material regardless of its hardness. So now the process performance of EDM die sinking EDM is coupled with the e-pulse technology as well as multi-axis tool movement. where we can produce the micro holes and micro machining features. So that is the newly advanced idiom of electronica expert series machine has been taken in CMRI Durgapur. So there are some of the literature review. So most of the literatures have been discussed in case of material movable rate, then physical behavior of the EDM profile compensation. So some studies have been discussed in micro level features like a cavity in the micro medium milling, a square cavity, cross channels also. But very limited study have been done in the case of geometric tolerance. So just we have tried to measure the angularity. So they are the experimental details. We have carried the experiment on Electronica Expert 1 series. Built with the EPULS technology and multi-axis movement, and cylindrical copper electrode of 400 micrometer diameter has been selected, and EN24 alloy steel has been selected as that workpiece material, and all the experiments have been done in the CMRI Durgapur. Just we have machined the 3 cavities of each polygon of the depth to 2 millimeter, and then we analyze these geometries through Olympus analysis software as well as profile projector to measure the angularity. So the other machining parameters for die sinking micro ADM, we have set the parameters of the gap voltage 140 volt, the current as 1 ampere, because in the micro EDM we have tried micro machining features. So the current was fixed at a low level. Then polarity tool positive, then pulse on time, and then pulse of time. So these are the parameters, and then this is the tool path approach which has been selected for the machining of polygonal shapes. So like triangular, then a square, then pentagonal, then hexagonal. So initial radius and final radius we have used this. So they are some of the cavities examined through microscope, and the steps involved in the measurement of the angularity in the software as well as through profile corrector also. So microscope image, triangular, square, then pentagonal, then hexagonal. So angularity actually has been measured by the tolerance zone bounded by the 2 parallel planes at the basic specified basic angle other than 90 degree from a datum axis. So this is, and that is tolerance zone, the surface must lie. So there are some examples of the geometric tolerance like straightness, flatness, circularity, cylindricity. So in this we have studied angularity in the case of this tolerance. So there are some of the angularity error calculated for triangular. We have found that average error is, mean average error is 4.34 degree. And then in the case of square, 1.33 degree, then pentagonal and hexagonal. So from this result, we can say that the square macro cavities are best in the terms of angular accuracy, because in case of a square cavity, the tool has to move in especially on the perpendicular direction only, vertical and horizontal. But in case of other cavities, the tool has to move in the erratic path other than the 90 degree. So in the case of square cavity, the discharge area is limited, but in case of the other cavities, the discharge area is varying. So rather than the 90 degree. So that's why the variation in angularity has been found. So a square has the best accuracy, and then after that, as the complexity increases, so the angularity increases also. So in reference to
conclude in 2 minutes.
Okay, sir. So conclusion, we can, for the geometric tolerance is an important factor in the accuracy requirement. So we have focused on the blind cavity, especially in the square, this polygonal cavity in the micro level. So it is found that the square cavity has the less angularity error, while in the case of hexagonal cavity, the angularity error is maximum. So due to the fact that there is discharge area limited in case of square cavity, and the secondary discharge is also less in case of a square cavity because there is less tool movement at different angles. So the major application of this knowledge base can be said that we can try the capability of the die sinking EDM in the most micro level features, and how we can use this for the development of micro functional components. Okay, these are the references. Thank you, sir.
Okay. So, Abhijit sir, any question for him?
No, sir.
Okay. So now you can stop your sharing. And now I would request Kamurthy Ravi, Mr. Kamurthy Ravi, for sharing his presentation.
Hello, sir. Can you see my PPT,
Yeah.
sir?
Yeah.
And
Your
my
presentation
video?
is visible. Yeah. Go ahead.
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir. I will start now. Hello, all respected session chair people, Dr. Dhananjay Pandey, sir, and Abhijit Singh, sir. I am Kamurthy Raviteja from National Taipei University of Technology, Taipei, Taiwan. And my project or title is about prediction on the death rate using some machine learning techniques. Objective, introduction, data set, methodology, data analysis, and pre-processing, results, discussion, conclusion are my contents. I have three objectives here. The first objective is to predict the mortality rate using patient's data. And my second objective is to use XGBoost classifier technique and AutoML PyCarrot technique to develop my model. And the third objective is to evaluate the two models, I mean, one on another. I will give you the brief of my introduction. If you have a patient's data, we can do magic miracles. I mean, it can helpful for the discovery or invention. Example is the drug discovery of Pfizer vaccine. Not only that, you can improve the patient safety as well. You can improve the diagnosis too, and you can frame the national health policies too, and you can find the root cause for the death and diseases if you have that kind of record patient's data. You can see it in the figure. The procedure what I have followed to build this model is first data analysis, then I followed feature engineering, then I built a model using XGBoost and AutoML PyCarrot model. Actually, the most important thing here is the outcome. If the outcome is 0, then the person is alive. And if the outcome is 1, the person is dead or deceased. This is a data set which I have collected from the government hospital, Anantapur. In that data set, it have 1177 patients data, and then I split the data. 30% for training and 70%, 30% for test and 70% for training. These are the fewer attributes. You can see it here. Heart rate, body mass index values, systolic blood pressure, respiratory, all these things. The methodology which I have followed, you can see it in figure 2. First, I have imported the libraries in the Google Colab, a research notebook service. It's a Jupyter notebook service. Then I loaded the file inside that. Then I handled the NATA number values. Then I then I see the data using graphical or visualization thing. Then I split, standardize the data. Then I followed with XGBoost classifier technique. I applied that technique. Then I finally checked the accuracy to see how the model is performing. This is the data analysis and pre-processing part. We have so many attributes, but I'm showing you only 2 attributes like age and BMI. If you see here, the patients whose age is above 80, they are dead. It means the red or orange area is dead. The blue zone is alive. See, even in BMI, body mass index, the patients whose BMI values are above 30, the death count is more here. This is the table for your kind of wisdom tip, which you have to follow this. See, if you have a BMI value greater than 30, it means it's a danger sign. And overweight also it's a danger sign. Me comes under in this category healthy. I have for 24.3 BMI value. Even if you have 18.5 BMI value, it's under. It's not good actually. See, these are the attributes which I have taken into consideration to develop this model. When I split and standardized the data and applied the XGBoost classifier technique, I got this output in the array form. See, zeros and ones. Zeros means the patient is alive and ones means he's dead. Since this is a classification model, you need to check the classification report. See, for the 0 prediction, I'm getting 88%, and for 1, I'm getting 68%. And for the recall score, For 0, 98, and for 1, 25. In order to balance these two, we need to check the F1 score as well. So for 0, 93, and for 1, 36. You can ask me a question, why the one prediction I have is getting very less value? Because the death count in the data set is low. So that's why the machine model is predicting not good. So that's why you can say like that. I didn't stop here. So again, I conduct the test on the Y test. See, you can see it in the figure 7. For the 0, the patient who is alive, it is predicting correctly 0. And for 1, it is predicting correctly 1. But somewhere amid in the sequence number 353, just see there, the patient here is dead, but the model is predicted wrongly, showing the person is alive. It's a machine, somewhere it happens. So that's why I got 87% accuracy. And even I checked with AUROC curve. If you get higher AUROC percentage, the better the model is performing. Here I have got 84%. It means pretty good, damn. And finally, I checked my model with AutoML PyCaret model. This is a open source Python library which is used for training machine learning algorithms. You don't need to code big. I mean, if you have a small chunk of code and if you have a small snippet and if you have good command over commands and if you are good at prompting replies to that, then it's more enough to train this model. See, when I applied this technique and I compared with other models, I got these results. See, for the linear discriminant analysis model, I got 88% accuracy, and rest other 87, 87, 86 means even this AutoML PyCaret model is performing very damn good. Yes, and I didn't stop there itself. I want to check the label score as well. So that's why I conducted this test. See, for the 0 prediction, 97, 99, 91, pretty good here. And even for 197. So when compared to the first XGBoost model, this is the best model, I can say it. And this is figure 9. This is the overall population of the patient's data. 86.5% people or patients are alive and 13.5% people are dead. Finally, conclusion. As you see, the first model is performed well, okay, but the second model, AutoML PyCaret model, is damn good, and I have got 88% accuracy for that. This type of model is not only helpful in this project, even this type of projects might helpful even during the catastrophic situations like ongoing pandemic situations. These are my references. And finally, a big thank you to ICMMIT University and respected session chair people and ICMMIT conference. Thank you.
Thank you, Kamoti, for your nice presentation. And now I would request Abhijit Singh, sir, if any question he has for Kamoti.
So, sir, what are the data that you are analyzing in order to predict the death rates?
Sir, actually, we have body mass index values, heart rate values, oxygen values. Based on that, we developed this model. Suppose if the model is not performing well, means we need to drop the columns in the text data set. This is what we mean. Even that we have more attributes, but I showed you in the graphical representation of age and BMI. We have few more attributes because due to the time constraint, I didn't explain you much.
So did you examine this model on?
Yes, sir. Yes, yes. So still, we are even want to go take this step ahead, and we are going to collab with some hospitals in Taipei.
Okay. That's it. Birish, sir.
Hello, sir. Good evening. Over to sir. No question.
Okay, sir.
Okay, thank you, Kamoti. And
thank you, sir.
I would welcome Diresh, sir. He will also
Thank you, sir.
jointly co-chair this session with us. Welcome, sir.
Sir, please come to track 1 now. You please join the track 1. Yeah, track. This is the
Now I
last
would
one. We are
request
just closing it.
Mr. Yashwant Kumar. Mr. Yashwant.
Good afternoon, sir. I'm just sharing.
Yeah. Please share your presentation.
Yes, sir.
Yashwant, 5 minutes is allotted to you for this presentation. Okay, so keep in mind.
Okay, sir. Sir,
Please share your screen.
yes, sir. I'm doing so.
Thank you. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. Next is Shivangi Joshi.
Sir, due
Please
to
stop your
technical
screen.
glitch,
From
I'm
next time,
unable
please
to
use
share.
laptop for the conference. Okay, it's a request for you. Okay, next, Ms. Shivangi.
Okay.
Are you there?
You will take some more time for that.
Yes, sir.
Okay, Dhananjay sir, can we move to the next participant?
Yeah. I think
Sir, due to the
that
network error, it is not,
no problem. No problem.
Okay.
Yashwant.
No
We would
problem.
take
Try
you
to make your
after some time.
Okay.
Yeah,
Okay,
after some time. Meanwhile, try to sort out that technical problem.
Okay.
And now we would like to invite Mr. Wisely, Jeev Deshon, to please share presentation. Mr. Wesley.
Mr. Vichle, are you listening? Mr. Vichle, this is a reminder call for you.
I think he is not in panel.
He is not, sir. Yes.
Okay.
Between that, we will able to communicate.
Okay.
Next,
so,
Mr. Isha Kumar. Sir.
Yeah.
Hello. Yes.
Mr. Isa is, I think, also not
Isha
here.
Kumar. Mr. Isha Kumar.
Not possible, sir.
Not here.
Not possible.
Not yet.
So in that case,
Please come as soon as possible. Otherwise, I'm
Dr.
just calling
Tushar
again.
Kanti
Next
Bera.
5 minutes. If you are available, then you can give the presentation. Otherwise, we have other options, other programs also.
So Dr. Tushar Kanti.
Dr.
Can you
Tushar.
hear us?
नहीं तुषार कांति नहीं है, काट दीजिए नाम, जो नहीं उसका ना पेपर पब्लिश होगा ना कुछ, एक अनाउंसमेंट कर दीजिए.
Okay, once again, this is an announcement that Mr. Tushar Kanti Bera, Mr. Isha Kumar, Mr. Wesley, are you here?
Hello.
Yes, Tushar. Dr. Tushar.
Yes. Hello.
Yes, please. Please continue with your presentation.
Sir, right now, actually, it was scheduled as 4:20.
Yes, if you are ready with your presentation, then please proceed.
Can I get 20 minutes, sir? Because I'm just working on it. So if you don't mind.
No, sir, I suggest, this is already 4:07. Please, within next 5 minutes, if you will.
Okay.
No, he's
okay, just within 5 minutes, I will.
Okay.
Okay. Please.
Yeah, I will do that within 5 minutes. Just give me 5 minutes, sir.
Dhananjay sir, what to do? Mr. Isha
Yeah,
Kumar.
meanwhile, we can request Mr. Yashwant if he can.
Yeah, Yashwant also, please be ready.
Yes, sir. Now it's done, sir. So I can continue, sir. Yes.
Please continue.
Sir, I hope screen is visible now.
Yes. Please go ahead.
So good afternoon once again to chairperson, co-chairperson, and all the participants. I am Yashwant Kumar, a student of ICMMIT University, Jharkhand, and today I am going to present on a topic, a hypothesis: sustainable architecture and technology-driven planning, smart cities of India. Basically, it is a research project in which I have tried out to consider a project planning of a smart city. As you all are aware about that, Indian government has now Indian government has just a few years back announced about the smart city architecture, in which they have considered 100 smart cities. So, and first time they also introduced the word challenge. Means what are the constraints and challenges which project management team is facing. So I have concentrated on that part only by using the project management CPM part in a civil engineering, and try to analyze the constraint, risk analysis, stakeholders, who will be the participant to construct the smart city architecture. This is the list of contents. This is the goals. Obviously, every project has a goal. So in this, quality of life, infrastructure and technology, economic value, safety and security, smart road network, good governance, which is very much important, which we have observed in the COVID period, that governance was somehow lagging. Purpose of the justification of project was, the purpose is about a research project is to development of economic sound smart city. It is not just a smart city, but how it will be beneficial for the people economically as far as business is concerned. This is the abstract of my paper.
The last presentation of
This
the
is the objective
Sanatan
criteria. I have
Srivastava.
tried to diversify two aspects:
the final
business
call.
strategy objective plus project
Paper is
objective.
IoT-based
Because if we
automated
are
wheelchair.
investing much money, abundant
Sanatan
quantity of money, so what will be the benefit? To develop economically sound smart city model of India, invest in modern
Sir, if you will
technology,
wait for next 5 minutes, then
and to improve the living. At the same time, in a project objective, we can see in the screen. This is the project model, how the government of India is concentrating, like area-based development and pan-city development. Just a graphics which was used in a website. This is the hypothetical model in which I have tried to analyze what are the aspects which can be included in a smart city, like a smart education, where we can make a smart laboratories, a smart environment. At the same time, intelligent shopping, like Amazon and all are doing, but at the same time, there are more things on which we have to concentrate, like a smart health. Some of the countries are using a drone system to facilitate the medicines and all. So in India, still we are lagging behind, and we are not finding the proper stakeholders and why the company will come to the Indian cities and why they will do. So in the next slide, I have tried to analyze that thing. This is the hypothesis and the most important theoretical overview contribution. In a project management, definitely it is very important to analyze what are the aspects we are going to consider. In that, I have taken 4 cities of India, including Ranchi, Indore, Gangtok of Sikkim. At the same time, I have taken a consideration of Vladivostok, city of Russia, where I was for the 6 months I have done for the project. So, and I have also talked with the many professors, stakeholders up there, and tried to analyze quantum, that what are the key features and the key aspects where Indian project managers can do. Like architecture and planning, it observed that 18% are dependent on it. This project has, this analysis has been done on a Microsoft and a MS project team. At the same time, a Russian project software is there. So there, in that, socioeconomic aspect was 16%, artificial intelligence 33%, governance resources was 16%, and statistics and other included 17%. This is the graph of that. In that, I have tried to analyze a VUCA, which is very much important. In Ranchi also, there are many things, these 4 aspects. Because of it, Ranchi Smart City project is still lagging. And in several newspapers, we find out that project managers are saying we are not getting exact information from where we can start in the last 3 or 4 years. So ambiguity, uncertainty, complexity, and volatility, in which the 4 parts are there. The ambiguity is lower since the features are very straightforward. The only ambiguity is the matter of metro, because any capital city needs a metro, and there is ambiguity. At the same time, Wi-Fi signal is very much important. In a railway station, I have observed, I was there for 5 or 6 days for 3 and 4 hours, where I found that Wi-Fi signal was very much low in that. So how the people can be smart enough to utilize the services? This is the roadmap I have analyzed, where a government can start by appointing invitation, appointment project manager. Because here in Ranchi also, when I went to the municipal corporation and I showed this project chart, they were saying that these are the aspects where we are lagging behind. We are not finding the stakeholders. Here you can see risk analysis we haven't done, and drafting documents on different themes. So this is the road map. Risk analysis. The foremost thing is that how we are going to consider the risk, like data collection security risk. Many times in a Supreme Court also comes that our data is on a risk.
Yes, once you have just 2 minutes to conclude. Okay. Conclude within 2 minutes.
So this is the risk analysis on which I have taken a 3 scales: medium, high, and low, in which I have found that the several data collection, approval risk government, approval risk by culture, various, in which I found by taking the 5 cities of India and 2 cities of the Russia, 1 city of New York, that is a smart city of America, and which I try to analyze on a smart city project on Tekla software, as well as a project management software, that how the data will come. And this is the result of that risk analysis. This is the relevance part, why we are going to construct a smart city architecture. This is the important thing, that stakeholder analysis. I have taken a matrix in which influence and interest, 2 scales were there. Why the project team, citizen and tourist and etc. have an influence on a smart city development. At the same time, what will be their interest? I have taken a sample of 20 people in a different fields, like a tourist. I have taken a 20 citizens of outside of the Ranchi and tried to analyze that if Ranchi is becoming a smart city, they will come or not. With respect to that, I have tried to analyze in an average marking that what will be the influence, how they will influence in a architecture, and what will be the interest. This is the data of a different sectors and influences.
Sir, please come to the conclusion.
Yes, sir. This is a SWOT analysis and a Gantt chart done by the CPM port. And these are the features of a smart city, including the Gantt chart. And still we are working on a home shelter with the automatic sensor, where we will use a gigabyte network to tackle the BP, at the same time the fever and all, with the sensor only. If somebody will enter in the house, the data will be automatically connected. I am working on that project still with the collaboration with Russian project team, and hope in a few months I will become with that result in a home shelter.
Very nice, yeah. Very nice presentation, Yashwant. One question I have received, that which type of analysis you are using to equip this data?
Sir, MS project I have used, and one more, there is a professor of Mikhail Kriopal. He is the project consultant of Russian Federation, and he has also developed a smart city software. So I was worked under him. It is acknowledged too also. And there only we have done analysis by using MS project, and that smart city architecture software, special software was there. And using the matrix system, we have analyzed by taking all the data, and we found that the influence and all this analysis.
This is basically for the Russian government. So
No,
how
sir.
would you going to implement these ideas into the India? As you said that municipal party is also saying the same thing, that these are the drawbacks and these are the gaps for the implementing that ideas. So
yes, sir.
Idea is very good, no doubt on this. So
Sir, like,
idea is not a research basically.
Yes,
Yeah.
sir, it is a project management, we have a subject project management. So there only I have considered a project planning, in which I have visited a municipal corporation of Ranchi. They are saying that we are not finding the stakeholder. So it is important we put a data analysis that why the tourists have an influence and interest on a smart
So
city.
Sanatan, are you there? If you're not, please request to Mobinji.
Why
Okay,
city
thank you,
administration?
Yashwant.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you
So,
to all the
Dhananjay sir,
participants.
over to you, Dhananjay sir.
Thank you to all the participants, respected Samantha sir, and all the dear participants who represented the paper.
I think Yaswant, please unmute yourself.
Okay, sir. Thank you.
Some background noise.
Dhananjay sir, we should move to the next.
Yeah, we should. Yeah, please unshare your slide, and now we would request Mr. Vasley. Vasley is here. Mr. Vasley. Yeah. Please go ahead. Please go
Mr.
ahead.
Vasley, within next 5 minutes, please conclude to yourself with your presentation.
Sir, you can close the room.
Make it in slideshow mode.
Hello, sir. Can you hear me?
Yeah,
can you
hear you.
Yeah, good. Good evening, sir. Sorry, actually, my audio wasn't taking, so I just connected to another device. So good evening to all. Good evening to the chairpersons of this conference. And my topic is experimental investigation of a passive type solar still with double wedge shaped glass cover. I'm Wesley Jivadasan, and I'm a PhD research scholar from ICMMIT, Tamil Nadu. So this is a content of my presentation: the introduction, objectives, experimental setup, results and analysis, conclusion and references. So basically, the solar still is a device which in which we have saline water, and through the solar energy, thermal energy, the water, saline water is heated, and only the water molecules is evaporated and gets condensed on the glass surface, and pure distilled water is obtained. So we know that water is very critical, and there are a lot of desalination plants also across the world, but they also consume a lot of energy, like RO plants and all. They consume excess energy, but we just get only 40% of good water from the input. So solar stills are they use the solar energy, and they provide pure clean water at free of cost. Based on that, there have been many designs of solar stills and special design solar stills, but like inverted solar stills, spherical, conical, and people have done a lot of research on it, but there are some problems on it because of the complex structure, high cost materials, and these solar stills are not economical. So based on that, I've framed objectives in order to increase the solar radiation collection of a pacified solar still, and increase the condensation rate, and then deliver fresh water at low cost. So all these three objectives, I'm trying to meet it by designing a new glass cover for the solar still. So based on that, I've done my experimentation work. I've designed a solar still, which is the twin wedge solar still. In the photograph, it's shown on the right side, and I've compared the result with the conventional solar still. So this experimentation was done at Purapakam, Tamil Nadu, and actually it was done. This experimentation was done in the month of February, and I've used a solar PV type sun meter to record the solar radiations, and anemometer for the wind speed, and digital temperature meters to record the temperatures of the water, the basin, and the glass cover. Okay. So based on the temperatures that has been recorded and the parameters recorded, so I have obtained the graphs, and you can see that the glass temperature in the B part, the graph B, the glass temperature, it increases in the first half of the day and then starts to decrease. The glass temperature varies based on the air, the wind velocity, and then the temperature of the basin and the water. It both are more or less the same, because like the basin gets heated and then transfers the heat to the water through convection heat transfer. And the main idea of my glass cover, the novelty of this glass cover is that I increase the the solar radiation collection area through this glass design, and simultaneously, because of increased glass cover, the condensation surface is also increased here. So I receive more solar radiation, and the water gets heated, and then the vapor, it gets collected on the glass surface. And since it has a wider glass surface area, you have very good convective heat losses, because of which you get a better yield. Condensation is also very good over there. So I get a better yield than the conventional solar still. So I have done the analysis, the energy analysis. I've calculated the yield and then the efficiency of this solar still, and compared it with the conventional solar still. And I've also done the economic analysis for this one. The conventional solar still on that particular day yielded 1.77 liters for 1 meter square of area, whereas the twin wedge solar still, the proposed one, yielded 2.68 liter per meter square. And based on the economic analysis, it was found that the cost per liter produced by twin wedge solar still was just $0.028 per liter, whereas for conventional solar still it is 0.049. And the efficiency, so conventional still was 21.49%, and the proposed still was 32.57%. So this result was compared with other studies which were done earlier, and it was found that, like, though the yield is not higher compared to few other certain like spherical type of solar still. But this is in terms of economic and performance, this is very good in comparing to spherical, because in order to design a glass cover of a spherical shape or a conical shape or a hemispherical shape, it is a custom made, and it involves a lot of cost involved there. But whereas the proposed still, the structure is simple, so it has a lower cost, so it yields water at a lower cost rate. So based on that, my conclusion, my proposed still was 51.5% more efficient than the conventional still. And as mentioned earlier, yes, sir. Hello?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yes, no, some
Mr. Wesley, go ahead.
Yes. So the proposed still delivered 2.68 liter per meter square, which is 66.6% higher yield than the conventional still. And as mentioned, since it has a larger glass surface area, this enabled to receive more solar radiation from all sides without any tracking system. And simultaneously, it increased the surface area for condensation, thus increasing the yield of the solar still. And the production rate is $0.028 per liter, which is 57% cheaper than the conventional still. And it's simple in design and fabrication, and cost is less, so it is economical and has a payback period of just 12 months, less than a year. And comparing the performance of the twin wedge solar still and its yeah, so it is validated amongst various other unique designs, and it is superior to the other various unique designs. So as a future development, this can be like further extended by integrating thermal energy storage materials and integrating this type of skills with green building technologies, which can simultaneously provide water as well as provide.
Now session is closed. No issue.
So this is my work that I've done here. And
Sir, now session is closed. You can't do
thank you, sir. So if you have any other questions, you can ask.
Thank you for your presentation. This is a very good topic. And Viresh sir, if you have any question.
No, sir, the topic is good, novel, obviously. In the future, if this type of technology will be worked, then obviously that will be the solve for the society. Sir, we can move to the next participant. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
So I think we should call Dr. Tushar, right?
Yes, Mr. Isha is not available, sir. Mr. Isha?
Mr. Isha is not here. So we would request Dr. Tushar to kindly share his presentation.
Yes, sir.
Yes, Mr. Tushar, we are already lagging behind with the time, so we are requesting to within 5 minutes, please conclude your presentation, sir.
Okay, thank you, sir. I will try my level best. So, good afternoon and good evening, sir. Respected session chairs and the organizing committee members and all the dignitaries and and the participants who are present in the conference. So today we will discuss about our research work on the ECG waveform simulators, which has been conducted with the help of the hardware and software. So outline of the talk is that we will discuss about human heart, then how ECG is developed, and then why the cardiac arrhythmia comes, and what is the effect of arrhythmia on the human health, and how that ECG signals and arrhythmia can be simulated with the help of electronics and the software. So human body is a complex biological object, and where there are a huge number of cells and tissues, and who are working with a good coordination with each other, and they are working restlessly for 24 hours to keep our body healthy and alive. There are several systems, circulatory system, nervous system, and all. All the systems are controlled by the central processing unit of our body, that is brain. But the organs which are there, which are associated with particular assignments, they have to work 24 hours to keep our body healthy and alive. So apart from the brain, the other important organs are listed here, and all the organs are important, but the circulatory system, which is very, very important, without nutrients and oxygen, the human body cannot be kept alive. Without some organs also, sometimes it is possible to become alive for a little time, but without heart circulation, it is very difficult. Even the brain rate is also there. The heart circulation is required to be keep our body healthy and alive. So heart is a restless pump. Heart is a restless pump which is pumping 24 hours and sending the bloods to our body parts. And also heart is pumping the blood for sending it to the lungs for purification. That is for extracting the carbon dioxide from the blood and for intaking the for taking into the blood. So we know that the SA node and AV node are the nodes where the ECG signals are available and which are conducted to the other fibers electrical path, and that is the electrophysiology of the heart. So that electrical signals are available over the heart and inside the heart, and that signal is conducting in nature because our body is conducting. So automatically our body surface will have some potential which can be acquired with the help of the electrical instrumentation, which is called electrocardiograph. So electrocardiograph is an instrumentation or machine or system which can amplify the signal and which can record the signal, which can give the signals in a time frame so that we can visualize the electrophysiology of the heart. So heart is important for our body keeping alive, and ECG is always important because only the ECG gives the triggers to the heart muscle so that it can actuate and it can give the pumping. So the ECG was invented by William Einthoven, and after that, that ECG machine have been modified a lot, but still the machines and the instruments are required for acquiring the real ECG signals. And whenever we need to train any students, medical students or engineering students or the students who are studying their research on the ECG field, they need to know how the ECG is working, how the ECG is developed. And most of all, the data is required, and that data is available in the paper form. In most of the clinics, the data are not available in the web form or the electronic data form. So either we need to go for the image processing technique, which is not very easy to collect the data from the paper-based graphs, but we can use some algorithm so that we can extract the data. And the present work here, what I'm going to discuss, that is actually extraction of the data from the ECG curve, and that data is fitted is fed to the graphical user interface developed in LabVIEW, and that simulation data is again converted to the real electrical voltage signal with the help of the National Instrument DAC card, which is nothing but the digital to analog conversion system. So what we have done, we have taken one example of the ECG signal, and we have collected the data points, and we have converted that numbers or the mathematical values or the real values into the electrical signal with the help of the software and hardware. So arrhythmia is one kind of disease where we can see either heart is not normally beating, that is the beat rate will be different from the normal one. And if the beat is lesser than the normal one, then bradycardia, it is called bradycardia. If it is beating fast, then it will be called tachycardia. So there are several type of arrhythmias are there, and many types of arrhythmias are there, and which all are to be required to be studied by the medical patients. But for collecting all this data, which will be processed, which will be mixed with the noises, and then which will be analyzed by their visualization or the experience. So it is difficult because we need to have all the data, and we need to have the either instrumentation, or we have to have the patient or technician and all. So for that, we have given one say alternative method. We have don't need the instrument. We need only the one picture, and from there we have collected the data points, and we don't have the electrodes, we don't have the say instrument. Then also
Mr. Tushar, please reach to your conclusion part, sir.
Okay.
Please reach to the conclusion.
Yes. So this is the LabVIEW software and the data card, whatever I have used in my DAC. So, and these are the electronics for generating the signals and studying that whether the signal is coming in the oscilloscope or not. So this example picture I have taken from available data from the internet, and I have collected all the data points, and I have studied my signal generator so that the ECG signal so that the sinusoidal signal is coming. After that, we have worked on the ECG signal generation, and we have seen that the data whatever is given to the LabVIEW based graphical user interface, that is giving the signals to the ICMMIT, and that is also converting that into the voltage signal of ECG form. So this is the data picture that I have taken, and this is the reconstructed data, and this is real voltage signal. It is not the software simulation only. It is hardware simulated the real voltage signal. So this is our work, and we know that ECG is essential for human health. ECG can be generated and studied, but whenever the ECG generated data is not available, we can simulate it with the help of any hardware and software. So ECG simulation is found efficient, and that is found suitable for studying the arrhythmia also. And the simulation system will be useful for training the students and the technicians. And thank you very much, sir. I thank ICMMIT University for giving me the platform to present our work. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for nice presentation.
Thank you,
There is
sir.
one question for you. He is willing to know that which tool you have used for this graphical simulation.
That is LabVIEW tool I have used. That is software and it is licensed software. So LabVIEW and the NI DAC card, that is hardware. So those two tools I have used, and the computer was always there for interfacing those two tools.
Okay. Thank you, sir. And now you can stop your sharing.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Biresh, sir.
Yes, sir.
So I think all have presented their paper. Mr. Isa is not here.
Yes, Mr. Isha is not able to
but
connect.
one message is there, paper ID 39 track 3. So in this track 3, paper ID 39 is for Mr. Srikant Vidya. Sanatan Srivastava is not in our track.
Srikant. Yes, sir, is not in our track.
So Mr. Sanatan, you are in which track, sir?
मेरे वाले में तो इसमें आया IoT ऑटोमेटेड सिस्टम में आया देखिए तो फिर ये नहीं दे सकता ना ये टॉपिक नहीं दे रहा है
नहीं यहाँ पे कोई कर
रहा है Mr. Sanatan, can you hear us? Please unmute and please response.
Yes, sir, I'm audible, sir.
Yeah, you are audible, but your paper is not in this track, right?
Priyanka Mishra, sir, my guide.
No, I'm saying that your paper is not listed in this track.
Yes, sir. Actually, Isha, sir, please wait, sir. 2 session is there, sir. Actually, due to my guide, due to suffering from corona, I'm presenting you. Dr. Priyanka Mishra.
Okay, no issue, sir. You have last 6 minutes. Please, you have 6 minutes. Please continue.
Yes, sir. Currently, we have 2 papers. Sir.
First of all, you should use the laptop for the presentation, not the mobile.
Sir,
you should follow this.
Sir, I tried to
so you are presenting on behalf of Isa Kumar, right?
Yes, sir. Yes, 2 papers I am presenting, sir. Due to my guide is due to the suffering from corona. In the way, I'm sending you corona report also. Kindly accept me, sir.
Okay. Quickly go ahead because we have no more time. So please conclude in 5 minutes.
Yes, sir. Thank you for accepting me, sir. Accepting my appeal, sir. The title is Credit Card Fraud Detection System using Machine Learning and Data Science, sir. The original system we compute the list of content, abstract introduction, and results and evaluation metrics and experimental study and results and the conclusion, sir. Actually, the main theme is.
Very possible. Please come to the work. Please come to the work. Work directly. Please come to the work directly.
This is the proposed method, sir. The proposed model, the proposed method sent to identify the taken data sets and pre-processing the techniques and analyzing and data visualization techniques based on 2 methods, sir, positive data and negative data, and taking the training data and splitting the data and for the training set, they are categorized into 2 mechanisms, sir. The training the model on unbalanced data sets and training the model on balanced sets, sir. We are categorized and the simulation based on comprehensive analysis on performance of models, sir. And this is the data set we taken from various categorization data set analysis and visualization. Each figure we describe the various factors. So first one, data set before balancing, and figure 2 identify represented by amount of which most fraud detection transactions, sir. The next one represent the amount per transaction of normal and fraud detection, sir. Then this is the evaluation matrix based on their data sets identification. This is the experimental study and results, sir. This is the logistic regression and random forest method. This is the performance for logistic regression model on the unbalanced data sets through ROC, sir. This is the requirement of system specifications. Finally, we conclude the new mechanism model. So after balancing the data sets, given high chances of correctly identifying the fraud transaction because model uses synthetic sampling rather than nearest values. Smart sampling is the most efficient. The various mechanism will identify the exact where is the fraud, where is the fraud may be occurred due to the identified based on their data sets, taken data sets.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Srivastu sir. Thank you, Srivastu ji. Yeah, we will consider your next paper as presented like IoT.
Yes, sir.
Topic was what?
Yes, sir.
We will consider it as an IoT. We just want to request you that don't use mobile during the presentation time. This is a professional platform, not a class of yours or anything else. So
sir,
please try to don't use, don't use at least.
Sir,
I think you are traveling somewhere. Huh?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Sir,
Okay, thank you. Thank you. You may leave now. You may leave.
Sir, please consider this paper.
Yes, 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 we are considering it. Please, you may know you are traveling somewhere. Okay.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir. This is the last paper, Dhananjay sir.
Sir, one thing, sir. Sir, IoT paper is there, sir. IoT wheelchair, Priyanka Mishra.
Yes. Yes. I have considered that.
Sir,
that IoT is not in this session. Sir, just listen to me. IoT is not in this session. IoT is a different session. I think different track. But you want to present in this track only. We are not allowing this. We just discuss with our session chair and we will consider your paper. Okay.
Sir,
so
sir I will send a COVID report from our.
Mr. Dhananjay sir, Dr.
Yes,
Dhananjay
yes.
sir.
I think all we have done.
We are okay.
So we can conclude this session and
yeah, please conclude this session and we will start. Okay.
Yeah. So thank you all to joining this session and presenting your paper, and thank you Biresh sir and Abhijit sir. And I think now we can pause this session because the next we have to join. You all can join valedictory session. There is a separate link for that. So I would request all to join valedictory session, which would start 5:15. Right, sir? Biresh sir, it's from 5:15.
Yes, sir. Yes, sure. Yes.
Okay. 5. It will start at 5.
It's from
5 o'clock, sir. 5 o'clock.
5 o'clock. So, sir, 5 o'clock. I would request all to join that valedictory session. Okay. And
thank you, sir.
We can pause this session here. So I would request IT host sir, and I would also thankful to our IT host who has successfully and very nicely conducted this session. So, sir, I would request to please pause this session so that we all can join valedictory session after tea break.
Thank you, sir.